Chapter 276, Thousand Mechanisms Sphere. It could only be pulled up by the combined efforts of 20 airships, so it could be seen how exaggerated its weight was. Above Thousand Civ City, the rope was cut. This huge metal was captured by gravity and began to fall. The huge size and weight made the air below wail. Due to the uneven air density caused by the pressure, the light under the metal piece began to distort. In the four directions of this black gold heavy iron, there was also an array pattern engraved on it. Cultivators could remotely control the formation patterns to spit out spiritual chi, to correct the falling trajectory of the iron block, to ensure a precise strike. This heavy iron that could only be considered a piece of material, gradually carried an increasing power under the pull of gravity. When a small meteor collided with the Earth, it could cause global biological extinction. This heavy iron was not as heavy as a meteor, and it did not have cosmic speed. However, the kinetic energy accumulated when it fell from the sky could easily penetrate a mountain range. The cultivators of Xianxia had clearly discovered this situation. More than 100 holes were created on the dome. However, compared to other directions, the number of holes at the top was indeed the least. Hundreds of giant crossbow bolts shot out from above. After hitting the heavy iron, they were repelled without any suspense. The huge crossbow bolts could pierce through the flying ship, but they could not move the solid black gold heavy iron at all. Not only did the power of the iron block not decrease, it even fell faster. If he was hit by this thing head-on, the consequences would be unthinkable. Then Xianxia immediately changed their strategy. After a moment of silence, the crossbows no longer fired together. Instead, they began to fire continuously. More than half of the power of the huge crossbow was reduced by the gravity, but its accuracy did not decrease at all. The first arrowhead landed accurately on a corner of the heavy iron block. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the metal piece was pushed to the side by the shock wave. The arrowhead of the huge crossbow bolt had been modified and inserted with a spiritual chi bomb. The power of the bomb was not small, but the angle at which it tilted was quickly corrected by the array patterns on the iron block. However, this was not the end. After the last arrow was sent flying, the next arrow followed, exploding continuously. In a short period of time, at least 10 crossbow bolts were shot from each hole, and thousands of arrows struck the same corner of the iron block. The force of the explosion finally suppressed the correction force of the formation patterns. Through this force, they finally changed the trajectory of the metal piece's descent, turning it in one direction. However, there were indeed fewer holes on the top. The explosion of more than 1,000 crossbow bolts was not enough to completely push away the iron. In the end, the black gold heavy iron still brushed past the dome defense. Gravity and speed turned into terrifying kinetic energy. In an instant, a huge gap was torn open in the dome of Thousand Civ City. In Thousand Civ City, the sudden intense collision made the golden core cultivators lose their footing. The disciples who were close to the control mechanisms died on the spot. The aura filled with chaotic energy was swept up by the wind from the outside world. It surged in from the gap, causing the remaining Xianxia disciples to feel cold. They had never expected that the Thousand Civ City, which they relied on the most, would actually be broken through the dome defense in just a day. In fact, this could not be blamed on Thousand Civ City. Such a large city could not be built with top-notch materials. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that damage would be caused by powerful attacks. The main reason why Thousand Civ City could not unleash the defensive effect was because their combat strength was too lacking. If it was a war between forces of the same level, if the Iron Wolf sect still wanted to do such a thing, they would be immediately destroyed by the top cultivators on the defense after entering the other party's territory. For example, in the previous 2 wars between Benevolent Travel Temple and the 100 Tempering Mountain, they had never planned to use this method. Of course, being unable to produce such a large piece of black gold heavy iron was also a very important reason. This kind of method of destroying the encampment's defense was not normal. However, Ink-Sec's current situation was really too miserable. If the remaining two old fellows dared to go out and stop them, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked by the experts of the Iron Wolf sect. They would probably be unable to return. Without them, the remaining Ink-Sec disciples would truly feel despair. Retreat, retreat. The few cultivators who survived and were heavily injured and unable to move or were at a loss were quickly pulled away by their companions. As soon as they left, another series of accurate attacks from the long-range bow cannon bombarded the hole in the dome. They made use of the buildings near the gap to cause further destruction. Charge in, capture them alive. The 5,000 Ace Iron Wolf cavalry approached at an extremely fast speed. They rushed up the almost 90-degree dome as if they were walking on flat ground and surged through the gap. Then a large number of Iron Wolf sect disciples followed closely behind. From top to bottom, there were at least 20 to 30 levels in Thousand Civ City. This gap spanned 8 levels. A large number of cultivators surged in. The Ink sect disciples could only retreat to defend the city and use the mechanisms and traps in the city to defend against the enemy. This kind of street battle in the city was something that they had long considered. They quickly found their positions and could be considered to be orderly. However, they did not expect this moment to come so quickly. The 22,000 wood demons that Jiang Li had enlightened were also arranged at various mechanisms in advance. As soon as they saw the enemy, they launched a fierce attack. The Ink sect cultivators paired with these 22,000 puppets and relied on the large number of powerful mechanisms and traps in the city to temporarily tie down the surging Iron Wolf sect cultivators. Of course, this was on the premise that the Iron Wolf sect did not want to kill them all. This was because they wanted merit, not slaughter. There had to be a certain number of remaining cultivators who chose to join before the Divine Judgment Hall would acknowledge their transfer of merit points. If not for that, the Iron Wolf sect would have more methods to slowly destroy Thousand Civ City from the outside. Elder Alliance leader Jiang is still inside. The current situation is too dangerous. Should we go in and save the Alliance leader? Seeing the Iron Wolf sect attack Thousand Civ City, the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance who were secretly watching the battle from afar became nervous. I'll contact Jiang Li first. After confirming the location, we'll rescue him. The elders and protectors here more or less knew a little about Jiang Li's strength. Originally, they were quite confident in him. However, now, looking at the tragic battle situation in the distance, their hearts could not help but beat faster. Ink sect clearly did not have the ability to protect their home, let alone Jiang Li. The Iron Wolf sect was not a kind sect. If their alliance leader really died here, it would be a huge loss. Especially the old guardian of the Scripture Storage Valley. He could not bear to see such an outstanding junior die here. The token directly connected to the alliance leader token, and Jiang Li's calm voice sounded from inside. This made the few of them heave a sigh of relief. His tone was relaxed, and it meant that Jiang Li was at least not in danger for the time being. Jiang Li, which tunnel did you enter from? Find a safe place and we'll bring you out. They were already considering a retreat plan. However, Jiang Li's words stunned them. I'm fine. Martial Ancestor, help me observe the situation of the soul formation cultivators of the Iron Wolf sect. After they all enter Thousand Civ City, inform me and immediately retreat to the west. We'll meet up 2,000 miles away. Jiang Li had no intention of fleeing, and even made a strange request. What, you're not coming out? The situation is too dangerous. The higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance outside could not understand Jiang Li's decision. However, Jiang Li always had his own thoughts. Every time there was a major decision in the Great Mountain Conference, they were always convinced by various reasons. Now that he was not in front of them, it was even more impossible for him to listen to them. Don't worry, Martial Ancestor, I know what I'm doing. With that, he hung up. He's only a foundation establishment cultivator. He knows what he's doing. This is such a fierce battle, what can he possibly know? Martial ancestor Zhu really wanted to knock Jiang Li out with a punch and drag him away, but he was not by his side now, so he could only hold the token and worry. In the core of Xianxia's thousand Civ City, Jiang Li had already woken up from the illusion. Without a doubt, he had passed that test. After all, under the circumstances of cheating, such a calamity was really not difficult for him. The so-called beast tide was actually just a group of beasts without much intelligence. As long as he used a simple method, he could easily kill them. For example, poisoning the water and burning the mountain. What methods could not be used? At the very least, Jiang Li could use illusions to easily torture them. After easily exterminating the beast tide, this city developed into a country. Before ending the illusion, he also arranged for organized institutions and departments in the aspects of civilian life, military, industrial, agriculture, and so on. Even after he left without the miracle of his cheating, this country could still be maintained for a long time. As such, the result he produced was almost without any flaws. Instead, it was excessively outstanding. Even if he was an outsider, the city core of Thousand Civ City could not violate its own rules. It could only reveal its true body and land beside him. Thousand Mechanism Sphere, so this is the true core of the city. What appeared from the illusion was a glowing ball floating in the air. This was also the hidden item that Qin Shuman had sensed earlier. However, before he could study it carefully, this core secret room was opened from the outside. It was a familiar face. However, both sides were not very happy to see each other. "Kid, I didn't expect you to really pass the test." "Very good, you surprised me. Hand over the sphere." "It's impossible for outsiders to become our sect master. Hand over my ink sex treasure and get lost." The person who found this place was none other than the nascent soul, Pang Zun. His eyes could not conceal his thick killing intent. "Is this what your grand elder wants?" Jiang Li stood up. Sure enough, there was no meditation mat beneath him, and he had always been sitting on the ground. The illusory realm of this sphere was really powerful, to the point where he could not sense it at all. "My words represent the Grand Elder. That thing doesn't belong to you. Quickly hand it over and I may spare your life." As Pang Zun spoke, he approached Jiang Li. His words could not be trusted at all. Jiang Li had killed his son, so could he really let him live? It was already a situation of life and death. There was no room for negotiation. "If you want something, come and get it yourself." Jiang Li was the first to attack, and he smashed out a coffin. As if he did not know how to dodge, Pang Zun was struck by the swelling coffin and sent flying. However, in the blink of an eye, another Pang Zun darted out from behind the previous Pang Zun. He smiled sinisterly and rushed towards Jiang Li. "Kid, do you want to use the same move on me twice?" It turned out that the one who was sent flying was only a puppet of the other party. Pang Zun's true body had been hiding behind the puppet. When Jiang Li's coffin missed, he would rush forward and deal a fatal blow. The space in this room was not large. With the speed of a nascent soul cultivator, he really arrived in an instant. With a flutter of his sleeve, a mechanical palm was exposed. Not only was this mechanical palm not inferior to human hands in terms of flexibility, but its power was also not inferior to high-grade artifacts. However, the moment before his mechanical palm touched Jiang Li, the latter's figure suddenly vanished without any warning. "I missed, no it hit." "Kid, don't try to play tricks. Come out and receive your death." Under the cover of the illusion technique, Jiang Li's main body was ruthlessly sent flying and smashed into the wall behind him. It took a few breaths before the force was removed and he fell from the wall. He lay on the ground and vomited blood. However, Pang Zun, who was standing not far away, acted as if he could not see him. He stood on the spot and looked around warily. All of this was thanks to the Thousand Mechanism Sphere. In this room, all the information about Jiang Li's existence was concealed by the illusion technique. This included hearing, vision, smell, and even touch. Therefore, Pang Zun did not feel that he caused any substantial impact. However, the force in his hand disappeared, and there was no inertia from charging forward. This still made him acutely sense that he had already struck Jiang Li. In his opinion, Jiang Li's strength mainly came from the strange coffin artifact. No matter how powerful his main body was, he was only at the Foundation establishment realm. After receiving his attack, even if he did not die, he should be fatally injured. However, without seeing Jiang Li's corpse, the anger in his heart could not be vented. Also, where did that 1,000-mechanism sphere go? After adjusting the bones in his chest, Jiang Li spat out the dirty blood in his mouth and stood up from the ground. After all, a nascent soul cultivator was a nascent soul cultivator. His injuries from just now were indeed not light. However, through the status one-day death denial, he could largely ignore his physical injuries and rely on other healing statuses to recover very quickly. This kind of injury looked terrifying, but it was actually nothing. However, fighting a veteran nascent soul cultivator in such a small space was really difficult. Fortunately, he had the illusion technique of the 1,000-mechanism sphere to conceal himself. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Swoosh! Suddenly, another surging spiritual chi torrent assaulted Jiang Li. He hurriedly dodged to the side and barely evaded it. The spiritual chi collided with the wall behind. The floating rectangular blocks that formed the room sank and slowly recovered to their original state. How terrifying was the spiritual perception of a nascent soul cultivator. Even under the cover of an illusion technique, one could rely on their intuition to determine his general location. Jiang Li sensed the situation in Civ City through the city's core. He had to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, otherwise, everything else would be pointless. Jiang Li made up his mind. Chapter 277, Yin Burial, Eternal Rest. He had to kill a nascent soul cultivator as soon as possible. If outsiders knew Jiang Li's thoughts, they would definitely think that he was dreaming and hallucinating. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator wanted to finish off a nascent soul cultivator as soon as possible. This was simply a hopeless situation. Kid, you were hit by me and are already very heavily injured, right? You can't escape. For killing my care, you'll pay with your life. His sharp gaze swept through the entire room. When he turned around in Jiang Li's direction, he suddenly paused, and then killing intent surged as he suddenly pounced forward. Sure enough, he was still able to discover Jiang Li's approximate location to a certain extent. Jiang Li wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth, and he was not to be outdone. He raised his palm and advanced instead of retreating, and he charged towards his opponent. Pang Zun's mechanical fist struck Jiang Li first, causing his body to cave in. A huge bump appeared on his back, and the broken bones pierced through his skin, exposing him to the air. If not for the fact that the Overlord body art had cancelled out a portion of the power, Jiang Li's body would have been directly pierced. However, Jiang Li still did not care about such heavy injuries. Pang Zun, who was laughing sinisterly, suddenly felt a sense of fear. In the next moment, 2 crimson balls of light swelled up and ruthlessly smashed into his body. The terrifying power and the intense pain coming from his body made Pang Zun shiver. It was difficult to imagine how a Foundation establishment cultivator could use such a technique. The nascent soul Pang Zun straightened his body and wanted to support himself. At this moment, a flying sword darted out from Jiang Li's forehead and pierced into his eye socket. Another chain wrapped around his feet. Jiang Li had not used the dragon imprisoning lock to defend himself earlier, and had forcefully endured an attack at the nascent soul realm just for this moment. Go in. With the activation of the dragon imprisoning lock, Pang Zun's feet were suppressed and he felt powerless. Then, he was sent flying by the blood-colored ball of light, crashing into the open door behind him and into the yin burial coffin that he had long prepared. Pang Zun instinctively sensed a terrifying existence behind him. He grabbed the edge of the coffin tightly and refused to rest. In the coffin that was like an abyss, Countless roots and vines grew out and wrapped around his feet, coiling around his entire body bit by bit. Thousands of roots pulled back, but he finally could not endure it and fell into the endless darkness. Yin burial, eternal rest. The coffin lid closed. Even if he was a nascent soul cultivator, as long as Jiang Li was unwilling, he would never see the light of day again. Jiang Li lay on the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had really suffered quite a bit. It took him a full 15 minutes to fix the bones back to their original positions, and his injuries roughly recovered. As the first outsider to enter the coffin, Pang Zun would be welcomed with the best treatment. In Thousand Civ City, the cultivators on both sides had already fought their brains out. There were sounds of spiritual chi explosions everywhere. Every step was filled with killing intent. Threads, needles, flying axes, saws, poisonous fog, and explosions. With every step, a fatal mechanism would be triggered. This kind of disgusting street battle made the Iron Wolf sect, which was used to galloping on the grassland, feel aggrieved and furious. The other party had beaten them to an ugly state. However, the Ink sect was also not doing well. There were only a few hundred disciples left. If one died, there would be one less. They could only fight and retreat, relying on the mechanisms to stop the other party as much as possible. However, no matter how many mechanisms there were, they would eventually be exhausted. At that time, Ink sect would be destroyed. At this moment, all the Ink sect disciples received a message. All Ink sect disciples, listen to the Ink Child decree and retreat to the city's core in an orderly manner. His voice was young and steady, and it could not be rejected. You are Jiang Li. You really obtained the Ink Child decree. Granny's eyes' words were filled with disbelief. Just as Jiang Li had thought, she really wanted to gain something without risking anything of her own. They wanted Jiang Li to help them enlighten their puppets, but they did not want to pay a huge price. In her opinion, it was impossible for Jiang Li to pass the test. However, to be able to instantly transmit his voice to all parts of Thousand Civ City, this kind of authority could only be obtained by someone with the Ink Child decree. At this moment, the only one who could obtain the Ink Child decree was Jiang Li. It's me, now is not the time to talk about this. Lure the enemy soul formation cultivators in and kill them. Only then will we have a chance to leave. He told the two soul formation cultivators of Ink sect that if they wanted to lure the soul formation cultivators in, only they could do so. Are you going to use that? Jiang Li, an outsider, naturally did not know more about the matters of Thousand Civ City than these two. They were clearly slightly hesitant about Jiang Li's method. Yes, this is the last resort, isn't it? Jiang Li's tone was very firm. Or rather, he had always been more generous towards things that he had yet to obtain. The two Ink sect soul formation cultivator still wanted to persist stubbornly. However, the Ink Child decree was in Jiang Li's hands after all. Even if they did not agree, Jiang Li would still execute it. At that time, the only difference would be that more people from the Ink sect died. Moreover, this was the best solution at the moment. All right, all disciples listen up, retreat towards the core. After the Ink sect disciples heard the order, they were also surprised. However, having a way out was much better than they had expected. At the very least, there was a way to live. The two soul formation cultivators stepped forward and began to kill a large number of Iron Wolf sect cultivators. This action naturally exposed their exact location. The soul formation cultivators of the Iron Wolf sect were already waiting for them. They no longer hid their strength and approached from the flying ship outside as if they had teleported. After they rushed into Thousand Civ City, the two sides began to collide. It was as if a huge mouth had appeared in the void and bit off the buildings in Thousand Civ City. Debris flew everywhere, as if heaven and earth were destroyed. However, during this process, it could be seen that the main framework of Thousand Civ City was really firm. Even if it endured an attack of the soul formation realm, there would not be too obvious damages. The two ink sect soul formation cultivators struggled desperately, and more soul formation cultivators appeared in the Iron Wolf sect. Soon, the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance sent him a message that the situation inside had already reached a very serious state. 7 soul formation cultivators. No matter how much ink sect struggles, there's no way out. However, this is definitely only a portion of the Iron Wolf sect's strength. After any sects expand, there are many places that need top-notch cultivators to guard. No one can casually send out so many top-notch combat forces. The 2 Grand Elders of Ink sect threw out hundreds of invisible spiritual chi threads. They controlled hundreds of powerful puppets to form a huge net in the air. Various powerful mechanisms and weapons were brandished in the air. Any one of them could not be easily blocked by Jiang Li. Although there might seem to be filled with boundless killing intent and might, they had encountered a tragic suppression in just a single exchange. The cultivation methods of the Iron Wolf sect were filled with ambition. Every move they made was intended to kill. This was an unfair fight of 7 against 2. On the Ink sect's side, these 2 old cultivators had not fought in a long time. When they fought, they fell into a difficult situation. The hundreds of puppets that were scattered out were blasted apart one after another. When one puppet met the other party, it could barely withstand a breath. The speed at which these high-level puppets were damaged was enough to make any strange cultivator's heart ache until it shone. However, other than wood shavings and parts, there was also a large amount of flesh and blood. This meant that they were all puppets refined from corpses, or rather, the corpses of Ink sect cultivators. However, the original heads of these puppets were all missing. They were replaced by mechanisms, and not a single head could be seen. Armored trolls liked to eat people's brains and treated cultivators and children as the best. After that battle, the Ink sect cultivators rushed to collect corpses, but all they retrieved were these headless corpses. The location of the heads of the cultivators who died in battle was self-evident. They fought and retreated. Anger and helplessness filled them. No, if this continues, we'll definitely die. You should leave first, I'll stop them. Although the Ink sect soul formation cultivator with the broken arm only had one arm, his cultivation was clearly deeper than Granny's eyes. The puppets made from the corpses of nascent soul elders clearly could not stop the 7 soul formation cultivators. He pushed Granny's eye and stopped in front of these enemies. Old man, you! Leave quickly! At this moment, they could no longer hesitate. Originally, these 2 old cultivators were already close to death. They had already resigned themselves to fate. Even if they lived, they would only bring their disciples along for a bit longer. Granny's eye hesitated for a moment before she stretched out her hand and stuffed the 5 clay statues into Elder Ban's hand. And then she flew towards the center of the city where Jiang Li was without turning back. HMPH, do you think you can escape? Old man, even the 2 of you combined can't stop us. You want to do it alone. The 7 Iron Wolf sect cultivators casually smashed apart a few more nascent soul puppets. 4 people surrounded Elder Ban, and the remaining 3 wanted to pursue the other Ink sect cultivators. Cultivators in the Tao of Puppets could be said to have reached their peak at the beginning of their cultivation journey. This was because 80–90% of their combat strength was on puppets. It was fine when he was at the low level, as long as he spent some spirit stones to purchase some materials and forge them himself, or used the corpses of demon beasts and cultivators to refine them. They were all good choices. It was very simple to use numbers to increase one's combat strength. Even if one was ordinary, it was very easy to produce outstanding results in battle. When Jiang Li was in the inner sect competition back then, the cultivators of the Mystic Gate Hall had taken advantage of him. However, in the later stages, ordinary materials could no longer keep up with his footsteps. Unless he bought especially precious top-grade materials or used the corpses of top-notch cultivators to refine puppets, he could maintain his combat strength. However, things of this level could only be chanced upon by luck. For example, the two puppets taken out by the soul formation cultivators were all at the nascent soul realm. How could they withstand the enemy? The disdain of the Iron Wolf sect members originated from this. It's not a good habit to underestimate an elder. Old Man Ban was already on the verge of death, but he did not look afraid. With a flip of his remaining right hand, 10 thumb-sized clay statues appeared. With a slight squeeze of his hand, the clay statue's surface was crushed. A puff of smoke exploded, and then 10 figures rushed out. The 4 cultivators surrounding him were caught off guard and immediately pounced forward. The 3 soul formation cultivators who were about to pursue Granny Zai sensed the threat behind them and could only hurriedly turn around to block the fierce attack. What rushed out of the smoke were 10 puppets that had yet to be repaired. The fatal injuries on their bodies had not been properly stitched up. Through the wounds, one could see that the gears in their bodies were spinning at high speed. Although their appearance was a little simple, judging from their auras, they were clearly soul formation cultivators when they were alive. HMPH, to blaspheme your fellow sect members like this, your ink sect is really impressive. How long do you think you can stop us with these 10 puppets? Your spiritual chi can support all 10 of them at the same time. How long can you last? Kill you, the others won't be able to escape our grasp. The difference between puppets of the same level and cultivators was quite large. The difference in numbers between them was very limited. Even if there were 10 puppets of this level, they would only be able to stop them for a while. If you want to kill them, get past me first. The battle continued to erupt, but in the intense aftershock of the battlefield, they did not notice that the entire 1,000 Civ city was changing. A large number of buildings collapsed, revealing the main framework of the entire city. The boards and plates were embedded together, and the entire city was shrinking inward. Soon, the gap that was created by the huge black gold heavy iron was completely sealed. The space inside became narrower. Oh, something's not right. Old thing, what have you done? The Iron Wolf sect cultivators, who were in the midst of an intense battle, finally discovered that something was wrong. Haha, now you realize that it's too late. Cough, cough, cough. Our 1,000 Civ city is a precious treasure. You guys will stay here and accompany me. Old Man Ban spat out blood as he spoke, but he seemed very happy. When the 7 Iron Wolf sect cultivators heard Old Man Ban's words, they knew that something was amiss. They hurriedly rushed towards the gap. But it was already covered in thick construction debris and hundreds of sturdy walls. The entire 1,000 Civ city could move. The buildings were moving and piecing together. The huge space inside the city was shrinking. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 soul formation cultivators of the Iron Wolf sect continuously attacked the same wall. However, the large amount of debris piled in front of the wall absorbed too much power. The 7 of them needed more than 10 breaths to break through a single wall. However, the layers of walls were still in front of him, as if there was no end to them. Not only that, as 1,000 Civ city continued to stack, there would only be more and more obstructions in front of them. At this speed, until this space was completely compressed to the core, they would definitely be unable to break through. The direction that old woman fled in, there must be an entrance there. Chase. They abandoned the old man and chased after Granny Zai. However, where could there be a path, a passageway? The internal structure of 1,000 Civ city had already been completely damaged. They had nowhere to go and nowhere to escape. An ominous feeling grew in their hearts. Chapter 278, 1,000 Civ Earth Treasury. The current 1,000 Civ city was like a leaking balloon. Its size was constantly shrinking, and its shell was becoming thicker and thicker. The wreckage of the buildings that were pushed inward surged like an ocean wave. Apart from them and more than 20 nascent soul cultivators, all the other Iron Wolf sect cultivators, including the 5,000 wolf cavalry, had been wrapped in debris and crushed into pieces of flesh. That was an elite force that even the Iron Wolf sect could not easily train. Losing 1,000 was enough to make people feel the pinch. Now, 5,000 Iron Wolf cavalry and a large number of core formation cultivators had all died here. To the Iron Wolf sect, it would be uncomfortable for a long time to lack such a force. However, the 7 soul formation elders of the Iron Wolf sect did not have the mood to consider the future for the time being. They flew around the entire internal space and were finally forced back to their original location by the rolling trash. They placed their last hope on Old Ban. As fellow soul formation cultivators, they did not believe that there was someone who was willing to not leave a way out for themselves to cover for others. "Damn old man, tell me where it is, otherwise I'll kill you right now." Surrounded by 7 soul formation cultivators with killing intent, Old Ban was still smiling happily. "For this old man to die in 1000 Civ City and have the few of you accompany me, I'm really fortunate." As he spoke, he took out a key and stabbed it into his heart. The last hidden mechanism in his body circulated crazily, squeezing out his life and stimulating more spiritual chi. He brought the remaining puppets to continue fighting with them. Finally, under the continuous compression of space, their activity space completely disappeared. In the end, Old Ban laughed and swelled up with all the puppets, launching the final self-destruction. Without any buffer time, the damage caused by the self-destruction of a puppet of the same level or even a cultivator of the same level was completely fatal. On Jiang Li's side, the remaining cultivators of Ink Sect had already gathered in the core secret room under his guidance. Although they had mechanisms and traps to rely on, they had also suffered heavy losses. There were only slightly more than 100 people left. In terms of numbers, it was even more miserable than the village Jiang Li had seen in the illusion world. "Is everyone here? There's no time to lose. I used the Ink Child Decree to activate the 1000 Civ City's last resort. Now we can only leave through this secret room. If we delay, we won't be able to leave." Jiang Li sensed the situation in 1000 Civ City and urged them to count the number of people. "Granny Zai, Grandpa Ban has yet to come out." Zai Yao stood at the entrance of the core secret room, unwilling to leave no matter what. "Zai Yao, come back. Old Ban has already made up his mind. Let's go." The Ink Child Decree was actually a token of authority produced by the 1000 Mechanism Sphere. It could control the entire 1000 Civ City. However, after today, this token would probably only have a symbolic meaning. Jiang Li reached into the 1000 Mechanism Sphere and took out a token. However, the others could not see the spiritual ball. They only thought that Jiang Li waved his hand in the air and took out the token. He injected spiritual chi into it. The core chamber, which was made of thousands of rectangular blocks like a Rubik's Cube, was completely sealed. Then, it moved horizontally and directly collided with the surrounding wall. Wherever the secret room passed, all kinds of walls automatically unfolded, forming a passageway that could be passed through by the Rubik's Cube. After the secret room left, the walls quickly closed again, cutting off the possibility of others escaping. The Matrix room passed through layers of obstructions and finally rushed out of 1000 Civ City. Looking back, the entire 1000 Civ City had already turned into a huge mechanical ball that was still moving and shrinking inward. A small number of Iron Wolf sect cultivators outside were still attacking the large mechanical ball crazily. However, there were too few cultivators in the outside world, and the intensity of the attacks was far from enough. Even if dozens of flying ships continuously attacked, it was still useless against the 1000 Civ City's huge ball that had entered the 1000 Civ Earth Treasury state. When 1000 Civ City shrunk to its limit, the interior had already become solid, firmly suppressing the remaining soul formation cultivators on the spot. Swoosh! At this moment, the surface of the 1000 Civ Earth Treasury ball suddenly shook. A huge force erupted from within. When she saw this, Granny Zai could not help but lower her head in dejection. Zai Yao and the others also shed tears. In the mechanical ball, Elder Ban and all his puppets self-destructed at the same time, giving 7 soul formation cultivators a fatal blow in the sealed space. Under the circumstances of being sealed by the 1000 Civ Earth Treasury, and suffering such a blow, even the ability to wait for the sect's rescue was lost. The entire ball began to spin and finally sank into the ground. A bottomless hole was left behind. Then the array formation buried around the city was activated. The ground around the huge hole began to collapse continuously. A large amount of soil and rocks tilted down, completely burying the huge hole. Thousand Civ City brought a large number of people from the Iron Wolf sect and buried themselves underground. This city itself was the largest and most dangerous trap. Not only did the Iron Wolf sect fail to gain anything, they instead suffered heavy losses. This outcome made the cultivation world of the eastern region greatly surprised. Everyone felt that Ink sect was fish on the chopping board. They were completely defenseless against the invaders. No one expected them to play such a trick. They directly cut off one of the Iron Wolf sect's claws. As for the cultivators of Ink sect, who everyone thought had been completely killed, they silently squeezed into the Matrix room and flew west under the cover of the illusion. Granny Zai, I've obtained the Ink Child Decree. Previously, you said that the disciples of the Mo family should obey the Ink Child Decree in hand. Do these words still count? Jiang Li's words were a little inappropriate. The other party had just encountered such a calamity that was close to extermination. It was a little inappropriate to rush the other party to listen to his orders. However, Ink sect was in no position to be angry. If not for Jiang Li, they would have died in their own city. Even if they did not die, they would become prisoners. In the future, their life and death would be decided by the enemies. That kind of life was simply worse than death. Alliance leader Jiang, don't worry. You saved us and Ink sect owes you a huge favor. You even obtained the Ink Child Decree. Even if you want to become the Ink sect master, there's no problem. This is our merit token. It represents the merit of 630,000 from killing the armored trolls. Please keep it. Granny Zai knew very clearly what Jiang Li wanted. It was none other than those merit points. At this point, she might as well directly take out the merit token coveted by a large number of Eastern region sects. After all, for a long time to come, their Ink sect's fate would be tied to Jiang Li's words. They had to show a proper attitude now that they were submitting to him. Jiang Li took the token. It did not feel heavy in his hand, but it represented a considerable amount. On it was the hard work of an entire sect. Jiang Li put away the merit token. The first step of the Great Mountain Alliance stepping into the eastern region to join the Divine Judgment Hall was finally completed. It was not in vain that he had ventured into the tiger's den and worked hard for 7 to 8 days. Next, he gave the other party something. It was the Ink Child Decree he had taken out from the 1,000 mechanism sphere. 1,000 Civ City was already destroyed, and this token no longer had any value to Jiang Li. He was not interested in bringing these 100 people to rebuild Ink sect, so he returned this token to them as a favor. I said before that as long as you join the Great Mountain Alliance, I will not give you any restrictions and will protect your safety. This sentence is still effective. Previously, without the Ink Child Decree, you were unable to choose the sect master. Now, it's returned to its original owner. It's best to choose a leader as soon as possible and rebuild the sect. Granny Zai looked at the token in her hand, and then looked at the indifferent Jiang Li, and she sighed endlessly in her heart. In the eyes of others, the Ink Child Decree that they treated as a treasure was only a useless token. In the eyes of the other party, their own rules were probably not worth mentioning. Or perhaps to Jiang Li, the position of Ink Child was only a burden and had no value. After all, Jiang Li had the Scripture Storage Valley and the Great Mountain Alliance behind him, so how could he take a fancy to them? Of course, even if he returned the useless Ink Child Decree to them, the 1,000 mechanism sphere was out of the question. This thing was a good treasure. With it as the core, he might be able to build another mechanical city. The flying speed of the Matrix room was not slow. The invisibility effect under the illusion was quite good too. They headed west and quickly arrived at the location where they had arranged to meet the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance. The elders, protectors, and hidden cultivators were already waiting there. The sect's main force and 7 higher-ups were all buried underground. The Iron Wolf sect cultivators could not even save them in time. How could they have the mood to seal the endless mountain range? Even if they still had the intention, they no longer had the ability when all the soul formation cultivators who went out to battle had fallen. The reinforcements had yet to arrive. If they offended someone at this time, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, they did not encounter any obstructions along the way. Jiang Li, you're finally back. When the Scripture Storage Valley's martial ancestor saw Jiang Li return, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This alliance leader's action of putting himself in danger made him very dissatisfied. If anything happened to him, what would he do? However, when he saw the 100+ Ink sect cultivators following behind Jiang Li, he could not beat up this disobedient disciple on the spot. Of course, he could restrain himself, but someone could not. After becoming the alliance leader, you've grown capable. You even dare to go alone for such a dangerous thing. If this happens again, I'll let you lie in the rejuvenation hall for a month. A burly cultivator covered in beast tattoos walked angrily to Jiang Li. A hand pinched his shoulder with more than 10 times the force of an excavator, holding Jiang Li tightly. Clearly, the owner of this hand wanted to grab him and beat him up. However, Jiang Li's strength had improved too quickly, and it was already not easy to grasp the limits of his actions. If he used too little strength, he would not be able to break through the defense of the Overlord body art. If he used too much strength, he was afraid that breaking through Jiang Li's defense would cause injuries. This conflict made the burly cultivator even angrier. However, when he pressed down on Jiang Li's shoulder that was tougher than steel, he could not help but be surprised. This young disciple's strength had become much stronger again. His other senior brothers were no longer his match. If this continued, even as his master, he would probably not be his match. Fortunately, Jiang Li had obtained the fragment of the Scripture Imparting Hall's stone monument. From it, they had obtained a cultivation method that was greatly beneficial to the cultivators of the beast blood diagram. His cultivation had already stagnated for many years, so perhaps he could rely on this to advance further. The other reason he followed the group here this time was also for the sake of passing that cultivation method to Jiang Li. Cough, cough, master, calm down, calm down. This person was none other than Jiang Li's good master, Elder He of the Demon Vanquishing Hall. After he finished dealing with many matters in the Great Mountain region, Jiang Li suddenly entered the battlefield of the Iron Wolf sect and Ink sect. The situation was chaotic and could start a fight at any moment. The various large sects urgently mobilized a group of people to assist. Elder He followed the third wave of ships to this place. Forget it, forget it. Be careful in the future and know your limits. As he spoke, Elder He could not continue. After all, Jiang Li had indeed done too well. He could not say that his life was more important than the alliance, so he should not put himself at risk. Although he thought so, he could not say it out loud. Take this and board the ship first. The friends of Ink sect can come too. We've prepared medical cultivators and medicinal pills. Let's board the ship and rest. After both sides completed the negotiations, the higher-ups of the Mountain Alliance were all surprised. Although they had come for Ink sect's merit points, there were too many competitors. They were new here, and it was not easy to obtain this merit under the watch of many local factions. If it was them, without fighting the Iron Wolf sect, it would be impossible for them to reach a consensus with the Ink sect. Fighting a sect of this level head-on was really not a good choice for the heavily established sect that had just been established. To be honest, Jiang Li, the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, had always been quite controversial. However, this important matter concerned whether the Great Mountain Alliance could join the Divine Judgment Hall or not. It was very important. In the end, it was practically all done by Jiang Li alone. They did not attack or even show themselves. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be unable to do better than him. At that time, Shenshin Jiang, Taoist Wush, and Master Leku had taken a gamble when choosing the Great Mountain Alliance leader. However, they slowly discovered that they had really made the right choice. In this cultivation world, some people were really different. They could always create miracles. Fortunately, their Great Mountain region had such a young junior. Chapter 279, Blood Fiend Divine Art. The new warship of the Great Mountain Alliance had gathered the efforts of the various sex refinement masters. It had even borrowed the peach tree flying ship of the Mu family of the Peach Forest and combined the merits of many aspects. In terms of speed, defense, stability, and attack, all these aspects had a considerable increase compared to the warships of the Scripture Storage Valley. Currently, it was no longer inferior to the flying ships of most sects in the eastern region. Otherwise, if even a basic configuration like the flying ship looked pathetic, they would be too embarrassed. After carrying everyone, the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship headed out of the mountain range. On the way, they met some Iron Wolf sect cultivators. However, they, who had been rather domineering previously, no longer cared about whether there were suspicious people coming and going. When they saw some powerful groups passing by, they would specially take a detour. The flying ship steadily drove out of the chaotic endless mountain range. Jiang Li sat in his cabin while holding a booklet in his hand and reading. It was what his master, Elder He, had handed him earlier. Blood Fiend Divine Art. This was a top-notch ancient body cultivation method that used blood qi to refine the body to resist enemies. Ignoring everything else, he took a few glances and discovered that this cultivation method was simply a perfect match with the beast blood diagram. The beast blood diagram was an auxiliary body cultivation secret technique and not an orthodox cultivation method. It was powerful and could assist in cultivation, and it was even one of the 4 ultimate techniques of the Scripture Storage Valley. However, the conditions and danger level of this cultivation were the highest among the 4 ultimate techniques. Therefore, there were few disciples cultivating this. The root reason was that the fiendish energy in the beast blood was too dangerous, and it was very easy to cause one's mind to go berserk. It required cultivators to use their extraordinary courage and will to forcefully suppress the fiendish blood. Elder He had even developed an extremely harsh first lesson for this. That was to wear the dragon imprisoning lock and fight head-on with demon beasts of the same level without any way out. Even Jiang Li had suffered quite a bit from that ape demon when he entered the sect back then. However, it was only now that they realized that it was because they had always lacked the body cultivation method that matched the beast blood diagram. It was this blood fiend divine art. This was really fate. After more than 200 years, the stone monument fragment that recorded the blood fiend divine art was bought by Jiang Li in the auction. This luck was a little unusual. Jiang Li did not believe that the merit blessing was not involved in it. Luck was something that one could not sense usually, but it could affect all aspects of oneself. The good luck that could only last for 7 days had been maintained until now, and the benefits it brought him were not small. After he reached the foundation establishment realm, he did not lack qi refinement and spirit refinement cultivation methods. However, the mountain-crushing scripture that was used for body refinement was only at the incomplete first chapter. Therefore, with his current body cultivation speed, he was gradually falling behind. Now that he had the blood fiend divine art, he did not have to look for body cultivation methods anymore. Jiang Li quickly finished reading this cultivation method. With his current mental strength and comprehension, he easily memorized the entire text of the cultivation method and gained quite a bit of comprehension. This was the benefit of cultivating a spirit refinement cultivation method. After one's mind and enlightenment increased, the benefits to cultivation were not small. Just as Jiang Li flipped to the last page, a folded piece of paper floated down. He stretched out his hand and caught it in midair. With a touch, he knew that this piece of paper was not ordinary. This was because it was made of the skin of a giant rock fire bull. This thin layer looked fragile, but it was actually invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. Moreover, it could withstand quite a few high-level runes. This is the seal of the Valley Master. On the folded cowhide paper, Jiang Li saw a familiar mark. It was a seal that only the Valley Master of the Scripture Storage Valley, Taoist Wuxia, could use. It had quite a high defense. It seemed that this was the reward for finding the stone monument fragment. The Scripture Storage Valley's Scripture Imparting Hall was a treasure land that produced ancient inheritances. Any spell technique inside was above the standard. The Valley Master, Taoist Wuxia, personally signed it. It should not be simple. Jiang Li injected spiritual qi and opened the leather paper. What appeared inside was an extremely complicated and exquisite array pattern blueprint. Even with Jiang Li's current mind attribute and spirit cultivation, he felt dizzy for a few breaths when he saw this array pattern. It could be seen how profound this formation pattern was. After calming down, he focused his mind and looked again. The pattern seemed familiar. Wait, this array pattern seemed to be. In this blood fiend divine art, on the last page of the cultivation method, there was also a gift from the Valley Master, Taoist Wuxia. After Jiang Li took a closer look, he suddenly realized that what was drawn on this map was actually the main seal rune of the sect's ultimate technique, the square heaven seal. Jiang Li's eyes were about to light up. He had coveted this thing for a long time. He did not expect that the Valley Master would really impart it to him. Wasn't this a secret technique that only the next Valley Master could learn? Could it be that something had happened to Xianxia? Did he have to replace the Scripture Storage Valley's Crown Prince? After carefully reading the notes beside him, he realized that he had been thinking too much. Eldest senior brother Xianxia was living well, and had even broken through the Golden Core realm not long ago. What the Valley Master had given him was not the complete square heaven seal, but the main design of the rune. Other key methods such as qi circulation, refinement methods, seals, and so on were not included. However, to Jiang Li, having the blueprint was enough. The square heaven seal was a metal attribute technique. Even if he barely learned it, he could not unleash its full power. However, this main rune map was very promising in his hands. For example, if he engraved this formation pattern on the coffin and used it to smash people in the future, what would happen? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. The Valley Master's gift was not small. Apart from finding the stone monument fragment and some of the merits in the past, this should have some other meaning. Was he afraid that, after Jiang Li became the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, he would dissociate from the sect? Ever since he entered the sect and grew up, the Scripture Storage Valley had given him too many things. Up until now, the Scripture Storage Valley was still his greatest support. His friends and teachers were all there. He was not an ungrateful person. However, this rune and cultivation method were really awesome. He did not know when he would be so lucky next time. He was thinking about how to accumulate more merit. If he could raise the status of this merit blessing to a higher level, he did not know if he could reach the level where treasures came from the sky. At this moment, the flying ship in the sky crashed into a cloud in the sky. The porthole was covered in white clouds. Jiang Li looked out. Under the cover of the fog, a few fish living in the clouds flew past the porthole. This fish had a slender fish body and a long rainbow-colored tail behind it. It was beautiful under the refraction of the light. He was quite lucky to be able to see this scene. However, it was said that this kind of fish with more bones and less meat was not very delicious. He turned around and continued to read the book in his hand. One breath, two breaths. He felt that something was amiss and looked up in confusion. At some point, a white figure had appeared in his room. Jiang Li was surprised. One had to know that his cabin was in the safest place on the flying ship. Beside him were several soul formation cultivators. However, at this moment, someone passed through them and silently entered Jiang Li's room. If the other party had ill intentions, then Alliance leader Jiang of the Great Mountain Alliance would probably be in trouble. Sir, is there anything the Great Mountain Alliance can help you with? Those who come are guests. The Great Mountain Alliance will not ignore you. Jiang Li's mind was tense, but he smiled and silently touched the Alliance leader token on his waist. For the other party to be able to do this, it was clearly not something he could deal with. All he could do was try his best to stabilize the other party and inform the Soul Formation Dharma protectors to help. The white figure that had wrapped itself tightly glanced at Jiang Li's hand. Clearly, it had noticed his small action. However, he did not mind, nor did he have the slightest intention of attacking Jiang Li. The other party only raised his hand and threw out a cloud token that was received by Jiang Li. Sir, what's this? Jiang Li did not understand what the other party meant, but it seemed that the other party did not have any hostility, so he tried to ask. The Great Mountain Alliance resisted the invasion of evil creatures in the Great Mountain region. You deserve credit. As soon as the other party finished speaking, it transformed into a ball of clouds before Jiang Li's eyes, and then it vanished into thin air. The protective array formation on the flying ship seemed to not exist to this person. Moreover, up until now, the few soul formation cultivators who lived a wall away from him did not notice at all. If not for the additional cloud pattern token in his hand, he might have suspected that he was hallucinating. What powerful methods, but who exactly is this person? As soon as that person left, Jiang Li immediately used his authority to check the flying ship's array formation. Then, just as he thought, there was no sign of tampering or invasion. To have such an ability, he must not be a nobody. But why did the other party find him? Resisting the invasion of evil creatures, he should be talking about the monsters of the Asura world. However, other than the three great sects, no one else knows the exact details of the 100 Tempering Mountain battle. Who is it? After knowing about this, he even used this method to come and give us the reward. What faction would give them benefits for such a thing, or was it this way? Only then did Jiang Li have the time to carefully size up the cloud pattern token in his hand. There was no name, no signature, and no functional introduction. So what was this thing used for? Such a powerful cultivator had gone through so much trouble to come in front of him. It could not be to toy with him, right? Just as he was about to put this thing into the coffin, he thought for a moment and applied a large number of seals on it before placing it in another storage bag. In order to prevent any unexpected mishaps, and because Jiang Li and the others were in pretty good condition, after leaving the endless mountain range, they directly drove towards Phoenix Sun City. Before officially joining the Divine Judgment Hall, they were not qualified to move around the main hall. However, in the 8 main cities, there were direct branches of the Divine Judgment Hall used to handle affairs for ordinary sects that had yet to join. They could transfer their contributions or claim the defense area of the armored trolls. 5 days later, Phoenix Sun City, Medicine King Pavilion. Come, this is the black tea I specially got someone to bring from the Jade Wave Archipelago. The ancient teacup emitted hot air, and wisps of white mist spread out above the table, bringing with it a strange, dense tea fragrance. The Medicine King Pavilion's shopkeeper Jiang handed a cup of black tea to Jiang Li, his old face filled with a hospitable smile. After the Great Mountain Alliance and the Medicine King Pavilion reached an agreement, the relationship between the two sides became even friendlier. Before Jiang Li went to the Divine Judgment Hall branch, he came to the Medicine King Pavilion first. The Great Mountain Alliance itself was a new organization. They did not have any merit points at all. They directly obtained 630,000 merit points through absorbing insect. This was not impossible, but there was no precedent. It would probably take some time. Jiang Li did not know much about this, so he came to the Medicine King Pavilion to ask about the plan. If you like it, I can give you a jar. Shopkeeper Jiang was still fiddling with his tea leaves, but Jiang Li only took a sip before placing it on the table. I understand shopkeeper Jiang's good intentions. Regarding my purpose in coming, I've also mentioned it on the communication spirit stone previously. Do you think you can give me some guidance? After talking about serious matters, shopkeeper Jiang's expression gradually became serious. If you want to claim a war area, there naturally won't be a problem. The battlefront is tight now, so any additional manpower is useful. However, the Divine Judgment Hall has always been very strict when it comes to transferring merit points. Especially since you don't have any merit points yourself, it's very likely that the Divine Judgment Hall will suspect that you attacked and threatened the Ink sect for the sake of merit points. Alliance leader Jiang, you have to know that there are some things that the Iron Wolf sect can do, but you might not be able to. Shopkeeper Jiang had a serious expression as he explained to Jiang Li tactfully. Jiang Li also understood that if something like merit could be brazenly seized by conquest, the effects would be quite adverse. When sects were exterminated and massacred, the Divine Judgment Hall would instead transfer the merit points to the victorious sect. Wouldn't this encourage the Eastern region sects to kill each other? The Iron Wolf sect had the support of the other three sects after they formed the Beast Frenzy sect. It was easy for them to manipulate the situation, so they could turn a blind eye to it. That was why they dared to do this. On the other hand, if it was the Great Mountain Alliance, even if they found the exact location of Thousand Civ City, the best they could do was to seize some benefits and not do the same thing as the Iron Wolf sect. Unless Ink sect joined willingly, it would not be approved. Apart from that, just being suspected was already a better outcome. In the worst case, if the cultivators of the Beast Frenzy sect working in the Divine Judgment Hall discovered that the 630,000 merit points in the sect were abnormally transferred, and someone deliberately obstructed them, that would be very annoying. Looks like it's indeed a little troublesome. Jiang Li more or less knew about the situation here. Now that shopkeeper Jiang explained it in detail, he felt that it was quite difficult. Shopkeeper Jiang, do you know anyone who can help us? At this moment, they could only try to use connections to get in. The internal structure of the Divine Judgment Hall is very tight. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. Let me think. Shopkeeper Jiang fell into deep thought with a troubled expression. After a while, he spoke hesitantly. I can recommend someone to you, but he only does things if you give him enough benefits. If it's your situation, the cost might be very high. Jiang Li frowned. This was clearly a guy who took the money first before doing work. However, at this point, they did not have much choice. It would depend on how greedy that person was. Chapter 280, Cloud Manor. Divine Judgment Hall, Phoenix Sun City Branch. Jiang Li and a few higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance walked into a magnificent white building. It was located in the core area of the entire city. When they arrived, there were clearly many cultivators, but even the air began to calm down. Basically, no one dared to make a commotion here. Due to the difference in time perception between cultivators and mortals, and because those who came to the Divine Judgment Hall all had important matters, ordinary forces might not even come once in decades. Therefore, the hall was still quite empty. There was no need to line up. Jiang Li looked at the hall on the first level. Even the tiles were made of expensive spiritual jade materials. The other items had even reached the level of artifacts. It was at the level where one could knock away a flying sword with just a bench. This Divine Judgment Hall was simply much wealthier than the scene of spirit stones covering the ground in the Yin burial coffin. Gasp! If these pillars are refined into artifacts, it's not impossible for them to become earth rank. An elder could not help but cry out. Only then did Jiang Li discover that it was 3 jade pillars that were like white jade that supported the entire Divine Judgment Hall. Even he was surprised to see it. The material level of that pillar was extremely high. Any random piece from it could create an earth-rank coffin nail for the coffin. However, that was not what surprised him. Instead, the patterns on the 3 jade pillars were respectively the cloud pattern, flame pattern, and wave pattern. Jiang Li had seen that strange cloud pattern not long ago. Temporarily suppressing his thoughts, they came to an empty counter. "Hello." The female cultivator behind the counter also emitted the aura of a core formation cultivator. When she saw Jiang Li, she smiled professionally and greeted him. "On behalf of the Great Mountain Alliance, I want to join the Divine Judgment Hall and come here to claim a defensive area." Jiang Li directly stated his purpose for coming. "The Divine Judgment Hall welcomes you." After hearing Jiang Li's request, the smile on the female cultivator's face became even more obvious. The situation had been a little tense recently. Several sects had suddenly perished for unknown reasons, and now was the time to urgently recruit new blood. "Please show me the token of your Great Mountain Alliance." Jiang Li handed over his Great Mountain Alliance leader token. The female cultivator reached out to take it. She placed the Alliance leader token on a white stone slab and began to record the identification information of the Alliance leader token. "Please tell me what environment you're good at fighting in. We'll try our best to arrange suitable terrain. If your esteemed sect plans to claim an area above medium-sized, you can also prioritize selecting the defensive encampment left behind. This is the terrain map of several defensive encampments. You can take a look first." The female cultivator quickly worked behind the counter to verify the situation of the Great Mountain Alliance before handing a stack of cowhide blueprints to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took it and glanced at it before handing it to the higher-ups behind him. The encampment on the map was all along the coast of the eastern region. The armored trolls that needed the entire eastern region to resist should be from the sea. These empty bases were the sects that had participated in the war, but were ultimately destroyed. This kind of encampment was only born from war and did not have much production ability. However, as long as the overlapping array formation was repaired, the defense performance was indeed not bad. However, the size of the medium-sized area was 3 to 5 times that of the small areas. Although these areas could obtain a decent foothold from the beginning, the pressure they endured would greatly increase. Jiang Li and the others actually had a target long ago. He had the 1,000 mechanism sphere in his hand. The mechanical city left behind after Ink Sect was destroyed should be the most suitable choice for them in many areas. In addition, although guarding the medium-sized area was more pressure, it could also accumulate merit points faster. The current Great Mountain region could not wait long. "Everyone, this is your merit token. Please head to the designated area within 7 days. In the future, you only need to bring the armored troll's mask to the local Divine Judgment headquarters and exchange it for merit points." Jiang Li nodded. The Divine Judgment Hall was very efficient, or rather, that female cultivator seemed to be afraid that Jiang Li would go back on his words. She completed the procedures as quickly as possible. Jiang Li took the merit token. It was different from Ink Sect's token. The number on it was a bare 0. The awkward thing was this. If the Great Mountain Alliance already had around 500,000 merit points, it would not be a problem to transfer the merit points. However, if they obtained 630,000 merit points through annexation instantly from 0 points, it would undoubtedly be an abnormal situation that would attract quite a bit of attention. Even if they had Ink Sect disciples as witnesses, they would still need a long time to verify it. After putting away the merit token, Jiang Li suddenly asked the female cultivator behind the counter, "Miss, may I know what the cloud patterns, flame patterns, and wave patterns on the pillar mean?" The female cultivator behind the counter glanced at the pillar Jiang Li pointed at and immediately understood what he meant. "Ah, it's normal for you guys not to know. Those are the 3 divine pillars of our Divine Judgment Hall, the Cloud Manor, the Flame Dynasty, and the Sea Palace. They have not appeared for a long time, so very few young cultivators know about them now. However, they have been protecting the 3 pillars of our Eastern region's cultivation world for thousands of years." When the female cultivator spoke of these 3 organizations, her expression revealed worship. Only then did Jiang Li learn that there were 3 divine pillars above the top-rate forces of the divine judgment hall. In that case, didn't that mean that the token came from the Cloud Manor? However, it was unknown how the people of the Cloud Manor paid attention to him. He sat at the tea table in the hall for a while, and waited for the appointed time before walking into the hall that was specially used to deal with the merit points. It was time for the staff to change shifts. After the young cultivator left, a fat middle-aged cultivator appeared. After reaching the Foundation establishment realm, cultivators had a certain degree of ability to adjust their appearance. Therefore, unless one cultivated a special cultivation method, cultivators with such an image were rare. After the others left, Jiang Li stepped forward and said, "You must be Madame Yu. Shopkeeper Jiang introduced us." The cultivator's ears were sharp. The fat woman clearly heard it, but her eyes drooped as she flipped through the papers on the table, as if she did not have the time to look at Jiang Li and the others. Everyone from the Great Mountain Alliance exchanged glances. In the end, an elder stepped forward and placed 10 medium-grade spirit stones on the other party's counter. The fat cultivator called Madame Yu glanced at the spirit stones on the table from the corner of her eye. After she skillfully put them away, she reluctantly raised her head to look at everyone. "You're that small faction called the Great Mountain Alliance. Old Jiang told me about it. What do you want to do with me?" This person's attitude was quite vile, but they had a favor to ask and could not attack in the Divine Judgment Hall. They could only endure it for the time being. "Our Great Mountain Alliance has recently gained a new ally. We hope to merge our contributions and prioritize our Great Mountain Alliance. I heard from shopkeeper Jiang that Madame Yu is reliable in her work. Please help me out a little. I'll naturally give you a generous gift later." It was Jiang Li who stepped forward and placed the 2 merit tokens on the counter. Madame Yu glanced at it again. After discovering the number on the merit board, her small eyes suddenly narrowed. She placed the token on a special stone slab and quickly learned what sect the token belonged to. The matter of ink sect was not small. How could this fat woman not know? She tapped her fingers on the counter, thinking about something. A moment later, she looked up. This matter is not easy to deal with. She used the professional term for bribery, meaning that she wanted to raise the price. "Give us a number, and we'll try our best to make up for it." The Foreign Affairs elder went forward and handed over another bag of spirit stones. The inside was filled with powerful spiritual chi fluctuations. This time, it contained high-grade spirit stones. This small bag represented an entire 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Madame Yu tapped her fingers and continued to knock on the table. Clearly, this was not enough. Jiang Li's expression was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He stood at the back, and the Foreign Affairs elder with the best mental fortitude stepped forward to negotiate. One bag after another bag, a total of 150 high-grade spirit stones were placed on the table. This number was already enough to purchase several good items in the Myriad Sun Building's auction. However, this Madame Yu still did not have any intention of relenting. The Foreign Affairs elder was hesitating when Jiang Li stepped forward and pressed down on his hand. "Madame Yu, our Great Mountain Alliance is a small sect. There's no need to trouble you." As he spoke, a wisp of aura seeped out and was about to retrieve the 3 bags of spirit stones and 2 merit tokens. The fat middle-aged woman reached out and pressed down on the spirit stones and tokens. She glanced sideways at Jiang Li, and then she took everything back into her arms. "Leave it to me. Retrieve it in 7 days." After saying that, she waved her hand and chased them out. "Madame Yu, the process of this matter shouldn't be long. Ink Sect's token elders are all here. Why don't we do it today to avoid any unnecessary trouble?" Jiang Li frowned. After receiving such a huge sum of money, the other party still wanted to stall for another 7 days. "Don't you believe me? I'll do what I promised." Madame Yu's fat body began to release an aura, but to the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance, this aura was actually nothing. They still stood where they were. Although they did not say anything, the meaning was obvious. Are we very close with each other? Why should we believe you? After a moment of silence, she changed her gaze and restrained her aura. Give me the proof as well. Wait outside for 4 hours before looking for me. The Great Mountain Alliance and the others could barely accept this result of waiting 4 hours. Although he hoped that the other party could settle it on the spot, he still agreed. He walked out of the office and quietly waited. However, when Jiang Li left the merit office, he inadvertently touched his hair. A strand of tough hair fell down and was stuck in the gap. The door closed, completely isolating the voices inside and outside. Jiang Li sat on the chair at the tea table in the hall, still a little worried. That so-called Madame Yu's cultivation was actually very ordinary. She only had the strength of the void core stage. However, it was said that she had a good husband and a good son, which was why she got such a good job in the Divine Judgment Hall. Due to their status and strength, as long as she did not go overboard, no one would care about her. Therefore, over the years, she had been abusing her authority for personal gains, deliberately delaying the affairs of other sects and factions to obtain spirit stones and treasures. The continuous success made her braver and more unscrupulous. This was nothing. Even if they were cheated out of 1.5 million spirit stones, they had to endure this anger. At the very least, they had to join the Divine Judgment Hall. However, looking at the fat woman's expression, Jiang Li felt a little worried. He sat on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra had already begun circulating silently. The sound world gradually covered all his senses. When he reached a certain limit, it was as if his soul had left his body. In the Divine Judgment Hall, if one used active probing methods like divine sense probing, they would be discovered immediately. However, Jiang Li only strengthened his hearing and received sounds passively. This was not easy to discover. His voice and perspective quickly moved, and he quickly arrived at the entrance of the merit office. However, he was blocked by the soundproof door. Fortunately, Jiang Li was prepared. The hair stuck in the middle was not broken, and it could still transmit a faint tremor. The voice went out of the office along with the hair. Everything inside was very blurry because there was too little sound to hear. I have a huge deal come here at those fools are still here. Wait, 3 million, hurry up. The intermittent voice sounded, causing Jiang Li's anger to involuntarily rise. Human greed would never disappoint. That fat middle-aged cultivator was planning to take benefits from both sides. After receiving the spirit stones from the Great Mountain Alliance, she did not do anything and wanted to use her position to sell these 630,000 merit points to others. She felt that with her status, what was done was done. As long as she did not admit it, a small faction that was lucky could not do anything to her. As long as this deal went through, 1.5 million would become 4.5 million. Why not? HMPH, the one from the Great Alliance kid, is so disrespectful. This is also a small punishment for them. After putting down the communication spirit stone, this fat Madame Yu actually found a reason for herself. However, if Jiang Li had not stopped her at that time, the outcome now would probably be her taking away 3 million spirit stones and being sent away for 7 days. If they came to find her after 7 days, she might not even meet them. Shopkeeper Jiang was right. This person was too greedy. Jiang Li undid the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and regained his senses. After that, he walked over to the female cultivator who had helped them register for the defensive encampment. Then he took out the cloud pattern token from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, he undid all the seals and placed it on the counter. Hello, I want to see the person in charge. Chapter 281, Live Sacrifice. This is the cloud pattern token. Please wait a moment, manager. When the female cultivator behind the counter saw the token, her eyes widened. Her gaze constantly flickered between the patterns on the token and the cloud patterns on the jade pillar. Her expression became more nervous and serious. She knew that this matter was not something she could handle and immediately reported the situation. A few breaths later, a cultivator in a golden robe walked over quickly. The cloud manor has been secluded for a long time. I didn't expect to see the cloud pattern token today. Who brought the cloud pattern token? In Jiang Li's eyes, the figure of this golden-robed cultivator was intermittent. In a few flashes, he appeared before the female cultivator. He grabbed the cloud pattern token and held it in his hand in an extremely serious manner. His teleportation technique would only be usable by cultivators at the soul formation realm and above, meaning that they could already escape the restrictions of space to a certain extent. This was something that the elders of the Great Mountain Alliance could do, but when they broke through the restrictions like this, they would definitely bring about a huge energy reaction. It would only be used frequently in the open space or when they were fighting people. As for the golden-robed cultivator, his movements were even more relaxed. He moved indoors without stirring up any trouble. The difference in this might represent a huge difference in strength and cultivation realm. He grabbed the cloud pattern token on the table and inspected it for a moment before his surprise grew. He had seen this token before. The Divine Judgment Hall also had specialized monitoring methods. It was undoubtedly the real thing. Then, these cultivators who held the cloud pattern token must receive the highest treatment. Manager Leng, these cultivators from the Great Mountain Alliance brought the token. Manager Leng immediately turned around and cupped his hands in greeting to Jiang Li and the others. I am the branch manager of the Phoenix Sun City, Leng Tu. If you need anything, the Phoenix Sun City branch will naturally do its best. The appearance of manager Leng attracted the attention of many cultivators in the hall. After all, he was a great figure of the Divine Judgment Hall. His joy and anger might affect the rise and fall of their sect. It was too late to curry favor usually. When they saw him come out, many cultivators wanted to go up and speak a few words, but the respectful attitude of manager Leng made them feel shocked again, looking at Jiang Li and the others in surprise. Who were these people? Not only was manager Leng personally receiving them, but he was actually so enthusiastic. Manager Leng, hello. I'm the Alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Jiang Li. This is the Grand Elder of the Ink Sect, Granny Zai. A few days ago, the Ink Sect had already chosen to form an alliance and join our Great Mountain Alliance. I came here this time to combine the contributions of both sides and make the Great Mountain Alliance the main force. Jiang Li repeated his purpose for coming. I see this is simple. Everyone please follow me. It'll be done in a moment. Manager Leng heaved a sigh of relief. So it was such a small matter and he felt at ease. After that, he led Jiang Li and the others towards the merit office. And why is the door locked? Manager Leng did not doubt him. He took out his authority token and directly opened the door of the room. Then he pushed open the door of the hall and politely let Jiang Li and the others enter. However, Jiang Li had just taken a step forward when an unpleasant roar sounded. Bastard, didn't I tell you to wait outside? How dare you force your way in? Acting atrociously in the Divine Judgment Hall, do you want to die? Men, throw him out. The moment the door opened, Madame Yu saw Jiang Li and the others enter. Without even thinking, she spat out. The fat on her body shook, and the scene made people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Li noticed that there were 300 high-grade spirit stones placed in front of the fat woman. Beside her were a few unfamiliar cultivators who were holding Ink Sect's merit token. There was no need to speculate or guess at this scene. This damned fellow was indeed using the Ink Sect's merit points to make a deal with the other sects. Even if she was exposed by Jiang Li on the spot, she did not feel nervous or ashamed at all. In the eyes of such people, this token was already hers when it landed in her hands. There was no morals to speak of at all. In any case, everything was in her control. What could a small sect do? Jiang Li was not angry or questioned. He only moved aside and let Leng Tu in. The fat woman was also stunned when she saw Manager Leng enter. Manager Leng, why are you here? However, Jiang Li and Leng Tu ignored her. He continued to calmly consult Manager Leng. Manager Leng, how many spirit stones do you need to transfer the merit points? How long will it take if both sides are present? When Leng Tu saw this scene, how could he not understand Jiang Li's words? Those who kill the armored trolls to accumulate merit are all contributors to our eastern region's peace. The higher the merit, the better the treatment in the 8 main cities of the eastern region. Therefore, we will not charge any fees for such matters. In addition, if both sides are present and one side has more than 500,000 merit points, we can also do it on the spot. There's no need to wait. After Manager Leng Tu finished speaking calmly, he turned his head and stared at Madame Yu not far away. Thank you for answering my questions, Manager Leng. We're new here and don't know too many rules. However, I still have something that I don't understand. Why did that woman collect 150 high-grade spirit stones from us when we were dealing with the merit transfer matter earlier, and even made us wait outside for 4 hours? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know who I am? Manager Leng, he's slandering me. You can't believe him. Even when she saw that it was Manager Leng, this Madame Yu did not feel afraid. It was a mere sect that she had never even heard of. So what if she cheated them? Who would find trouble for her because of them? She tried to use her identity to distort the truth. However, Jiang Li still did not have the intention to argue. After saying that, he walked out of the merit office. After hearing this, Manager Leng's expression became much uglier. Clearly, he knew a little about what Madame Yu was like. It was fine on ordinary days, but now, she even dared to ask for bribes from such esteemed guests who came with the cloud pattern token. She even asked for 1.5 million spirit stones. She was simply asking for trouble. If this matter was discovered by Cloud Manor, his life as the manager would be over. Please head to the guest room and wait a moment. Leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I'll definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. He led Jiang Li and the others into a VIP room and asked someone to receive them. Then he turned around and walked into the hall. Bang! The heavy hall door was suddenly closed, and the huge force caused the defensive runes to automatically appear. It could be seen how angry Manager Leng was. However, internal affairs had to be handled in private. Otherwise, it would severely affect the prestige of the Divine Judgment Hall. Therefore, Jiang Li did not get to see this show. Everything was blocked by the door. Jiang Li, what's with that token? The higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance did not understand the situation at first and did not speak. Only now did they ask Jiang Li. How did such a token invite the Divine Judgment Hall branch manager to receive them with such treatment? I actually don't know much about this token. However, it seems to be related to our battle against the demonic invasion in the 100 Tempering Mountain. In the beginning, I did not know its use. Only when I saw the cloud patterns on the 3 divine columns of the Divine Judgment Hall did I take it out to give it a try. Now, looking at it, the effect is indeed not bad. The 3 divine pillars were the forces that stood at the peak of the eastern region. Jiang Li could not imagine how powerful they were with his current knowledge. However, not many people in the Great Mountain Alliance could match the person who had given him the token last time. If a messenger was so powerful, what was the entire Cloud Manor like? After waiting for 15 minutes in the VIP room, Manager Leng walked in with a smile. When he arrived before Jiang Li and the others, he placed a token and a few bags of spirit stones on the table. This matter is a huge mistake of our Phoenix Sun City branch. Please forgive us. We've already dealt with that female cultivator seriously. She'll never appear in the Phoenix Sun City branch again. The merit points transfer has been completed. This is the merit token. There are also 100,000 merit points in the cloud pattern token. I've added them all together. In addition, these are your spirit stones. We'll return them now to their rightful owner. Manager Leng's words were very satisfying. This was because the high-grade spirit stones on the table were not 150, but 450. This was clearly the compensation to them. Jiang Li put away the huge amount of wealth in front of him, and then he took out his Great Mountain Alliance's merit token. As expected, the number on it had gone from 0 to 73. Cloud Manor did not act as their guarantor, and this caused Jiang Li to be slightly disappointed. However, being able to obtain another 100,000 merit points was a pleasant surprise. After killing 270,000 armored trolls, they could satisfy the most important condition of joining the Divine Judgment Hall. Furthermore, this token had helped them greatly. If not for this cloud pattern token, their Great Mountain Alliance would probably have suffered a huge loss this time. After leaving the Divine Judgment Hall's Phoenix Sun City branch, the Great Mountain Alliance could be considered to have obtained the official approval. It went from a rural faction to a recognized official faction. Apart from that, they also took an accessory resembling a chain of 7 bone plates from the Divine Judgment Hall. These plates had been refined to prevent counterfeits. Speaking of which, the Great Mountain Alliance had a fixed store in Phoenix Sun City. However, because they were not famous, the business had always been average. Now, their merit points had already reached 730,000, already surpassing more than 70% of the ordinary sects in the eastern region. After hanging these 7 bone plates at the entrance of the store, with the quality of their spiritual materials, they could quickly open their own market. Alliance leader Jiang, manager Leng have given us a lot of convenience. The Divine Judgment Hall will send people to help us repair the encampment. We have to arrange for people to stay as soon as possible. Jiang Li nodded. Although he had never seen the armored troll that he had always heard of, the monsters that the entire eastern region had to deal with were definitely not ordinary. Their current manpower was insufficient no matter what. They had to continue mobilizing cultivators from the Great Mountain region. There were too many things to do here. Jiang Li should have contacted them personally to deal with some key issues. However, at this moment, his expression froze as if he had suddenly received some information. He immediately lost interest in the encampment. I'm not familiar with these matters. I'm not as experienced as the elders. The repair of the encampment and the mobilization of people will be handled by you guys. After handing all the trivial matters to the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance to deal with, Jiang Li returned to the base of the Great Mountain Alliance and plunged into the coffin. In the coffin, the statue clone that connected to the Usura world suddenly changed. Usura world, the Vemicitrin blood fighting arena. Not bad. I didn't expect to reach the first stage so quickly. In the underground blood pool in the blood fighting arena, the evil eye high priest looked at the altar in front of him in satisfaction. During this period of time, in order to quickly open the passageway between the two worlds, the blood fighting arena spared no effort in carrying out blood sacrifices. According to his past experience, if he used a unilateral blood sacrifice, the time needed to open the passage should be delayed. However, perhaps because of the faith of the people opposite, the time spent was much shorter than expected. Now, we only need one live sacrifice to widen the passage between the two sides again. In the future, we can transmit physical objects. Which of you is willing to carry out this glorious mission? Eyes larger than houses swept across the many monsters in front of them. The originally bloodthirsty and terrifying monsters curled up under the gaze of that gaze, not daring to move. Under normal circumstances, death was not true death for creatures of the Usura world. After death, they would turn into tainted blood. After waiting for a period of time, they would condense a new blood egg and be reborn. This was also an important reason why they generally fought to kill when there was a disagreement. However, a live sacrifice meant sacrificing their life and soul together. It was the most thorough way to die in the Usura world. Without a soul, even an immortal could not save them. They would naturally be extremely fearful. In Jiang Li's coffin, there was still the corpse of a 6-armed Usura demon general. If nothing unexpected happened, that fellow should be the one who had been sacrificed alive back then. The high priest narrowed his eyes and scanned them one by one. In front of him were all-powerful races of the Asura world. Little Xianxia, come and choose. After Jiang Li used his clone to connect to his statue, the Xianxia clone's status in the blood-fighting arena rose greatly. He had a certain amount of authority in many things. Now, the evil eye who was choosing a live sacrifice began to ask for his opinion. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Since there was such a good thing, he naturally could not let it go. He stabbed the steel trident in his hand to the side and walked to the row of powerful races that were lying down and not daring to move. Armored beast, three-fingered spiritual suction demon, two-headed tiger leopard. It was not until he walked in front of a black dragon-looking creature that he could not look away. He had long heard that there was a race called the Raksha black worm in the Asura world that was very powerful and had the bloodline of an ancient dragon. If he could sacrifice this Raksha black worm, he might be able to obtain some worm blood or pearls on the other side. Chapter 282, Pill Refinement Reform. Honorable High Priest, I learned from my communication with the land of sheep that the humans there are very superstitious about an ancient creature called dragon. Lord Raksha black worm's image is very similar to that of a dragon. I think that if we use him as a live sacrifice, we can definitely obtain the fanatical faith of those stupid humans. It will be very helpful to Lord Vemicitran's plan to rule the land of sheep. The land of sheep was the insulting title of the Asura to the human world, indicating that humans would only be at their mercy like reared sheep. Jiang Li controlled the Xianxia clone to give such an explanation. It was reasonable and convincing. It was as if he was wholeheartedly serving Lord Vemicitran. The evil eye high priest thought that it made sense. When its huge eyes looked at the black worm again, it was as if it was looking at a corpse. Lord High Priest, Lord, that Xianxia is talking nonsense. He's taking revenge on me. Yes, he must be taking revenge. A few days ago, that Xianxia secretly wanted to ask me for a dragon blood egg. After I rejected him, he bore a grudge. It must be because of this. The huge black worm spoke in human language. In the Asura world, high-level races and powerful individuals all had intelligence that was not inferior to or even surpassed that of humans. It was not difficult for them to master different languages. The Raksha black worm put on a terrified expression as he tried his best to survive. Unfortunately, no one cared about what he said. I've said it before, if he wants something, cooperate with him. Why did you reject him? The evil eye high priest was unmoved. Humans were reasonable, while Asura only cared about benefits. If the fallen blood Xianxia could bring him benefits, no one could shake his status. But that's my dragon blood egg. Damn it, it's all your fault, Xianxia. I'm going to eat you. Die with me. The huge beast that was curled up on the ground for more than 100 meters suddenly bounced up and stretched. With a speed that could be seen but the body could not react, it opened its mouth and pounced. If he was bitten by this bite, not to mention the Xianxia clone, even if Jiang Li's main body was here, it would be impossible for him to escape. However, Jiang Li was not worried. There were people who could not bear to see him die. Swoosh! In that short instant, the huge worm beast that pounced over with shocking might suddenly stopped in front of the Xianxia clone. The air in front of him seemed to have suddenly turned into a solid amber, imprisoning every inch of the Raksha black worm. Only two blood-red eyes were left, revealing an extremely terrified expression. Jiang Li controlled his clone and turned to look at the evil eye high priest. In the eyeball that was larger than a house, it was emitting a dazzling purple light. With a single glance, it froze the worm beast whose strength was at least at the soul formation realm. It seemed that the strength of this large eye was much more formidable than Jiang Li had imagined. What, don't you want to sacrifice your life for Lord Vemicitran? With a purple gaze, he stared at the worm beast and easily subdued it. He even used his mental strength to forcefully control the other party. After tying a few knots in the air, he threw it in front of the altar. The dignified Raksha black worm was even more powerless than a loach in a pond. Remember, your lives, your wealth, and everything you own belong to Lord Vemisitrin. When he needs it, offering everything is your highest honor. Spiritual flames ignited and landed on the Raksha black worm, causing it to let out an extremely miserable scream. This was a typical example of killing one to intimidate the rest. Although it was old-fashioned, it was useful. The group of powerful monsters who were still kneeling in front lowered their originally noble heads. They could only tremble and pray that it would not be their turn next. Yaksha, go and take charge of the live sacrifice. As my assistant, you can't have such limited strength. The evil eye high priest handed the important mission to Jiang Li's Yaksha clone again. This was another huge benefit. Jiang Li had no reason to be polite. Under the envious gazes of the other monsters, the Yaksha clone only stood on the altar. In the name of Lord Vemisitrin, let the live sacrifice begin. The blood of madness in the blood pool surged along the ravine. Under the power of the pure blood energy, a dazzling red light shot out from the altar and landed on the unlucky worm beast at the side. The worm beast that was frozen by his mental power and could not move was lifted into the air by the red light of the altar. Then he let out mournful dragon roars. The flesh, blood, and life essence were continuously extracted by the red light. The flesh and blood of the huge, tough, and resistant worm beast disappeared piece by piece. Then, because of the exaggerated vitality of the worm beast, it grew and healed in just a few breaths. This repeated over and over again, continuously stripping and growing and stripping, looking strange and cruel. This situation continued for a period of time, but the Raksha black worm was not a perpetual motion machine and did not have infinite energy to consume like Jiang Li. When the losses reached a certain extent, the entire dragon body gradually shriveled and lost its luster. The Raksha black worm, equivalent to a human soul formation, cultivator, sacrificing the essence it could produce, was a huge amount of energy. A substance-like energy poured down like a waterfall and surged into the altar under the guidance of the red light. Following the connection, it spread to a distant world. The power was so strong that it widened the original blood sacrifice passageway. From the level that could only transmit energy, it turned into a small passageway that could pass through physical objects. The most obvious manifestation of this was in the Great Mountain Alliance's encampment in the Yin burial coffin in the continent of the 9 provinces. A red light shot out from the mouth of the statue, with 1,000 hands on its back. At first, the blood energy and chaotic power surged out, but later on, things like blood, flesh, and mud began to be squeezed out. At this moment, the transmission channel was still too small. There was not even a decent piece of flesh and blood. It was all blurry flesh and mud. However, even so, it had already made a breakthrough. Jiang Li summoned the sword cultivator clone, Tang Yan, and the wood dragon Rayquaza, asking them to stay under the red light and undergo the baptism of the flesh and blood essence of the Raksha black worm to receive and transform it into their own. He did not want to directly come into contact with this extremely polluted energy, but he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. He controlled the 9 nether clone to extend its roots and plunge them into the bodies of the sword cultivator clone and Rayquaza, absorbing the essence energy that had been refined by their bodies. Then on the inverted divine tree, a special blood-colored earth fruit slowly condensed. Jiang Li plucked the fruit, and a slightly spicy smell immediately entered his nose. This 9 nether wood was indeed a spiritual root of heaven and earth. It could even turn the power of the Asura world into its own. Jiang Li swallowed the fruit into his stomach. A warm current immediately spread throughout his entire body, causing his body to feel comfortable and extremely comfortable. The 9 nether earth fruit directly increased one's cultivation level, similar to the EXP fruit in the game. It was unable to form a buff, which made Jiang Li rather dissatisfied. However, there was also something that the 9 nether earth fruit could not replace, and that was that its effect was to directly strengthen Jiang Li's main body, not an amplification effect. At this moment, This blood-colored nether earth fruit had the same nature, but its function was to strengthen the body and vitality. After eating a blood-colored earth fruit, Jiang Li clearly felt that his basic strength had increased greatly, and his cell vitality had increased greatly. He opened the interface and saw that there was indeed a considerable increase in both strength and constitution. It was not the percentage increase, but the most basic number in the attribute interface. These numbers represented Jiang Li's main body's foundation, and was not considered a buff. This undoubtedly meant a lot to Jiang Li. This was because the basic strength and toughness of his body represented the upper limit of the buffs that he could withstand. Right now, it was precisely because his body's foundation was insufficient that he was unable to continue consuming medicinal pills. His growth had fallen into a bottleneck, and the appearance of this blood-colored earth fruit could be said to be the right solution. Apart from that, he also discovered that the 16 drops of dragon blood had turned into 19. Every time he ate a blood-colored earth fruit, it could give him 3 drops of dragon blood. Jiang Li had experienced the benefits of dragon blood deeply, the more the better. In the Asura world, the fallen blood Xianxia, who was controlling the altar, had also obtained a small amount of energy. Although it was only a small amount, it was enough to make his strength rise rapidly, as if he was riding a rocket. His muscles swelled and his blood boiled. It did not take long for him to grow from a young Xianxia that had just been born to an adult equivalent to a human golden core cultivator. A worm beast equivalent to the soul formation realm had practically fattened up all of Jiang Li's clones. The one who benefited the most was the statue clone. The Thousand Hands divine statue was originally the main target for live sacrifices. After obtaining most of the benefits, the energy inside rose along the way and quickly surpassed the nether clone. A large number of scale-shaped patterns grew on its surface. This greatly increased the hardness of his statue and increased its vital signs. Under the blood sacrifice, this statue became more and more like a living creature. Just as Jiang Li had thought earlier, this statue clone might soon become his strongest clone. A few minutes later, the red light on both sides dissipated bit by bit. Apart from the bloody mush, something else appeared in front of the statue clone. There was an incomplete dragon pearl and 2 bones of unknown origins on the black worm. After all, this was only the first time he had undergone a live sacrifice. It was already quite good to be able to pass over such scattered things. Being able to obtain the dragon pearl was an even greater surprise. Most of the things in the Asura world carried the power of chaos, so they naturally could not be used recklessly. However, such things were still good to obtain, and they would definitely be of great use after a little processing. Jiang Li left the coffin and arrived at the alchemy department where the Great Mountain Alliance was stationed. He found senior sister Little Four, who he had already promoted to be the little supervisor. Senior sister Little Four's alchemy talent was indeed very outstanding. All kinds of strange ideas emerged endlessly. In the beginning, she was still restricted by her strength when refining pills. Some of her ideas could only exist in theory and could not be fulfilled for a long time. However, after Jiang Li took over, all of this naturally changed. He directly arranged for several golden core fire attribute cultivators and alchemists to help her. Using their core fire to help her refine pills, this greatly allowed her to refine pills above her cultivation level. Senior sister Little Four did not disappoint. In a short period of time, she had proven several guesses and deduced several practical and effective pill formulas. This made her famous in the alchemist circle. She had already far surpassed her master, Elder Red Hair. Apart from that, with Jiang Li's support, there was also a huge innovation in the alchemy department in the Great Mountain Alliance. The main goal was to divide the work and formulate a uniform supply chain that had a strict standard system and an assembly line to expand the scale of production. In the previous cultivation world, the requirements for medicinal pills were generally always striving for perfection. It was even to the extent that medicinal pills of the same level and type were divided into 9 levels in detail and labeled at different prices. The highest-grade medicinal pills were sought after by people, while the lower-grade medicinal pills were ignored. This was actually not a problem. Even Jiang Li felt that it was normal. However, that was because Jiang Li was still alone at that time and only needed to consider himself. Moreover, because of a certain cheat, every time he consumed a medicinal pill, he would be able to enjoy it for life. Therefore, he only paid attention to the highest-grade medicinal pills every time. He did not even take a look at the other low-grade medicinal pills. However, after becoming the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, his viewpoint gradually changed. Most alchemists were pursuing high-quality medicinal pills. It was right to strive for perfection, but that would severely slow down their progress. In fact, as long as it was a medicinal pill above the passable level, the effect when compared to the best medicinal pills was actually not that much poorer. Therefore, Jiang Li made some rules, separating alchemists above a certain level from those below. The small number of top alchemists specialized in making the highest quality medicinal pills. However, most alchemists did not need to do this. They wanted to win by quantity. Jiang Li set a rule for them. As long as the medicinal pills performed reached the 6th grade and above, they would be considered qualified. The more pills they refined every day, the higher the reward. However, the price of a 6th grade pill and the highest 9th grade pill was completely the same. No matter how high it was, there was no reward. In this way, they would naturally pursue quantity and not demand quality. Jiang Li also placed a batch of alchemists with the lowest success rate and a group of spiritual plant masters with a certain foundation together, and let them divide their work to deal with specific spiritual materials in advance. After processing the spiritual materials produced by the spiritual medicine garden and making them into the same level of medicinal powder, the alchemist would only need to use the corresponding medicinal powder to skip the troublesome step of processing and quickly refine medicinal pills. This method would definitely affect the grade of the medicinal pill to a certain extent, but it could allow the efficiency of refining pills to rise to 3 to 5 times the original. If these pills were meant for the ordinary cultivators of the Great Mountain region, as long as the effects were passable, quantity was far more important than quality. One had to know that most ordinary cultivators had very limited funds. Recalling Jiang Li's days as an outer sect disciple, the medicinal pills distributed by the sect every month were not even enough for 2 days of use. How difficult was cultivation without the help of medicinal pills? Jiang Li compared himself to people of his batch. They had all cultivated for a year, but Jiang Li was basically ingesting pills all the time. Now, he had already grown to become a cornerstone of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. As for those without the aid of medicinal pills, most of them were still struggling at the 1st or 2nd level of qi refinement. As for those cultivators who had not joined sects or small family clans, most of them were living worse than one could imagine. Therefore, mass production was the true solution. In the beginning, he dismantled the relatively sacred task of refining pills into an assembly line style that anyone could participate in. This caused many alchemy masters to be displeased, and they felt that Jiang Li, the alliance leader, did not understand alchemy and did not respect alchemists like them. However, after the results came out, they could no longer refute Jiang Li's decision. When Jiang Li found senior sister Little Four, she was busy directing the refinement of the 7 large pill furnaces. Little Four, who was already in the management level, most of the time, only needed to be responsible for verbal guidance and providing ideas. The rest could be handed over to the people below to complete. Senior brother Jiang Li, why do you have the time to come here? Little Four's reputation as an alchemy genius flourished under Jiang Li's support, so she also held a certain amount of authority. However, she was still wearing the same clothes as before. From time to time, 2 drops of sweat would roll down her face. The simple female alchemy uniform was tainted with some gray residue. The sleeves on both sides rolled up to her elbows. With her ponytail, she looked capable and simple. Little Four was not a typical fairy-like beauty, but in her youthful sweat, she had a different kind of charm. When Little Four saw Jiang Li, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised. She threw down the pill furnace and ran to his side. Jiang Li was just about to reach out and pat the other party's head, but his peripheral vision saw another person, and he stopped a little awkwardly. For some reason, the little princess of Shu Mountain, Xianxia, was also here. Senior brother Jiang Li. Xianxia stepped forward and greeted him timidly. Cough cough, junior sister Qiuhua, why are you here? Chapter 283, False Death to Cross the Netherworld. Jiang Li was a little embarrassed, but he quickly recovered from his shock. He had not done anything wrong, so what was there to be embarrassed about? Junior sister Qiuhua has been feeling a little unwell recently. Come and take some medicinal pills from me. However, I'm not a professional medical cultivator. If the situation doesn't improve, you still have to find a real doctor. Only then did Jiang Li discover that Qiuhua's face was indeed a little flushed. Her aura did not seem very stable either. It seemed that there was indeed a problem. Most of the cultivators who came from the Great Mountain region were old foxes above the core formation realm. The two of them were similar in age and their cultivation level was similar. They were both female cultivators, and because of Jiang Li, they usually had a certain amount of interaction. During this period of time, their relationship had suddenly improved. These few days, Qiuhua suddenly felt uncomfortable, so she came to look for Little Four to ask for some medicinal pills to aid in regulating her breathing. I'm fine. Perhaps I'm a little anxious from cultivating. This has happened before. I'll be fine after eating some medicinal pills and resting for a few days. Don't worry about me. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Take a break for a while. Junior sister Qiuhua, you cultivate both fire and water. You have to be more careful when cultivating. Qiuhua did not cultivate a dual-attribute cultivation method like Jiang Li. Instead, she cultivated the two-sword techniques of Shu Mountain. She dual-cultivated water and fire at the same time. It was not an exaggeration to say that her usual cultivation was like walking on thin ice. However, since she had already established her Tao foundation, she should be much safer than before. When he heard her say this, Jiang Li felt slightly relieved. Right, senior brother Jiang Li, why have you come here? After speaking about Qiuhua, Little Four looked at Jiang Li again. Although they were on good terms, this senior brother, who was once junior brother Jiang Li's current alliance leader, had always had the personality of not visiting unless he needed something. Since he was here, he most likely had something to ask her. The most important goal is to visit senior sister Little Four and junior sister Qiuhua. Of course, I have something else that I need your help with. I heard that you guys repaired an ancient pill formula for broken limb regeneration last time and need the flesh of a dragon as the main material. Perhaps you can use this to try. Jiang Li comforted Qiuhua for a while, and then he took out some of the worm flesh and a piece of worm bone that was left behind. As soon as the worm bone was exposed to the air, a ferocious aura spread out. Senior sister Little Four and Qiuhua's cultivation levels were still relatively shallow. When they were attacked by the baneful aura, they took more than 10 steps back. Good, what a fierce baneful aura. Senior brother Jiang, where did you get the worm meat paste? This grade is really unbelievable. To cultivators, ordinary limb injuries, such as the missing limbs caused by slashing and chopping, might be troublesome to recover. But as long as a reliable medical cultivator spent some spirit stones, it was not difficult to grow or replace a new limb. There were even many rogue cultivators who would specially exchange their body parts for the organs of demon beasts to increase their combat strength. Jiang Li had once encountered such rogue cultivators. However, the problem was that the cultivation world was not only fighting with kitchen knives. There were all kinds of endless methods and extremely stubborn injuries. Due to some special methods, the injuries created were not so easy to recover from. For example, the eye and arm of that benevolent travel temple's abbot Leku had yet to grow back. The sacrificial meditation technique could forcefully transfer one's injuries to a portion of the limbs. Then, by abandoning a portion of the limbs, it could achieve the effect of removing fatal injuries. This was a powerful meditation technique that could turn the tables in an emergency. However, even if he really abandoned this portion of the cultivation method, he would not be able to heal himself with ordinary methods. Abbot Leku was an important figure and combat strength of the Great Mountain region. It was a pity to lose an eye and an arm. It was not until the ancient pill formula that Little Four, the alchemy elder of the 100 Tempering Mountain, Ma Minglu, and the others repaired that Abbot Leku saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Li had seen the vitality of the worm beast before. To be able to withstand the effects of the altar's live sacrifice for so long, using its essence, flesh, and blood to refine medicine should not be a problem to repair the limbs. However, now that he had the pill formula, the materials became a problem. If he wanted to refine a body-repairing golden worm pill that could be effective on soul formation cultivators, he needed the flesh and blood of soul formation realm worm beasts as the material. In this era, powerful beasts like worms with ancient dragon blood were extremely rare, let alone soul formation realm worms. At the very least, they had never seen such an existence in the Great Mountain region. Even in the history of the auction houses in Phoenix Sun City, there had only been 2 records, and each time they were sold for a sky-high price. If he captured it himself, a famous beast like the worm beast would have extraordinary strength and could overturn rivers and water. Its combat strength would surpass human cultivators of the same level. Even if they really discovered such an existence, with benevolent travel temple's strength, they might not be able to defeat it even if they mobilized all their forces. If Jiang Li could use these flesh, blood, and bones to refine a body refinement pill for Leku, then benevolent travel temple would owe him a huge favor. I obtained this by accident. I'll get the highest level alchemist to cooperate with you and see if you can refine 1 or 2 body-repairing golden worm pills. I'll give it a try. Jiang Li wanted to use the flesh and blood of this Xianxia black worm to refine the body-repairing golden worm pill. On the one hand, he felt that as his strength increased, his recovery status gradually could not keep up with his footsteps. He needed some powerful recovery status to make up for this shortcoming. On the other hand, Abbot Leku was also a trusted aide of the Great Mountain Alliance. If he could help him recover, Jiang Li naturally had to help him. Of course, with benevolent travel temple's personality, they definitely could not take such a precious thing for free. Therefore, Jiang Li would reluctantly borrow the benevolent travel temple's relic for a period of time. Jiang Li had experienced the benefits of Ananda's blood tears before, but the production speed was too slow. If he could obtain the enhancement of the Buddhist relic, the hope of the tens of thousands of people in the statue would grow even faster. Then, it would collide with the chaotic will inside, and the speed at which blood tears would appear would naturally increase greatly. At that time, he would completely neutralize the overlord-level blood of madness and use it on himself. Jiang Li's strength would definitely welcome a breakthrough. This was really exciting. After obtaining the flesh and blood of the Xianxia black worm, Senior Sister Little Four immediately found someone to start refining pills. Of course, medicinal pills of this level had to be at least at the nascent soul realm. Her cultivation level was too low, and it was difficult for her to even approach the flesh and blood. After dealing with some more trivial matters, the Great Mountain Alliance gradually got on track. The interior of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region became more and more harmonious. The Alliance army rode a large flying ship and left their hometown in an orderly manner, stationed in the former defense encampment of Ink Sect. Repairing array formations, drawing talismans, forging artifacts, refining medicinal pills, and all the preparations for war were arranged in secret. The higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance traveled everywhere because of this, and Jiang Li, who did not want to be involved, happily played a game of looting with the Usura clone of the Usura world in the coffin. Blood crystals, mad stones, blood-dripping ores, and various unique products of the Usura world were sent over by the Usura clone bit by bit, causing the collection in Jiang Li's coffin to become even richer and more abundant. In the Ghost King desolate ground, in this land of extreme yin that was often enveloped by dark clouds and fog, due to the irregular appearance of a certain overlapping illusionary realm, many Eastern region cultivators who did not care about their lives surged in. Under the nourishment of the flesh and blood of the Raksha black worm, the sword cultivator clone who had already broken through to the core formation realm, and the 6 core formation realm cultivators had already been wandering here for more than a month. However, other than the wastelands, skeletons, and undead, there seemed to be nothing here. It was barren and dangerous. No wonder it was not welcomed. Quiet. 2 kilometers ahead, a black whirlwind suddenly rose from the ground. Then a huge translucent shadow appeared in the air. Damn it, it's a Ghost King. The sword cultivator clone cursed softly, before suddenly raising his right hand to pound his heart. As if he had pressed a switch, the originally powerful beating heart suddenly stopped. Jiang Li's clone lost his vitality just like that and lay on the ground stiffly. Dead. The other 6 hidden rock cultivators also decisively gritted their teeth. One of the poison capsules hidden in their mouth immediately broke. The poisonous liquid instantly flowed into their internal organs, causing them to immediately fall into a false death state. Their blood flow stopped, their organs stopped functioning, and their souls began to leave their bodies. They looked no different from real dead people. Ghost Kings were terrifying existences that even soul formation cultivators would turn around and leave when they saw them. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the most brilliant and hidden methods were completely exposed in the eyes of the Ghost King. This was because not only did they have a huge suppression in terms of rank, ghosts without flesh and blood or eyes could only observe life and souls. This kind of thing could not disappear if it was a living person. Therefore, there were once cultivators who joked that the best way to avoid the Ghost King's gaze was to commit suicide. However, the cultivator's joke sounded like a bolt out of the blue to those who were interested. It opened the door to a new world. Who could say that suicide was not a good idea? Jiang Li's sword cultivator clone had experienced a long half-living state in the ruins of the Black Lotus divine sect. It gave him a special ability, this kind of false death status that could be switched at any time. As for the other 6 hidden rock cultivators, they did not have such convenient abilities. Jiang Li prepared a bottle of medicinal pills for each of them. Each pill was embedded in a tooth and could take effect with a bite. That was actually not very precious. It was one of the testing versions of the 100 Tempering Mountains death pills during the experimental stage. It did not have the ability to ignore injuries. It only had side effects. Once eaten, it could cause a person to fall into a state close to death and maintain the soul in the body for a period of time. Without any vitality, they looked no different from ordinary corpses. This was originally a worthless test version, but Jiang Li took a fancy to its only advantage. This kind of false death status was reversible. They did not expect the Ghost King to not discover them, but he did not want those powerful Ghost Kings to be interested in them. This was enough. Sure enough, after the huge phantom glanced at them, it turned around and slowly floated away without any interest. A cold wind that was completely fatal to mortals blew past. On the barren ground, a corpse suddenly sat up straight. The heart in his chest began to beat slowly. The gray skin on the sword cultivator clone's body quickly surged with a layer of blood color. After exiting the false death status, he quickly took out a porcelain bottle and stuffed the 6 antidotes into the mouths of the 6 hidden rock cultivators. The false deaths on their bodies were removed, and only then did they spit out black blood to come back to life. They were not as convenient as the sword cultivator clone. This state of near death was very damaging to their bodies. It was not inferior to being beaten up by a body cultivator of the same level. If they did it a few more times, they might not be able to survive. However, they had relied on this method to stay in the Ghost King desolate ground for so long. Lord Burning Rainbow, let's leave quickly. It won't be good if the Ghost King returns. Burning Rainbow was the code name after the sword cultivator clone wore the mask. After a hidden rock cultivator recovered from his shock, he suggested this. They had all done this before. When they saw such a dangerous high-level ghost, they could avoid it as much as they could. However, this time, Jiang Li's clone looked in the direction the Ghost King left in and did not turn around to leave. Lord Burning Rainbow, are we not leaving? The 6 hidden rock cultivators helped each other up and could not wait to leave. However, the decision of the sword cultivator clone made them feel abnormally uncomfortable. No, let's follow it. Jiang Li felt that they had fallen into a wrong mentality. They clearly knew that these high-level ghosts would be attracted by the netherworld illusion, but during this period of time, for safety's sake, they had always done the opposite of these ghosts. They had not discovered anything for a month. Perhaps this was the reason. But that's the Ghost King, isn't following it courting death. Even parasitized cultivators would fear death. These few fellows were all people who had once ambushed Jiang Li and eaten the 9 nether earth fruit after being convinced by others. With a thought from Jiang Li, they could only obediently obey. The group of 7 people dispersed. After lowering their auras, they rushed in the direction where the Ghost King had left. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. Due to the fear of being discovered by high-level ghosts, they did not dare to use their spiritual chi to fly and could only rely on their 2 legs to run on the ground. Their speed was naturally not inferior to before. After running for 50 kilometers, the sword cultivator clone gradually discovered a difference. The air seemed to be filled with a familiar smell. Through communication with his mind, Jiang Li's main body instantly descended. With a sniff, he quickly identified it. This is the fragrance of the spider lily. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Although the yin qi in the Ghost King desolate ground was dense, the land was barren. It was impossible for the spider lilies to reproduce on a large scale here. He reached out and grabbed a handful of dark red powder in the air. This was the pollen of the spider lily. To be able to reach this level, there must be a large spider lily field nearby. Other than his yin burial coffin, the only other place where such a large spider lily could appear was the legendary netherworld illusion. Oh, these are the tire tracks. The clone continued to approach, and Jiang Li quickly saw a few traces not far away. There were many footprints around the traces. The traces were very new, so it should not have been left for long. But why would anyone use the carriage here? Why did this group happen to appear here? Or could it be that the appearance of this environment was related to this group of people? It seems that this illusion might not have been formed naturally. He knocked on the heart again with his right hand, and his body fell into a state of suspended animation. All his attributes had decreased to less than 30% of their original level, but he could still maintain his mobility and walk along the tracks. After traveling for another half an hour, Jiang Li controlled his clone to stop, and the carriage beneath his feet suddenly stopped. What was going on? There were no signs of battle, so it did not seem like they had been attacked. Had a group of people flown away at the same time? Otherwise, this group of people would have suddenly disappeared here. While Jiang Li was thinking, an extremely cold aura suddenly appeared from behind him. Jiang Li did not need to turn around to know that this was definitely another Ghost King. Under the state of false death, the sword cultivator clone could not break out in a cold sweat, but the pressure also made him unable to move at all. Fortunately, this phantom that was 100 meters tall did not even look at the sword cultivator clone on the ground as it floated forward by itself. After that, The phantom that was 100 meters tall quickly shrunk, and it transformed into a red-clothed woman before Jiang Li's eyes before gradually vanishing. Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that this clone was done for. However, after seeing the scene just now, he already knew where the disappearing carriage headed. He controlled his clone to step forward. With every step he took, the surrounding environment changed a little. After 10 steps, a layer of fog seemed to have been torn apart in front of Jiang Li, and an expanse of flickering red flowers and yellow grass appeared before his eyes. These were the accompanying spider lilies and carefree grass. Chapter 284, Fengdu Ghost City. Jiang Li picked up a few stalks of carefree grass and placed it at the tip of his nose to smell it. Immediately, he felt the anxiety in his heart disappear greatly. The function of the carefree grass was actually not much different from the spider lily. They were both magical spiritual materials that could have an effect on the mind and will. This kind of spiritual grass and spiritual flowers that existed on a large scale in the netherworld also created a unique environment suitable for ghosts to gather here. To a living person with a physical body, as long as the concentration was not very high, the effect was not very big. However, to ghosts with only souls, casually taking a breath was like drinking 10 kilograms of white wine. The effect was very obvious. Ghosts were originally thought to be the gathering of all unclean and ominous things by humans. When mortals came into contact with ghosts, they would either be plagued by bad luck or suffer a serious illness, or they would be tortured to death on the spot. This kind of uncleanness would also make ghosts suffer at all times, so low-level ghosts could almost not maintain their rationality. However, this was not the case here. In the environment of the spider lily and carefree grass, no matter how ferocious and violent the ghosts were, they would become quiet. The sea of spider lilies in Jiang Li's coffin had already proven this, and the effects of the two had multiplied. Of course, most of it made them muddle-headed and easy to control. He put away the carefree grass in a special container. When he returned it to the main body, he could use the yin burial coffin to reproduce it. He had gained nothing from multiple acquisitions, but in the end, he still had to take action himself. Jiang Li put away the carefree grass and touched the new tire that appeared under his feet. He controlled his clone and continued walking forward. However, as he walked, a figure that was also rushing appeared beside him. They walked in groups of 3 or 5 like living people. Why did they look like living people? That was because as they walked, some of their intestines were dragged all over the ground. Some had a sharp knife in their stomachs, and some did not even have heads. It was simply the parade of 100 demons that could scare people to death. However, for some reason, these ghosts formed from the condensation of yin-qi souls, automatically transformed into their dead forms after entering the netherworld illusion. However, as they advanced in the sea of spider lilies, they began to change. The fatal injuries on their bodies began to disappear. Their expressions and movements became more and more lively, and as they walked, they began to converse with each other and make noise. Some of them carried baskets on their shoulders and turned into ordinary peddlers who entered the city to gather. Some had armor on their bodies and weapons on their waists. They should have been soldiers before they died. They were attracted by something and walked in the same direction. Jiang Li transcended a mouthful of dense yin-qi from his main body. After making his clone look more like a ghost, he followed along. "Did you see my child? My child is 3 years old. I'm from Cheng Mountain. Do you know where my home is? When I enter the city today, I must sell these mountain products for a good price. Once I save enough money to buy a cow, I can marry Xiao Hua." Amidst this voice, the sword cultivator clone became a little absent-minded. He did not know what he was doing and just walked forward. The clone and mental world were already enveloped by a strange fog. Jiang Li's main consciousness could still maintain clarity. However, for the sake of safety, he did not forcefully awaken his clone and only allowed him to move forward like a zombie. Before long, a city appeared before Jiang Li. Fengdu. This name was hung on the city gate. Was it the legendary Ghost City? Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or this life, this name was famous. After Jiang Li approached, he discovered that there were two city gates in the city 100 steps away. One was the Life Gate, and the other was the Death Gate. What was the difference between these two doors? He hid in the middle of a group of ghosts and continued to approach. First, he walked to the vicinity of the Life Gate and saw soldiers using the soul-luring chains to hang a row of wailing ghosts on the city wall. There were also a few ghosts that looked like soldiers cutting their flesh with curved sabers. Beside the city gate was a sign that said, "The toll to enter the city is 30 years of life or 15 kilograms of flesh." Gasp tilde. This was the first time Jiang Li had seen such an expensive city toll. Even the most luxurious cultivation city only accepted spirit stones. Otherwise, even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to pay 30 years so casually. Of course, this was actually Jiang Li's misunderstanding. This was the netherworld, so what it meant was naturally their yin lifespan. The legendary Book of Life and Death was actually divided into two, Life Book and Death Book. The Life Book recorded the yang lifespan of humans, and the Death Book recorded the yin lifespan of the ghosts in the netherworld. Yin lifespan was the limit of time that ghosts could exist after death. Under the circumstances that ghosts had abundant yin qi, they existed far longer than living people. Yin lifespan was also much less valuable. Ordinary mortal souls could enter and leave the city a few times. Of course, there were also unlucky people with long yang lifespans, but extremely short yin lifespans. Let go of me. Ah no, I'm a disciple of the 1,000-crane tower. I have spirit stones. I have spirit stones. Let me go. At the front of the crowd, a female cultivator from the 1,000-crane tower who was pretending to be an ordinary peddler was violently pulled out of the crowd. Her disguise was actually quite exquisite. Even Jiang Li did not notice her at all. If not for her revealing her identity out of fear, Jiang Li would really not have discovered her. Under the violent tug, the female cultivator's disguise was removed, and the aura of a living person and her beautiful figure were revealed. The quality of the disguise artifact was probably not low. The female cultivator's cultivation level had also reached the true core stage, but under her full-strength struggle, she could do nothing to the two soldiers. Since the forceful method did not work, she could only try something else. She reached out and forcefully took out the storage bag at her waist, but she could not take out anything. This scene caused Jiang Li's heart to turn cold. Fortunately, it was not his main body. This netherworld illusion was too dangerous. Any two guards could subdue a core formation realm true core stage cultivator. Apart from that, why couldn't she take out her things? Jiang Li secretly took out the storage bag in his bosom, but this action caused his expression to change as there was no reaction at all. The storage bag seemed to have become an ordinary cloth bag. No matter how he activated it, he could not feel the space inside. It was useless. This time it was slightly troublesome. For the sake of concealing his burning rainbow sword and other artifacts, he had stored them in his storage bag. Now, he was unable to use the storage bag, and his combat strength had decreased by at least 50%. Wait, could it be that the carriage tracks they saw on the road were used by those cultivators because they could not use storage artifacts? He decisively gave up on the idea of wreaking havoc in Fengdu and seizing the ghost city. He stood in the crowd obediently and became a spectator. The female cultivator was still struggling desperately, but then two sharp iron hooks directly pierced through her lute bones and hung her up. All her resistance was completely dissolved. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and the intense pain caused her eyes to go blurry. The female cultivator from the 1,000-crane tower had never received such treatment before, and the storage bag in her hand fell to the ground powerlessly. However, the two Fengdu soldiers did not care about her pleas at all. They held sabers in their hands as they started to scrape off the flesh on her body. Her originally slim and curvy figure turned into a bloody figure after a few slashes under the sharp sabers. Beside her, there was a professional butcher who held a dirty weighing scale and weighed the cut flesh. It seemed that if they said he would cut 15 kilograms, they would really cut 15 kilograms. To a female cultivator who weighed less than 50 kilograms, she would probably only be left with a skeleton after this. It was too tragic. After some important parts were cut off, the female cultivator from the 1,000-crane tower directly fainted. Jiang Li watched from the side for a while and did not have the mood to continue watching. He quietly stretched out a cotton string and pulled back the storage bag before walking in the opposite direction of the crowd. The sword cultivator clone was not a living person after death, and Jiang Li's parallel mind would not transform into a ghost. Therefore, he did not have any so-called lifespan, be it yin or yang lifespan. If he wanted to enter the city, he would probably have the same outcome as that female cultivator. For the sake of the female soulmate who was still bitterly waiting for the sword cultivator clone at the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, Jiang Li planned to go to the Death Gate to see the situation. "Kid, do you want to enter Fengdu? Give me that storage bag and I'll bring you in." Jiang Li retreated against the crowd. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. A pedestrian who had a stunned expression suddenly blinked at him. Clearly, this was also a cultivator. "Follow me." That person made a hand gesture and brought Jiang Li out of the crowd before hiding behind a large mulberry tree outside the city. Jiang Li observed warily. There were no traps under the tree, so they stood in together. "Under the shade of the mulberry tree, those ghosts can't see us. Consider this news a gift from me. Quickly bring that storage bag over. I can bring you into the city." That person threw up his hands and urged Jiang Li to give him the storage bag. "How did you recognize me?" Jiang Li was not in a hurry, and he spoke to the other party. In fact, he was a little curious. The sword cultivator clone had attacked very secretly just now. Furthermore, his body had fallen into a state of false death. There was also dense yin qi covering his entire body. At a glance, he should be deader than dead. How could he be discovered so easily? All of you newbies have the same expressions and movements. Is it difficult to recognize you? Jiang Li came to a realization. It turned out that his hesitant expression in front of Fengdu had betrayed him. Compared to the group of ordinary ghosts who could only repeat their obsessions when they were alive, the change in expression was very obvious. "How is it, new kid? That female cultivator is from the 1,000-crane tower. In any case, you can't open her storage bag now. Even if you go out and open it, it's easy for others to find you. Give it to me. You don't need to lose 30 years of your lifespan. I can bring you into the city safely. This is a very good deal. What are you hesitating for?" He urged impatiently, as if he had lost a lot in this deal. However, from his words, it could be seen that he was still very interested in the storage bag of the 1,000-crane tower's core formation disciple. Jiang Li thought for a moment before taking out the storage bag. "All right, but I'm new here. Can you introduce the situation of Fengdu to me? In addition, how do you plan to bring me in?" That cultivator was clearly a little excited when he received the storage bag. Disciples of large sects like the 1,000-crane tower were usually rich. Being able to obtain such a storage bag this time was already beyond his expectations. That female cultivator is really a newbie. In this netherworld illusion, ordinary spatial artifacts can't be opened at all. She dares to come in without even knowing this. Since you're so straightforward, eat this first. He squatted down and dug out a few gray roots that were the size of a human head. This is a netherworld pumpkin. How can you pretend to be dead and not eat the food of the dead? Jiang Li controlled his technique and pointed his sword finger. He gently slid it towards one of the pumpkins, and the gray pumpkin immediately split into two. The flesh inside revealed the color of a human brain, and it seemed to be unappetizing. Jiang Li was once again glad that this was a clone. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat such a thing. After eating the pumpkin, a cold and withered aura of death emerged from the clone's body. This cultivator did not lie to him. Indeed, he He became much more like a dead person now. Follow me. This Fengdu is a good place. As long as you can enter the city, even if this illusion dissipates, you won't be thrown back to the Ghost King desolate ground. There are countless fortuitous encounters inside. Some time ago, there was a lucky fellow who obtained an Earth-rank artifact inside. It's even said that there are immortal medicinal pills passed down from the ancient times hidden in this city. Those large forces are all here for this. Also, kid, this is the most useful currency in Fengdu. That cultivator took a glance at Fengdu with a strange expression and took out 2 purple coins from his belt. Jiang Li held them in his hand and touched them, understanding a little about the coin. This coin seemed to be refined from a soul. It was unknown what special function it had. Jiang Li followed the other party through the death gate. He glanced at the door and noticed it was not easy to enter and leave that place. There was a huge pot of oil at the door, and miserable screams sounded. It seemed that if there was no tax on entering the city, they would have to roll in the pot of oil. Jiang Li suddenly asked very naturally, "Right, a convoy passed by earlier. I was with them. Did you see it?" This cultivator, who was unwilling to reveal his name, seemed to have stayed in Fengdu for a long time and knew many things like the back of his hand. Jiang Li obtained some important information and felt that the payment of a storage bag was well worth it. "You're from the Dragon Transformation Island. No wonder you got separated and don't know anything." As expected, that person said it casually. Jiang Li's expression did not change, and he understood in his mind. So the convoy that entered was from the Dragon Transformation Island. The 1,000-crane tower, Dragon Transformation Island, were 2 medium-sized forces that were not inferior to the myriad slaughter sect. Such large forces would flock to the netherworld illusion. It seemed that the news of the precious treasure hidden in Fengdu was not groundless. After another period of time, a joyous sound of gongs and drums entered Jiang Li's ears. In front, there was a bridal party. Chapter 285, Netherworld Ghost Bride. "Sir, what's this?" Jiang Li was slightly puzzled. This was a famous ghost wedding, and it was even inside the netherworld illusion. Normally, such a scene meant that it was a great danger, and he would usually choose to take a detour. If he ran over now, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? "Just follow me." The cultivator, who was unwilling to reveal his name, was not afraid, as he brought Jiang Li closer to the group. Beside the wedding team, a ghost dressed as a housekeeper was quickly striking a gong. "Picking sedan carriers. There are still 10 spots left. You must have strong bodies like bulls and horses." He knocked on the gong and shouted. The cultivator pulled Jiang Li away from the group of ghosts and squeezed forward. Here, there are 2 here." He actually wanted to bring Jiang Li to work there. He was still holding 2 coins in his hand. After approaching, he directly stuffed them into the housekeeper's hand. It was not an exaggeration to say that money could bribe even ghosts. The housekeeper ghost put away the coins and glanced at them before going forward to touch them. It was unknown what he touched, but the 2 of them stood out and were chosen to join the team. "Yes, you're quite strong. Go over quickly. Go carry the sedan." Perhaps because the sword cultivator clone had absorbed the flesh and blood of the Raksha black worm, his body looked strong and powerful, so he was chosen to be the carrier. The other person also picked up a carrying pole and was about to run to the side to lift the sedan. Before they separated, he even softly instructed Jiang Li. "When the time comes, don't look at anything and don't say anything. Pick the sedan and walk forward. When we enter the city, we'll be even." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped looking at Jiang Li and ran to the side to skillfully pick up 2 baskets of ingots. As expected, this was his plan. He mixed into the group and entered the city with them. This thought was quite strange. After a person died and turned into a ghost, they would often repeat what they did when they were alive. This bridal escort team would most likely appear every day. If the ghosts in the convoy were powerful enough, even Fengdu City had to give them face. The people in the convoy naturally did not need to pay the city entrance tax and could directly enter. However, was this really safe? Jiang Li still had some doubts. However, since things had already come to this, even if his clone was really unlucky, the loss was still acceptable. He controlled his clone to arrive in front of the red sedan. "Hey newbie, stand in front. Remember to lie down and act as Miss Footstool." Regardless of whether one was a human or a ghost, there was hierarchy. Even when carrying a sedan, they had to display seniority. Jiang Li glanced at the burly man who spoke. His face was covered in a ferocious expression, and it was obvious from the black chi that his ghost body was unable to restrain that this fellow had probably killed many people when he was alive. If Jiang Li did not use his spiritual chi or his flying sword, it would be quite difficult to resolve this. However, at this moment, it was Jiang Li's main body that was controlling this body. The high-purity 9 nether spiritual chi came from the netherworld, and it was even more pure than ghosts like them. Apart from that, he had another power that could let the ghosts know that he was not to be trifled with. Jiang Li smiled and took 2 steps forward. A strand of blood chi mixed with the 9 nether spiritual chi condensed in his hand, and then he walked over and slapped. The robust ghost was slapped to the ground on the spot. Half of his face had already vanished, and he was muddle-headed to the point he was almost slapped away by Jiang Li. "I call the shots here. Stand in front. Remember to lie down for Miss later." Jiang Li taught the guy a lesson with a slap. He stood at the back on the right, at the most relaxed position. On the left, the position that needed to be taken down was arranged for the other party. The small conflict between the porters did not attract much attention. Only one supervisor saw the ghost with half of his face lying on the ground slacking, and came up to whip him twice to wake him up. There were also many ghosts who wanted to enter this bridal team. Under the summoning of the gong, they were quickly full. The ghost that looked like a housekeeper had taken out a large number of paper clothes from somewhere. They were thrown into the air and burned. The mixed group quickly turned into a joyous red color. Even Jiang Li's clone was instantly covered in a red robe. Although the material was only made of paper, it looked quite similar to the real thing. This kind of paper-changing ability was quite convenient. When he had time in the future, Jiang Li planned to learn a thing or two. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Carry the sedan." Jiang Li and the other 7 carriers placed their shoulders on the horizontal tree. With just a slight push, the sedan was lifted up. It was very light. There seemed to be no one above. He did not know where this young lady, who was about to get married, came from. He hoped that she could really bring the entire sedan team into the city. The wedding team began to play gongs and drums, but they did not directly walk towards Fengdu City. Instead, they took a detour in another direction. Not long after, he saw another sedan in a sea of spider lilies. The sedan was placed alone in the sea of flowers, but it was very lively inside. The sedan swayed back and forth, and the wooden frame creaked from the shaking. The laughter of the women inside and the breathing of the men made it very clear what was going on inside. "Miss, the auspicious hour has arrived," the housekeeper reminded. The laughter of the women inside gradually stopped. "All right." The female voice became cold, followed by the man's painful wail. A moment later, the curtains of the sedan and the sea of flowers opened, and a red figure with disheveled clothes fluttered out from within, and it transformed into a phoenix dress in the air. After that, Jiang Li felt the 8 sedan he was carrying sink slightly, and this female ghost had already entered. Through the curtain that had not fallen on the other side, he could see that there was a corpse that had just been sucked dry. This was clearly another cultivator from the outside world. However, he dared to believe in his luck with women in such a place. He was really tired of living. However, he also noticed that the sedan chair opposite was tattered for some reason. There were quite a number of fresh ones on it, and there were traces of blade strikes. After picking up this lady, the convoy finally turned and entered the city. When the guards guarding the city saw this bridal team, they seemed to be used to it and directly moved aside. Without any obstruction, they entered Fengdu City. In terms of prosperity, the city was quite lacking. What surprised Jiang Li was that there were ruins everywhere. It was as if they had suffered the wrath of heaven. There were many ghosts knocking on the ruins in an attempt to repair these collapsed buildings. A small number of districts had already built new houses, but the style of construction was quite different from the current mortal world. This place seemed to be much older. The group advanced through the ruins. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. However, the destination was not as joyous as he had imagined. On the large courtyard, there were only 2 unlit red lanterns. After carrying the sedan into the door, it was decorated in white. In front of the hall opposite the door, there was a large coffin that was enough for 2 people to bury together. There was no need to guess. This was a ghost marriage after all. Ghosts would repeat the most memorable things they remembered when they were alive every day. Most of them would repeat the day before they died. Along the way, Jiang Li looked at the surroundings while carrying the sedan chair. This female ghost should have been the daughter of a large family when she was alive. When she was married, the escort team was robbed and the young lady was humiliated. Later, the males group arrived and brought her back to the residence, but she discovered that she was going to have a ghost marriage. The husband she was about to marry was actually a dead person. How despairing would this experience be? It was also this mouthful of resentment that allowed her to transform into a powerful ghost after she died and grow to her current ghost king realm. However, she had experienced the sorrow of ghosts over and over again, even until she died. Descend the sedan. The newlyweds will enter the hall to pay their respects. Guests, please come to the side hall to have tea. The housekeeper shouted in a sharp voice. A few maidservants who were clearly paper effigies helped the bride out of the sedan. Then the ghost marriage proceeded with the groom guided by the red threads. After the process was completed, he would be nailed into the coffin and buried under the yellow soil. This cruel custom attracted Jiang Li's attention. He did not notice that the cultivator, who was unwilling to reveal his name, quietly left after putting down the carrying pole and basket. Heth, I've already brought you in. Don't blame me for what happens next. He even turned around to look at Jiang Li, but he did not have the intention to remind him, and he directly vanished on the corner of the street. Jiang Li and the others were led to the side hall and were given a bowl of tea and a purple coin each. He took a sip. This tea was only a simple tea brewed from carefree grass, and it did not have any material effects. This made Jiang Li slightly disappointed. The coin was the same as the one that the cultivator had given him earlier, but he did not know how it could be used. In the spiritual hall, the ghost marriage was still ongoing. Jiang Li looked around the side hall, wanting to find the cultivator who brought him into the city. Only then did he realize that the other party had already disappeared. Had he fled in advance, why was he running so quickly? Stunned, Jiang Li suddenly recalled something. Why did this marriage team recruit new people every time? Could it be that an accident would happen every time? Wait, that greasy-looking housekeeper seemed to have disappeared as well. Jiang Li was too careless. If he continued to wait, the situation might not be good. He wanted to leave, but he discovered that the door to the side hall was made of special wood and was even made higher. This was a special method to imprison the dead. If he did not recover to his living state, his legs would not be able to cross over no matter what. Should he recover his living state? If he recovered to his living state, he would immediately become the target of everyone in this ghost city. However, if he did not escape from here, he would die sooner or later. There was still hesitation here, but it was clearly too late. Boom! The sound of the coffin exploding caused the peaceful atmosphere to plummet. Yin Qi covered the entire courtyard. The hatred mixed with the smell of Yin Qi proved that this female ghost could not suppress the despair and hatred in her heart, even after experiencing this day countless times. She was going to start the slaughter. The 2 ghosts that were acting as the parents-in-law of the ghost marriage in the spiritual hall had long suffered misfortune. The female ghost vented all her anger on them, but compared to the powerful Ghost King, ordinary haunted houses were as fragile as soap bubbles. They could not withstand the fury of the ghost and were instantly turned to ashes. The other ghosts in the house had already left in advance. The Ghost King had temporarily lost her mind. She only wanted to kill everything in the house. She turned around and looked at the side hall where Jiang Li and the other short workers were. In theory, everyone they acted as was actually an accomplice. A terrifying aura immediately enveloped the house. At this moment, two living auras suddenly appeared in the room. Even Jiang Li could not help but be shocked. It turned out that there were actually two cultivators hidden in this group. However, at this moment, they clearly could not hold back. They left the side hall and used their artifacts to summon a large amount of fog. After covering their figures, they continuously fled outside. It was because the female ghost was too powerful that they did not have much confidence in resisting. However, ghosts who had fallen into madness were usually controlled by their obsessions. If her obsession was to kill everyone in the house, perhaps as long as they left the range of this house, they could escape. The two of them were both at the nascent soul realm, and their strength could not be said to be weak. In such a medium-sized residence, they ran out faster than ordinary people could blink. But their calves disappeared the moment they stepped out. Then black hair wrapped around them and pulled them towards the spiritual hall. "My dear in-laws, where are you going?" The Ghost King was still obsessed and treated these two nascent soul cultivators as her parents-in-law. The two nascent souls were unlucky. With their cultivation and strength, no matter where they were in the outside world, they would be esteemed guests. However, they died here so easily. Jiang Li wanted to seize the opportunity to escape, but when he walked to the door again, he realized that he could not leave. The female ghost wrapped the entire house in a red veil. No matter how he attacked, he could not destroy the veil at all. The difference in level was really too great. Even if his main body was here, it would be useless. In just a few breaths, the screams of the nascent soul completely disappeared. That boundless killing intent enveloped this side hall again. The red veil was lifted, and countless black hair surged in like waves. All the ghosts in the room were riddled with holes and smoke. This group of unlucky temporary workers had just received their salary and entered Fengdu City. They originally thought that they had profited greatly, but they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, this kind of situation would happen. Under the methods of the Ghost King, none of the ghosts present could match him. Only a corpse that was lying on the ground and had already died completely without a soul in its body did not suffer such a calamity. The raging black hair cleaned up the entire house. After an unknown period of time, the Ghost King woke up. Her subordinates, including the greasy-looking housekeeper, entered the residence to clean up the mess. This corpse looks good. Put it away in the coffin. We can use it as a groom tomorrow." The sword cultivator clone's corpse was carried in by two ghosts. The corpse in the coffin in the spiritual hall had long been torn to pieces by the Ghost King. The buildings in the mansion were quickly repaired. After leaving the two guardian ghosts behind, they all left. They still had to prepare for tomorrow's ghost marriage. After an unknown period of time, the sword cultivator clone in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. He searched his body briefly. He was lucky that this body was not badly injured. Earlier, it was Jiang Li who had pulled the first parallel mind back to the main body's consciousness to take refuge. In any case, with the situation at that time, there was no way to escape or fight. It was better to pretend to be dead. The body was dead, but the soul could not be left behind. If it was still torn apart, he could only blame his bad luck. Fortunately, his luck had always been good. A mere corpse did not attract the attention of the Ghost King and successfully escaped the calamity. After waiting for a long time, he sent the parallel mind over without being discovered immediately. However, what was going on? Chapter 286. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Did they put me in the coffin? Jiang Li observed for a moment, and quickly noticed his current situation. Wasn't it just stuffed into a coffin? He was familiar with this. They even changed his clone's clothes into a groom's outfit. Oh, this groom's outfit was actually an artifact. This was incredible. If he got a free set of artifacts, he would probably be able to sell it for a high price. He touched the coffin lid beneath him. The material was also of high grade, but it was clearly much inferior to his yin burial coffin. His back would hurt if he slept here for too long. Jiang Li first pressed his ear against the coffin lid and listened carefully outside. When he used his clone's body to execute the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, this was already his best probing method. After listening for a long time, there was no movement. To be cautious, he used the 9 nether spiritual qi and liquor fire spiritual qi to ignite a small cluster of dark green flames on his finger. With Jiang Li's 9 nether spiritual qi, the wood spiritual qi fueled the fire, so the might of this small flame was completely sufficient to burn through a golden core cultivator. His finger pressed down on the coffin wall with flames, and the high-grade yin wood quickly became charred and fragile on the surface of the contact. Along with Jiang Li's light poke, a small hole appeared on the coffin lid. Looking out through the small hole, the spiritual hall outside was quiet and empty under the flickering lights. There were no signs of other ghosts around. There were only 2 paper effigies that looked like children kneeling in front of the spiritual hall. Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief, and then he quietly pushed open the coffin lid from the inside. This coffin was not nailed shut, saving him some trouble. He rolled over and landed at the side without making a sound. In the past, the sword cultivator clone had specially bought a pair of silent boots to go to the water element peak to have a secret meeting with his junior sister. The effect was excellent with a 5-star rating. Looking around, he saw that the spiritual hall that had been completely destroyed had been fixed. That Ghost King bride was really quite rich. She smashed her house every day, and the furniture here was all high-grade yin wood. Over the years, she had wasted countless cultivation resources. On the spirit table at the top of the spiritual hall, there were 2 long green lamps. There were endless joss sticks and golden paper, and spiritual fruits and nectar were offered. In the middle were 2 tablets tied together by a red string. The tablet of the eldest son, Du Xianju. The tablet of the eldest daughter-in-law, Yang Riwaji. Jiang Li was a yin wood attribute cultivator and knew a little about this kind of ceremony. He understood after a glance. These 2 tablets were used to consecrate the 2 parties of the ghost marriage. In that case, the powerful Ghost King bride was called Yang Riwaji. To be able to come up with such a name, the family should also be well educated. Jiang Li clicked his tongue twice and started to size up the surroundings with appraisal again. Now those ghosts seemed to have gone out to harm people. If he was not here, he would have been in danger for nothing. If he did not take out something here, he would be letting himself down and lying in someone else's coffin. The clone's eyes were glowing as he sized up his surroundings. Where had the Ghost King's dowry that the husband had brought in been taken? His eyes darted around and saw the 2 paper effigies. Were their actions different from before? Jiang Li stared at them for a while and did not discover anything. They seemed to be 2 ordinary paper effigies. He turned to look elsewhere, but kept noticing them from the corner of his eye. There was still no movement. Was he thinking too much? Jiang Li stepped forward and poked them. There was nothing happening even after poking a hole. He simply raised his hand and burned them clean, but there was still no abnormality. It seemed that he had been thinking too much. The 2 of you have been together for a long time. Those in the underworld cannot use the possessions of the living. I'll keep them for you. After returning to the spirit table, he picked up 3 sticks of incense and lit them on the green lamp. Then, he pretended to offer incense to the spirit tablet. However, in the next moment, the flames on the incense stick's head suddenly turned into a black and white ghost lantern cold flame. Jiang Li controlled his clone to attack with lightning speed. This flame flickered twice and lit up the 2 long lamps. Immediately, the flames on the green lamp rose 2 meters high, turning into two huge flaming snakes that were about to devour him. After Jiang Li lit the fire, he turned around and directly lay in the coffin again. The coffin lid closed, and no matter how the two fire snakes wreaked havoc outside, he remained unmoved. These were two rare green lantern ghosts. It was said that the last time they appeared was in the tomb of an emperor in the Cultivation dynasty. It was unknown where that ghost bribe had found two to guard her spirit tablet. However, what cultivation method did Jiang Li possess? These two green lantern ghosts were easily exposed in front of him. This time the sneak attack did not succeed. Instead, they were sent into Jiang Li's soul. Their strength was actually not weak at all. Even if Jiang Li's main body was here, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. Unfortunately, they did not choose to attack directly and were tainted by the terrifying ghost lantern cold flame. If they did not have another heaven and earth spirit fire to rely on, they would most likely be unable to escape this calamity. The black and white flames were originally small. In just a blink of an eye, it had already spread out, completely matching the surface of the fire snake. The surface of the green lantern snake turned black and white. It struggled in the air and lashed at the surrounding things from time to time, but it did not leave any charred marks. The inside of the fire snake was extremely hot, but its surface was already covered in the ghost lantern cold flame, so it could not ignite anything. About half an hour later, the movements of the fire snake stopped, leaving only a bit of ash and two extinguished green lamps in the hall. Only then did Jiang Li open the coffin lid again and jump out. These two green lamps are good stuff. Using appraisal, Jiang Li discovered that these two green lamps were actually high-grade profound rank fire attribute artifacts. They could be used to store and nurture the fire of heaven and earth. After obtaining a certain flame, even if he did not refine it, he could use this green lamp to control it. To fire attribute cultivators, this was definitely something that could be used as a core artifact to refine. After dealing with these two green lantern ghosts, Jiang Li quickly checked around the residence and did not find any more enemies. While heaving a sigh of relief, he casually found a black cloth and made a simple bag before starting to plunder the land. Jiang Li had some experience in plundering treasures. In such an old house, there were actually only a few places to hide things. He quickly rummaged through the cabinets, looking for tiles that could be opened under the study table and the hidden compartment behind the signboard. There were also the secrets buried under the well water in the courtyard and the treasures in the bed in the main room. Jiang Li took out a few more items and was about to leave. Because storage artifacts could not be used in this place, even if he found the large baskets of dowry, he could not take them away. He could only pick up some of the most valuable things and bring them away. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. Can you bring me along? Just as Jiang Li took out a small box of purple coins from the dowry and was about to leave, a slightly sickly and refined male voice stopped him. Jiang Li jolted and looked back. At the memorial tablet in the spiritual hall, a translucent figure had appeared out of nowhere and was cupping his hands in greeting. The figure was wearing almost the same clothes as the sword cultivator clone. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the spirit of one of the two tablets. It was the dead Du Xianju, the male lead of a certain ghost marriage. However, Jiang Li noticed that the phantom's eyes were closed, as if it was unwilling to see anything. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before stopping and turning around to ask, "You're Du Xianju. What do I gain by taking you away? Also, are you blind?" Jiang Li directly asked for benefits. Taking the other party away was very likely to attract the pursuit and hostility of the Ghost King. If there was not enough benefits, he would not hesitate to turn around and leave. However, the situation of this male lead in the ghost marriage really surprised Jiang Li. "I am indeed Du Xianju. If not for you eliminating the two green lantern ghosts, I would have been sealed in the spirit tablet forever and would never have the chance to come out. I'll thank you again in advance." As a thank you gift on the beam above, there's a mystic technique manual passed down by our ancestors. I'm willing to give it to you. In addition, I am not blind. My sight is connected to my ghost wife. If I open my eyes, she will immediately know everything here. This Du Xianju did not mention the reward, but he spoke about the thank you gift from Jiang Li when he killed the Green Lantern ghost. The second sentence was to tell Jiang Li that besides having benefits to give, he could also summon the ghost bride by opening his eyes, causing the sword cultivator clone to be unable to leave on his own. Jiang Li thought for a moment but did not leave immediately. He returned to the hall and jumped up. Sure enough, he discovered a wooden box on the crossbeam. He reached out and took it down. The wooden box was not locked. After opening it, there was a 6-section ancient text. Jiang Li was slightly disappointed when he saw that it was not a jade slip. However, after flipping through it, the content inside surprised Jiang Li again. The words inside were extremely ancient. He could not understand a few, but the words were clearly the same as the words Jiang Li had seen in the ink sect's illusion. Jiang Li had once asked the most knowledgeable seniors in the sect about these words, but even they did not know them clearly. It was only said to be a high-grade text, similar to runes that could directly mobilize the power of heaven and earth. To be able to use such words to record information, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. Then don't open your eyes. Since this is a thank you gift, I'll accept it. Apart from that, what do you plan to use as my reward for bringing you away? Jiang Li's expression did not change. He put away the book as if it was natural. He did not have any intention of being short-handed. Du Xianju did not mind. This tablet of mine was created from the purple golden southern wood. There's a 3-lifetime stone embedded in the base. If you don't mind, you can refine it into an artifact. In addition, if fellow Taoist is interested, I can teach you the ancient words in the booklet. As expected, they were waiting for him here. The thank you gift was actually tied to the reward. If he did not take him away, Jiang Li would not even be able to find a place to read the contents of the ancient booklet. Also, was this white stone the 3-lifetime stone? Something worth 100,000 spirit stones looked so ordinary. From the looks of it, he really could not leave this guy here. You should have a way to escape your wife's pursuit, right? Otherwise, with her methods, no matter how far I bring you, it will be in vain. When Du Xianju heard, Jiang Li addressed the Ghost King as his wife, he shook his head helplessly. My family has let her down. As long as you untie the red string and burn it, she won't be able to find me. Jiang Li followed his instructions and untied the red string. After careful observation, he discovered that there were 2 black hair strands of slightly different thicknesses mixed in the red string. This should be the hair bond of the ghost marriage. After establishing the ghost marriage, before the yin lifespan of both sides ended, their destinies were tied together. This was probably the reason why the Ghost King, Yang Riwaji, did not directly kill this cheap husband that she had forced to marry. Because the connection between the 2 sides was too deep, once one side dissipated, the other side would suffer a severe blow. However, after thinking for a moment, Jiang Li did not burn the red string. Instead, he rubbed his finger and immediately tore the red string. He removed the red string and every strand of hair. He took out a small bottle of dragon blood and used it as ink to draw talismans on the black paper. Every string and hair was wrapped in a black talisman. After doing this, Du Xianju seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Fellow Taoist, our connection has been severed. She has also discovered it. We should leave quickly. When he heard that a Ghost King that was even more impressive than a soul formation cultivator was rushing here, Jiang Li grabbed the spirit tablet in front of him and left the house. As for the Ghost King Yang Riwaji's tablet, he had no intention of taking it away. If he held that tablet, even across the entire eastern region, the other party would probably instantly lock onto his location. Upon leaving the house, Jiang Li decisively threw the groom's clothes on him to a corner by the roadside and quickly left the scene. After running for a long time, Jiang Li suddenly heard an angry scream behind him. The female ghost had returned. Jiang Li directly hid in a nearby restaurant. Not long after, the greasy-looking housekeeper led people to search the streets anxiously. Fortunately, there were many ghost kings in Fengdu City, so they could not search all places casually. After drinking 8 pots of tea and not being found, he finally relaxed a little. "Young Master do you know the situation in Fengdu City?" Sitting in the corner of the ghost restaurant, although it was a little strange, it could barely be considered safe. After putting away Du Xianju's spirit tablet, Jiang Li ordered 2 small dishes that were made with poisonous insects and started to communicate with the other party. "My ancestor is not from Fengdu City. That ancestral mansion was also moved here by Miss Yang more than 10 years ago. However, although I've always been in the spirit tablet, I still know a little about the situation here through Miss Yang's eyes. If fellow Taoist needs it, I can introduce it to you." Jiang Li naturally did not disagree. It turned out that this netherworld illusion had appeared much earlier than the cultivation world of the eastern region had imagined. Long before the Ghost King Desolate Ground was named, this netherworld illusion had already appeared in that area. An environment completely different from the current cultivation world had a fatal attraction to all ghosts. After all, that was the home of the dead. Without the legendary underworld governing them, it was like a Garden of Eden to ghosts. Every time an illusion appeared, it would attract a large number of ghosts. It was unknown what they obtained inside, but more and more ghost kings were born. In the end, they became the famous Ghost King Desolate Ground, a dangerous place in the eastern region. My ghost wife once went to a strange place. Although I didn't see it clearly that time, it seemed to be a strange mountain range that was completely inverted. Chapter 287, Armored Troll. A completely inverted mountain range. Jiang Li's expression was stunned, as he recalled the 9 nether branch that had fled from their hands earlier. At that time, the branch finally used a strange and powerful reversal domain. According to the 9 nether Tao scripture, it was a partial reflection of the rules of the Back Yin Mountain. The main body of the 9 nether wood was born there at the beginning. Yin and Yang reversed and vitality was severed. It was also an extremely dangerous place that divided yin-yang in ancient times. In Jiang Li's memories, there was an extremely famous 4-person group who had all suffered quite a bit on that mountain. When he broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, the place of the fallen tree demon king had provided considerable help to him. If he could go to the Back Yin Mountain to take a look when he broke through to the core formation realm, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation path. As they spoke, the wind and clouds above the city suddenly changed. Thick fog pressed down until it reached the height of the city wall before it was stopped. The outside of the city wall that Jiang Li could not see was already completely covered in fog at this moment. The originally vast plain of the Spider Lily Sea had already collapsed and vanished at this moment, and only this city still stood towering in the fog. "What's going on?" Jiang Li looked out in surprise and bewilderment. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "That's because the netherworld illusion outside has already collapsed. As long as you come into contact with that fog, regardless of whether you are human or ghost, you will be instantly bounced back to the Ghost King Desolate Ground. You can only stay in Fengdu City. Friend, you're really lucky to be able to escape from such a situation. Impressive, impressive." Jiang Li turned around and saw a person she had met not long ago sitting at his table. This was the cultivator who had brought him into Fengdu City and was unwilling to reveal his name. "It's you made me suffer a lot." Previously, the other party had fled on his own and did not tell Jiang Li any information about the marriage. He had almost caused the sword cultivator to fall into the reenactment of the ghost marriage. Now, he had actually casually appeared in front of Jiang Li. The left arm of the sword cultivator clone swelled slightly, and a bloody and ferocious aura surged out. "Hey friend, don't be angry, we can't fight here. I'm doing this for your own good." As he spoke, a few cultivators walked over from behind. They did not speak and just stood there like tigers watching their prey. The intention was obvious. If they really fought, the sword cultivator clone would not be their match. Jiang Li weighed the pros and cons before letting go of his right hand. "Forget it, we met by chance. It's a fair trade. You really have no obligation to remind me of anything else." If he were to really investigate, the other party's method was indeed quite dishonest. However, with the temporary disparity in combat strength, Jiang Li still suppressed his intention to take revenge. "See, I told you, this friend is reasonable." "Friend, you're still drinking tea here alone. You're not from Dragon Transformation Island, right?" Jiang Li had used words to test him outside just now. He did not expect that this guy would still remember it until now. So what if that's the case? So what if it's not? After the sword cultivator absorbed the flesh and blood of the black worm, he had actually obtained some dragon chi. He could try to disguise himself as a person from the Dragon Transformation Island, but he only smiled and did not reveal it immediately. "Ha ha ha, if that's the case, we'll have to leave. However, if not, as compensation for what happened before, there is a chance to make a fortune. Are you willing to participate?" That cultivator laughed loudly, as if he was going to earn Jiang Li hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the next second. "A chance to make a fortune. Do you mind revealing it in advance?" Jiang Li knew that these people did not have good intentions, but these words still attracted his interest. There was no doubt that there were treasures in this city. However, the problem was how to find and obtain those treasures. "I've received news that in 10 days, someone will lure away most of the Ghost Kings. The great factions like the Dragon Transformation Island, Thousand Crane Tower, and Myriad Slaughter Sect will attack together to seize Fengdu City. What do you think of this opportunity?" "They want to seize Fengdu City." Jiang Li was slightly surprised. Was it all so exciting? The various great powers of the eastern region had already hidden so many people in Fengdu Ghost City. But even so, that's the problem of the large factions. What has it got to do with us rogue cultivators? Jiang Li asked again. It was not a plan. "What if I say that I have a way to directly enter Fengdu City's underground palace?" On the eastern region's side, Jiang Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the wood dragon's head, finally opened his eyes. Would they make a big move in 10 days? This news made Jiang Li a little dissatisfied with his own strength. The current him did not even dare to head to the Ghost King desolate ground with his true body, but many forces in the eastern region had already begun to consider how to take down Fengdu Ghost City. However, that was not the only thing that Jiang Li cared about. It was because the name Myriad Slaughter Sect had also appeared in the information. Didn't they go to attack a region's cultivation world? Why were they free so quickly? When Fengdu City was settled, wouldn't their target be the Great Mountain region? The pressure caused Jiang Li to feel pressured again. With the current strength of the Great Mountain Alliance, they would not be a match for the Myriad Slaughter Sect no matter what. If they really fought, it was hard to say how many of the Great Mountain cultivators would be able to escape. He did not want to take revenge for his hometown in the future. It was better to be prepared in advance. He patted the wooden dragon beneath him. After absorbing the worm's blood and flesh, Rayquaza was no longer the same as before. It swayed its long tail and broke through the air, speeding in a certain direction. The terrain below him had already undergone a considerable change. The mountains were no longer rising and falling. Only a large area of moist salt land was left. The location was near the coast of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. This place was wide and flat, but the terrain was relatively low. As the tide rose, the land within 1,000 miles would be covered by the sea water. After the sea level fell, this portion of the land would be exposed to the air. This environment was similar to the mangrove in his previous life, but the range had been expanded by thousands of times. Due to the nutrition in seawater, this place was not suitable for planting most ordinary plants. However, water resources were extremely abundant, and there was almost no need to worry about food shortages here. Therefore, a large number of amphibians and several large-scale water kingdoms were situated here. This should have been a good place with a unique style. Unfortunately, this was also the front line to resist the armored trolls. Jiang Li sat on Rayquaz's head and flew for a period of time. Soon, he quickly saw a black reef island in the plains ahead and a stronghold on it. That was the current base of the Great Mountain Alliance, the Mechanism City. This Mechanism City was rather grand, and the scale was almost 2/3 of Thousand Civ City. Jiang Li should be happy to see this stronghold, but the situation below was not good. Around the Black Reef Island, the vast beach was already dyed red by blood. A large number of sea beasts crawled on the mud, most of their bodies sinking and not moving at all. The blood that flowed out mixed with the dirty sea mud, emitting an even more smelly and disgusting smell. This place had just experienced a fierce battle. They had only been here for a few days, and this had already happened. Below, senior sister, Qi Yu of the Scripture Storage Valley, was bringing 500 medical cultivators out of the city to save the injured. Before the repair of the Mechanism City was completed, their Great Mountain Alliance suffered a huge loss in this first encounter. Even though he was cautious, he still underestimated the armored trolls. Their first impression was that those armored trolls were only a type of sea demon race with a large number of members. They were not much different from the mountain spirits they usually dealt with. However, they did not expect that not only did those armored trolls have intelligence that did not lose to humans, but they also had the magical ability to control sea beasts. At that time, they were repairing the underwater trap on the outskirts of the Mechanism City. At that time, a huge whale covered in injuries floated over. The whale beasts were huge and lived in the deep sea of the ice ocean all year round. However, they were gentle and would not take the initiative to attack human cultivators. Instead, there was a precious pill refinement material called the dragon saliva ointment in their bodies that was often hunted by cultivators of the eastern region. When they saw such an injured live whale floating near the Mechanism City, they originally thought that it was a windfall sent to them by the heavens. A group of Great Mountain Alliance cultivators climbed up. Just as they were about to cut open the whale's abdomen, the whale suddenly exploded. A large number of giant tooth sharks rushed out from there, catching the Great Mountain Alliance off guard. The strange cultivators who were repairing the traps and mechanisms outside the city were exposed to the sharks. Although the cultivators in the city acted in time and quickly killed the land sharks that surged out, the casualties were already heart-wrenching. In the anger of the higher-ups in the Mechanism City, they almost poured out in full force to pursue the armored trolls who were controlling the sea beasts in the distance. They left the cultivators in the city to save the injured. Elder, hold on. Guard your heart meridians and don't use your spiritual qi. Senior sister, Qi Yu dragged Elder Wang Sanki from the Mystic Gate Hall back from the mouth of a land shark. Elder Wang's left leg had already disappeared into the shark's mouth. The left side of his body was almost torn off. If not for the help of the higher-ups above the nascent soul realm, the thousands of teeth of the giant tooth shark would have turned him into mush. Even now, there were more than 100 sharp shark teeth embedded in his body. Blood was flowing out from Elder Wang's wound, and his face visibly paled. "Oh no, the shark teeth are poisonous. Junior sister, help me." As one of the most outstanding Foundation establishment disciples of the Rejuvenation Hall at that time, senior sister Qi Yu had already successfully reached the core formation realm. After she arrived on the battlefield, she changed out of the sky blue dress and wore a fitting outfit. Ignoring the smelly blood and sea mud, she pried Elder Wang out of the shark's mouth. After controlling the water to clean the wound, a spring filled with vitality began to appear on her hand, covering the large and small wounds. The toxins that contained the stench of decay competed with her to pull him into the afterlife. The two medical cultivators beside him also hurriedly ran over and used emergency spell techniques to seal the hundreds of bloody holes in Elder Wang's body. Around them, All the medical cultivators were doing the same thing. However, at this moment, a large number of bubbles suddenly appeared on the mud not far away. Immediately, a large piece of mud collapsed, and a huge sea mudworm crawled out from below. The sea mud insects were very similar in appearance to earthworms. They lived in the sandy soil of the coastal beach. They did not have a brain, and their skin was tough and muscular. They lived by eating soil and filtering the organic things inside. Their bodies were simple. Just like earthworms, they could move freely in the soft ground. However, compared to the barren desert, there were more and more sea mud insects that ate the rich underwater sand. For example, this one could swallow 2 flying ships of the Great Mountain Alliance. The huge worm mouth covered in sharp teeth opened, revealing a hole that was like an abyss. In the next second, the roars of sea beasts sounded from the insect. The sea worm first shrunk, and then a large number of bloodthirsty sea beasts spewed out like a volcano. Among them were 50 strange humanoid creatures with masks. "Run, retreat to the mechanism city." Senior Sister Chiyu's eyes revealed despair and helplessness. The higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance had been lured away by the enemy and had yet to return. It turned out that these beasts were trying to attack the weakened city. They had been ruthlessly tricked by a group of monsters. If no miracle happened, they would probably all die here today. A large number of wolf fish ran towards them crazily with their fins as their feet. Senior Sister Chi Yu could only use her artifact to drag Elder Wang and run towards the mechanism city with the other medical cultivators. Some of the cultivators guarding the city were unfamiliar with controlling the long-range mechanisms to counterattack, while others directly picked up their weapons and stood behind the medical cultivators. They were the combatants. Even if they died, they had to save the medical practitioners. Benevolent Travel Temple's Master Le Yuan transformed into a Vajra and rushed to the front in a few steps. More than 10 wolf fish pounced on him and bit him. In the next moment, he directly undid the palm meditation technique. His body swelled up as he fought desperately. Master Le Yuan was a true genius. He was very strong and almost invincible among his peers, but this was a battlefield with other races. No one would talk about fairness. Master Le Yuan, who was brandishing his fists and fighting with all his might, was directly swallowed by a wisp of darkness. A tiger eel with a hideous mouth swallowed him in an instant. Then, without slowing down, it rushed towards Chi Yu like a high-speed train. The mouthpiece with a smelly saliva reached out and enveloped the beautiful Scripture Storage Valley's medical cultivator. Her beautiful face was pale. If she died here, how many cultivators of the Great Mountain region would be heartbroken to see her disappear from the goddess rankings? However, the mouthpiece, full of fangs, stopped before her. Then a familiar figure stood in front of her. "Senior Sister, are you all right?" Chapter 288, Fierce Battle. A black light flashed past. The ferocious sea beast, the tiger eel, suddenly stopped moving. First, a thin line appeared on its back, and then the line grew larger and larger. The entire sea beast collapsed on the spot, cut in half from head to toe. The sharpness of the immortal slaying flying sword was definitely not something that a body of flesh and blood could withstand. A mere tiger eel that had formed a demon core was no different from a fish on the chopping board in front of the immortal slaying flying sword. Master Le Yuan, who was covered in blood, fell out. He waved his fists on the ground with a blank expression. He had thought that his life was over. After that, they saw Jiang Li descend from the sky. Alliance Leader Jiang. Junior Brother Jiang Li. Senior Sister Chi Yu also reacted at this moment, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. This junior brother alliance leader from the neighboring hall had never disappointed anyone. She did not care about the wound on her body that had been cut open when she forcefully pried open the mouth of the giant-toothed shark. She threw a water attribute buffing spell technique at Jiang Li. A stream of pure water attribute spiritual chi updated the status, water spirit life wood, foundation establishment. On Jiang Li's body to water spirit life wood core formation, before bringing the injured people into the city. Jiang Li nodded at them, then waved his hand and scattered a handful of rice-sized seeds covered in a layer of salt crystals. It was a special wood seed that he had collected on the way here. 9 Nether Tree Realm. Ordinary plants usually could not withstand a high concentrated saline environment. With Jiang Li's usual plant seeds, the power of his wood attribute spell technique would naturally be greatly reduced. However, Jiang Li had always liked to plan before making a move. Since he knew this situation, he had naturally made preparations earlier. In fact, the solution to this problem was very simple. As long as he used the native salt resistance plant, this problem would not exist. The Great Sea Floating Wood was such a superb substitute. Under the urging of Jiang Li's 9 nether spiritual qi, the Great Sea Floating Wood with developed roots quickly and savagely grew, forming a vast forest. The strong roots spread out with the island as the center, wrapping around all the sea beasts they encountered. With Jiang Li's current strength, ordinary sea beasts did not even have the qualifications to cause trouble in the 9 nether tree realm. The strong roots also had a layer of white salt crystals on the surface. After wrapping around the sea beast's body, the salt crystals quickly covered it. In contrast, the bodies of the sea beasts quickly shriveled. The Great Sea Floating Wood was a typical sea carnivorous plant. Compared to sunlight, it was more enthusiastic about hunting for fresh meat. The high concentration of salt in the body also caused their strong electrolyte penetration pressure, causing very few creatures to be able to compete for water with this Great Sea Floating Wood. As long as one came into contact with their roots, their bodily fluids would inevitably flow out, and the speed was quite fast. This was a carnivorous plant that no one wanted to provoke in the ecosystem of the coastal area. In order to gather its seeds, Jiang Li had also spent a lot of effort and time. However, the power of the 9 nether tree realm executed by the Great Sea Floating Wood was even more astonishing. In just a few breaths, it had turned more than 1,000 sea beasts into its own food. The crazily spreading tree sea expanded until it reached the mouth of the sea mudworm before stopping. A strange creature covered in brown scales, with a body thin like a human, and a face covered in white bone armor, stood in front of the sea of trees. He did not know what method it used, but no matter how Jiang Li controlled it, the sea of trees could not get close. Jiang Li, who had already done his homework, naturally knew that it was the greatest enemy of all creatures in the entire Azure Cloud continent, the armored trolls. A sharp black light flashed through the air again at an indiscernible speed. In the next moment, an extremely sharp black flying sword appeared in front of the armored troll. However, the immortal slaying flying sword that had always been successful did not hit its target this time. Instead, it was forced to stop about 3 feet in front of the other party. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the air in front of the immortal slaying flying sword. When the cracks spread to a certain extent, they exploded like glass. Clearly, an invisible barrier blocked the flying sword's blade. The immortal slaying flying sword could destroy both objects and demons. Although the ability of the armored troll was different from human cultivators, since they were both creatures of the continent of the 9 provinces, they naturally relied on spiritual qi. Jiang Li's intrinsic flying sword could not be easily blocked. However, after breaking through an unknown barrier, the pitch-black flying sword only advanced half a finger before being blocked by another barrier. It was clearly impossible to kill the other party in a short period of time. The immortal slaying flying sword that had exposed its tracks was targeted by the enemy immediately. One had to know that there were a total of 50 armored trolls standing in the air and staring covetously. Another stronger troll with abnormally large claws stepped forward and raised its right claw at the flying sword. Jiang Li instinctively felt a threat and decisively recalled the flying sword. As soon as the immortal slaying flying sword left, before the afterimage left behind dissipated, 5 blood-colored claw marks that tore through the sky slapped down. After passing through the afterimage of the flying sword, it tore apart a large portion of the great wood nine nether tree realm below. What a powerful attack! Jiang Li could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, the flying sword withdrew quickly. Otherwise, after enduring this claw, there would at least be some damage. He had used his liquor fire sword song Cultivation to refine the immortal slaying flying sword, so the backlash would be limited even if the flying sword was damaged. However, this flying sword had cost him a lot of effort. Just like the dragon imprisoning lock and yin burial coffin, it was one of his core artifacts. How could he bear to let it be damaged? The blood claw from before was extremely sharp and dangerous, but it caused Jiang Li the most trouble. It was the unknown barrier that blocked the immortal slaying flying sword. When the strong armored troll attacked, it did not seem to care about the defense barrier of its companions. Moreover, it was indeed not affected when it attacked. That kind of barrier ability seemed to be an extremely brilliant one-way defense. Only the enemy's attacks were blocked, while they could attack from the inside without any obstruction. Being able to shield the other party made them more troublesome than a group of individual armored trolls. Most importantly, they still had 48 companions who had not attacked. In fact, from the positions of these armored trolls, these two demons were far from the strongest. If the remaining armored trolls attacked together, he would definitely have no hope of resisting. How could a creature that could compete with the entire eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent for thousands of years be simple? Moreover, up until now, these armored trolls had forced the cultivation world of the eastern region to be at a disadvantage in defense. It was not excessive to overestimate such an enemy. Jiang Li had long known that they were very strong, but he never expected that he would encounter such a troublesome situation as soon as they met. Fortunately, I'm not alone. Behind the 50 armored trolls, a flaming boar appeared out of thin air. Its 4 hooves stepped on the air with burning anger as it collided with them with unstoppable might. Boom! A huge mushroom-shaped flaming cloud exploded in the air and rose. It was the few higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance who were with Jiang Li. Earlier, Jiang Li had gone down by himself for the sake of numbing the enemy and drawing the armored trolls' attention to seize an opportunity for the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance. Another soul formation guardian of the Scripture Storage Valley, who had rushed over to support them, used the 4th ultimate technique of the Scripture Storage Valley, the liquid mirror, to conceal the figures of the other top-notch cultivators. They hid behind the group of armored trolls and launched a brazen attack. Amidst the flames of the explosion, the 50 armored trolls scattered. The flying swords of Shu Mountain, the Vajra of Benevolent Travel City, and the experts of the various sects used their methods to pursue relentlessly. The first thought of this group of armored trolls was to escape through the worm path of the sea mudworm. However, the Great Mountain Alliance was not foolish and had long made plans for this. A huge, luxurious version of the spiritual chi bomb was thrown down and released its power from the inside. The sea mudworm was immediately blown to pieces. The anger of their compatriot's death made them erupt with their strongest strength, destroying the armored troll's escape route and leaving this group of culprits behind. Jiang Li was not to be outdone. He personally went to find the armored trolls that had attacked and defended together earlier. He stepped on the flying sword and moved in the air at an extremely fast speed. Green-black light flickered in his hand, and a 9-foot-long 9-netherwood spear grew in his hand. The dragon scale blood tattoo on his right arm emitted a blood-red light. Endless power of 100 beasts poured into the spear in his hand. With an explosion that tore through the air, the wooden spear pierced through the space and ruthlessly stabbed into the barrier. Crack! A hole was pierced through the barrier, but it was blocked by the barrier behind. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Jiang Li had expected this. He formed a seal with his hand, and the wooden spear suddenly swelled violently. A huge tree grew out directly, and it waved its roots to envelop the 2 armored trolls. Countless tree roots covered it densely, but there was always a hollow ball in the middle that could not break through. However, through the shape of the tree root, he already knew that this invisible barrier was spherical. Blood-red claw marks appeared again, tearing Jiang Li's huge tree into pieces. The two armored trolls grew wings on their backs and pounced at Jiang Li. The huge blood-red claw swung out, and the power was so great that it turned the entire beach upside down. However, Jiang Li was like a nimble swallow. He relied on the extremely high speed of the immortal slaying flying sword to ceaselessly dodge and evade at various tricky angles. Under the violent storm of attacks, even the corners of his clothes were intact. While moving in the air, 6 stone slabs appeared in Jiang Li's hand. In the east, south, west, north, up and down, Jiang Li set up the 6 stone slabs with complicated runes around the 2 armored trolls. Then another seal was formed. The 6 rune stone slabs lit up at the same time. 6 completely different runes combined in the air to form a simplified version of the square heaven array. This was the square heaven confinement array that Jiang Li had obtained when he dissected the contents of the square heaven seal. It could seal an area in a short period of time. The 2 armored trolls felt the huge binding force that appeared around them and immediately struggled violently. The 6 stone slabs were of ordinary material and could not withstand too much power. Dense cracks continuously grew. In just a few breaths, they would shatter. In a few breaths of time, it was extremely difficult to break through that strange barrier and cause damage to the other party. However, Jiang Li still had his own way. Swoosha! The pitch-black flying sword pulled the ancient dragon imprisoning lock and danced in the air at high speed. A vast amount of spiritual qi was injected into it. The dragon imprisoning lock did not grow endlessly. Under the pull of the immortal slaying flying sword, it quickly interwove to form a black chain ball. He trapped the 2 trolls in the middle. The chain ball formed by the dragon imprisoning lock made an ugly and strange sound when it came into contact with the unknown barrier. At this moment, the 6 runestone slabs completely shattered into powder that scattered with the wind. The 2 armored trolls also recovered their mobility. The burly troll waved its abnormally exaggerated claws again, and the penetrating barrier struck the dragon imprisoning lock. However, the dragon imprisoning lock, which was originally an ancient divine artifact that was indestructible, did not even have the slightest scratch. On the contrary, due to the special binding technique of the chain ball, after receiving these 2 attacks, it tightened its grip, directly causing a large number of cracks to appear on the invisible barrier. Ancient people once said that cultivation originated from life, and it was indeed true. The special binding technique that Jiang Li was using now came from the Red Lantern district of Phoenix Sun City. When he visited the demonesses living there, he learned a profound set of the 36 rope binding techniques from them. What the dragon imprisoning lock was about to form was one of the 9 Palace 8 trigrams tortoise shell knots. If one did not use the proper method, the more they struggled and exerted strength, the tighter it would be bound. The burly armored troll did not believe it. It waved its claws repeatedly, and the power that was enough to tear mountains and rivers acted on the dragon imprisoning lock. However, as long as the dragon imprisoning lock did not break, the force exerted would be returned to it. Crack, 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 bang. The barrier that formed the ball finally could not withstand the squeezing of the chains. After the crack reached a certain extent, it shattered. However, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, more than 10 layers of barriers were destroyed by the dragon imprisoning lock. The armored troll's posture became more and more dispirited. 2 streaks of blood tears were left in its 2 vertical eyes. After the barrier was forcefully broken through more than 10 times, it had to pay the price. The barrier formed again, blocking the constantly tightening dragon imprisoning lock. The sharp claw armored troll finally recognized reality and did not continue to attack brainlessly. Then it did something that surprised Jiang Li. The sharp-clawed armored troll waved its claws and cut off a large piece of flesh on its thigh. Jiang Li estimated that it was at least 20 kilograms. It handed the piece of flesh to its companion. After the barrier-armored troll received it, it did not hesitate to stuff it into its mouth and began to chew and swallow. Then a magical scene happened. After the barrier-armored troll ate a simple meal, it no longer looked dispirited. After wiping the blood tears from its eyes, it stood up as if nothing had happened. As for the sharp claw-armored troll, the wound on its thigh recovered at a visible speed. Just based on the speed at which it grew flesh, it was even not much inferior to Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at this group of monsters that came from nowhere solemnly. Was this healing ability possessed by an individual or a racial talent? If it was the latter, then it would be too terrifying. Chapter 289. Know Thyself and Thy Enemy. The two armored trolls were already trapped by Jiang Li's dragon imprisoning lock, although they could not be killed in a short period of time. However, it was wishful thinking to escape. Jiang Li temporarily paid no further attention to them and looked towards the other places on the battlefield. Not far from him, two golden core cultivators of Benevolent Travel Temple were attacking an armored troll. A golden fist the size of a clay pot smashed into the troll like rain. The layer of tough scales was broken, but the troll acted as if it could not sense anything and attacked unaffected. Its attack pattern was different from the previous two trolls. Its body was obviously much larger than the other trolls. The head covered in armor had a sharp horn that was curved backward. Every time it pulled some distance away, it would use the horn to charge towards the enemy with unstoppable momentum. If one was hit by that horn, even a mountain would have a hole. Jiang Li discovered that other than the uniform bone armor, the appearance, size, combat style, and habits of these trolls were vastly different. It was as if they had not evolved from the same species. One had to know that 90% of intelligent creatures' recognition mechanisms for individual characteristics were targeted at their own kind. For example, when humans of different races interacted, it was very common to be unable to recognize and differentiate some facial traits. There was no need to talk about other species. If Jiang Li looked at 100 scaled demons, he would most likely feel that they looked almost identical. This was because when humans conducted cross-species identification, they would usually first identify racial characteristics, not individual characteristics. However, this group of armored trolls gave Jiang Li a strange feeling, as if they were evolved from different ancestors. They grew in all shapes and sizes as they pleased. Before he could think about it, another change occurred. Wait, what's that sound? Jiang Li was just about to quickly deal with the two trolls and reinforce his companions. From the distant shore, the sound of liquid surging suddenly sounded. He stepped on the air a few times. After rising a little, he looked at the distant shore. In his vision, a white line was advancing rapidly in their direction. Damn it, it's a tsunami. They can actually trigger a tsunami. Everyone returned to the city to defend. Jiang Li did not believe that this tsunami was a coincidence. This group of armored trolls had left too deep an impression on him. He roared down. If it was only a tsunami, it would be fine, but along with the tsunami, there were countless ferocious sea beasts. If they continued to fight outside the city, the lives of the Great Mountain Alliance cultivators would be wasted on these damned sea beasts. This was clearly something that Jiang Li could not accept. Stop fighting. The disciples can't defend the mechanism city. After reminding the higher-ups that were pursuing the armored troll again, Jiang Li dragged the dragon imprisoning chain ball and landed on the city wall of the mechanism city. This group of damned trolls. No wonder so many Eastern region sects were defeated by them. What a group of terrifying monsters. If they wanted to resist such a sea beast tsunami, just relying on the cultivators present would exhaust them to death. He hoped that the mechanism city under his feet could be more reliable. Jiang Li flipped his palm, and a pure white spiritual ball that outsiders were unable to see appeared in his hand. 1000 mechanism sphere, go. Jiang Li took out the original city core, thousand mechanism sphere, and then directly sent it into the core location of the mechanism city. Originally, it would have required 9,000 mystic gate cultivators to control it together in order to unleash its power. However, after the thousand mechanism sphere entered the core, the entire city seemed to come alive. All the defensive mechanisms no longer needed to be controlled and were activated automatically. After accurately aiming at the white tsunami, they began to launch fierce long-range attacks. The attacks like Sea King Fork, Flood Dragon Lightning, and Spirit Chi bombs landed on the white wave, causing a large amount of blood-colored waves to appear at the point of impact. This was because a large number of sea beasts had been torn apart by the long-range mechanisms. 50 nautical miles from the tsunami line, a strange mechanism suddenly rose on the muddy beach. It was a simple mechanism that was shaped like a fan shell and opened at a 45-degree angle. After the surging current washed over, the edge of the fan shell was forcefully closed under the pressure of the current. The closed mechanical fan shell automatically opened under the effect of the elastic device, and then closed again under the effect of the current. In this region of 50 nautical miles, there were such mechanisms everywhere. If one looked down from the sky, they could only see countless scallops that were constantly opening and closing. These mechanisms did not have offensive or defensive effects. However, under the effect of these scallops, the speed of the tsunami that entered this range clearly slowed down. The waves decreased more and more. When they approached the Black Reef Island, the tsunami was only left with a small wave of more than 10 meters that slapped the hard rock. That kind of mechanical fan shell was actually called a tide energy accumulator. It was a basic device that could borrow the power of the tide to accumulate energy for the entire mechanical city. As the mechanical fan shell opened and closed, every foot that the tsunami advanced, its energy would be absorbed a little. After crossing the 50 nautical miles, the waves on the island no longer posed any threat. This was a magical mechanism created by Inksec's previous ink child in this desert terrain, under the circumstances that they were unable to borrow the power of the earth vein. Normally, it could be used to accumulate energy. In critical situations, it could also be used to resist the tsunami like now. As a result, the mechanical city that had accumulated a large amount of energy roared fiercely at those who were swept close by the waves. However, there were still too many sea beasts rushing over like waves. The higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance, who were fighting in the air, could only put down their opponents and release large-scale killing techniques at the sea beasts below to reduce the pressure on the city. However, this also gave the armored trolls a chance to catch their breath. They did not engage in battle and fled into the sea without a trace. Clearly, the beast tide this time was cast by the armored troll, hiding in the distance to help his companions escape. As for the Great Mountain Alliance, who was stuck in the city by the tide of the sea beasts, they did not dare to pursue them at all. If they were lured away again, their base that had yet to be warmed up would really be finished. Fortunately, the armored trolls had control over the beast tide. 2 hours later, the sea beast was no longer so determined and fearless. 4 hours later, more sea beasts only surrounded the city and watched. From time to time, there would be internal conflicts. 6 hours later, the sea beasts that could easily devour a country dispersed. After a long time, the higher-ups of the Great Mountain Alliance, who had gone out to pursue the enemy, finally arrived. After knowing what happened later, they were extremely afraid and apologized to Jiang Li and the others. Everyone, don't blame yourself. The difficulty of dealing with the armored trolls far exceeds our imagination. In the future, you must be extremely careful. Don't let your guard down. I've transferred the city core of 1000 Civ City to this place. The defense ability of the mechanical city has greatly increased. I'll temporarily guard the base and plan for the future. Now that they had just arrived, not to mention their understanding of the armored trolls, they did not even know the situation in the surrounding territory. Attacking rashly at this time was simply courting death. What should we do next? The armored trolls have the ability to control sea beasts in a large area. No matter how sturdy the city of traps is, we will be exhausted to death by those sea beasts sooner or later. The other higher-ups were clearly still quite negative. After all, this sudden encounter had caused the Great Mountain Alliance to suffer considerable losses. However, in terms of results, besides a large amount of smelly and useless sea beast meat, they had only killed 17 armored trolls and captured 2 trolls because of Jiang Li. One had to know that they were still 270,000 armored trolls short of 1 million merit points. If this continued, when would it end? At this moment, they also deeply felt the helplessness of the other sects struggling on this battlefield. If the other party continued to control the sea beasts to attack and exhaust them, the situation would fall into a very passive situation. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let's study these monsters first. At this moment, they could only find a breakthrough in this group of armored trolls. If he could discover any fatal weakness of this race, or obtain their gathering place through torture, it could be considered a major breakthrough. In the Alliance, a rare ice attribute cultivator cast spell techniques and froze the sea mud beside the Black Reef Island, turning it into a flat and solid piece of frozen soil. They first took out the 17 armored troll corpses and placed them on the ground, arranging them neatly. Just as Jiang Li had discovered earlier, this group of trolls had very different personalities. They had different forms and characteristics. After being dissected by beast-controlling cultivators who specialized in raising spiritual beasts, they discovered that there was a considerable difference in the organs in their bodies. From the perspective of the organ and physiological structure, some of these dozen trolls matched the characteristics of carnivores, some matched the characteristics of herbivores, and some were even aquatic creatures. If they removed the armor, no one would think that they were of the same species. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were unrelated. It was really hard to imagine that they were the same species. He used a sharp rune knife to cut around the connection below their face armor. It took a lot of effort to remove this face armor that represented the characteristics of a troll. Jiang Li took the mask in his hand and squeezed it. It was unexpectedly thick and hard. His right hand grabbed the mask, and his left hand grabbed the owner's head. His 2 hands slowly increased their strength. A moment later, with a bang, the head could not withstand it first. After a few breaths, cracks finally appeared on the face armor. This armor was actually much tougher and thicker than a skull. Humans were at most thick-skinned. These armored trolls had actually evolved their faces to the hardest part of their bodies. No wonder this race was so powerful. Wasn't this just like the old saying, thick-skinned people will rule the world? How did you feel when you fought these armored trolls? Jiang Li observed the injuries on the armored trolls on the ground and asked the higher-ups beside him. These monsters are very resistant to attacks and are not easy to kill. A higher-up thought for a moment before coming to this conclusion. Yes, their abilities are very strange. Moreover, their injuries recovered extremely quickly. They're very difficult to deal with. The other higher-ups also had similar feelings. Jiang Li sighed and nodded. It was as expected. He noticed that there were often more than 20 wounds on these troll corpses, and the bodily destruction rate was more than 50%. It was as if these monsters had no vital points. They would only die after more than half of their bodies were shattered. Under such circumstances, the disadvantage of a human cultivator of the same level colliding with the other party was too great. A snake's weakness is 7 inches below its head, and a dragon has reverse scales. Everything must have its weakness. This is the law of nature. I don't believe that this group of armored trolls can be an exception. But how should they deal with the armored trolls effectively? In this aspect, the divine judgment hall that had fought with it for 1,000 years definitely had quite a bit of research. However, the situation of the war was constantly changing. The other party was also a powerful race with extremely high intelligence. They would think of ways to shrink and make up for any flaws. If they really believed in some specially effective method, the only outcome would be to send themselves into danger. Therefore, the Divine Judgment Hall did not teach everyone proper methods to deal with these armored trolls. The Great Mountain Alliance could only slowly figure it out on their own. Alliance leader Jiang raised his hand and beckoned. The black chain ball that had already shrunk to only about 20 feet in diameter flew over. Due to the shrinking of the space, the two trolls inside could only bend their bodies, looking like two wild beasts. Jiang Li controlled the dragon imprisoning lock to enlarge the gap in one of the chains and beckoned to the sharp claw-armored troll inside. "Come out and fight me one-on-one. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go." Hearing Jiang Li's words, the sharp claw-armored troll was indifferent, but the other barrier-armored troll clearly had a slight reaction. The two completely black eyes under the mask turned and made a strange sound. It actually translated for its companion. This armored troll, who was obviously mentally superior, understood human language. After hearing the translation, the mouth under the sharp claw-armored troll's mask opened in a long arc, revealing a row of curved fangs that were like eagle claws. In the world of the armored trolls, this upward arc represented a smile. This sharp claw-armored troll was mocking Jiang Li for overestimating himself. It rushed out from the gap Jiang Li opened. It stretched its burly body wantonly. How could a short and thin human who was not even as big as its claws be its match? Chapter 290, Arrangement for Dissection and Research. Hairless monkey, I'll definitely tear your stupid head off and taste the delicious brains inside. The sharp claw-armored troll screeched at Jiang Li in its own language. In the next second, it shattered the frozen earth beneath its feet and charged towards Jiang Li. It was still the blood-red claw mark that tore through the air as it descended towards Jiang Li. Although the abilities of every armored troll were very outstanding and powerful, their abilities were also very limited. Just like this sharp claw-armored troll, its claws were indeed extremely powerful. However, Jiang Li had never seen it use other abilities from the beginning to the end. A huge wooden palm broke out of the ground and collided with the other party's blood claw. A powerful force spread out with an extremely terrifying aura. The two sides collided, but they were basically evenly matched. The attack power of this troll had already touched the threshold of a nascent soul cultivator. What about other aspects? Jiang Li's figure did not move. A black light flashed from between his brows, and the immortal slaying flying sword had already torn through the air. In an instant, it had already pierced through the other party's chest. He had actually deliberately controlled the speed of the flying sword this time, and it was not very fast. If it was an ordinary golden core cultivator, even if they could not completely dodge, they could still react by dodging a little. However, before the armored troll could react, it was stabbed. Its reaction speed was not like a high-grade cultivator, and its defense was standard. The defense ability of its scales was roughly equivalent to a high-grade yellow-rank defensive artifact. It seemed that its other aspects were not as powerful as its attack power. However, after the flying sword pierced through its chest, the troll seemed to not feel anything and continued to wave its bloody claws at Jiang Li. The wound on its chest healed in a short period of time, even in an intense battle. This recovery ability was simply ridiculous. The immortal slaying flying sword transformed into a black light again and shot out. The first strike directly cut off the armored troll's right claw. With the second sword strike, liquor fire sword chi poured into the flying sword. After condensing an extremely high temperature on the surface of the flying sword, it slashed off the armored troll's left claw. Due to the high temperature, the cut on the left claw was charred. Jiang Li's two strikes were testing the recovery ability of the armored troll. He wanted to see if it could help them regenerate broken limbs and how burn injuries would affect the recovery ability. After losing the special claws, the armored troll finally showed signs of pain. However, the cut on its right claw quickly wriggled violently, forming a large membrane. Jiang Li was originally here to test the other party's ability, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. About 15 minutes later, the membrane shattered, and a new young claw appeared. Even broken limbs could be regenerated at such a speed. However, looking at the suddenly shrunk body, it was obvious that this kind of recovery exhausted it greatly. The charred left claw did not show signs of healing. After using its new right claw to cut off the burnt wound, the sharp claw of the armored troll began to grow membranous tissues that could heal injuries again. It seemed that burns did have a certain limitation on the recovery ability of such monsters. However, if it was not a large-scale burn, the effect would be limited. This effect was slightly similar to Jiang Li's cocoon break skill, but the other party had used it partly. Clearly, the racial characteristics were much more brilliant than ordinary insects. After he recovered, Jiang Li started to continue attacking. Heart, lungs, kidneys, stomach, spine, and throat. He used all the attacks he could imagine to destroy all the vital organs that could be fatal to humans. However, the other party could always recover from these important organ injuries after a period of time. If it ran out of energy, Jiang Li would throw a few sea beast corpses over and encourage it to continue standing up to fight. After some experiments, such creatures did not have any vital points below the neck. Only when their important organs were damaged by more than 20% would they fall into a weakened state. Only when more than 50% of the vital organs were damaged would they really die. Now, the only thing that could be fatal was the head protected by the hard surface. The immortal slaying flying sword floated covetously beside Jiang Li. The armored troll had long lost its courage and confidence. When it saw the flying sword that had pierced through it dozens of times, it kept retreating. Clearly, it wanted to turn around and escape. However, how could its speed compare to Jiang Li? Dark light flashed, and the fierce flying sword slashed the white armor into two from the center. It exposed a white ball between the two eyeballs of the troll. What was that? Previously, when he was dissecting the other armored troll corpses, he did not seem to have seen anything similar. Under the protection of the thick mask, the ball was probably the most important organ in his body. The immortal slaying flying sword slashed again, but this time there was only a small hole on it. It was as if the water ball had broken. After some liquid flowed out of the ball, it quickly withered. Then, the tenacious life of the armored troll ended as it lay down stiffly. It seemed that this was the fatal weakness of the armored troll, but it was hidden under this solid armor. Even if destroying the white ball of flesh could kill it in one strike, how many cultivators really had the ability to break through the defense of this level? It felt even more difficult to hit this so-called vital point than destroying half of the other party's vital points. Jiang Li was a little helpless, but this was still a new discovery. He went back and observed carefully. He discovered that there was indeed a rice-sized thing in the same location. It seemed that the core organ of the armored troll would quickly wither after its main body died. However, he did not know its exact function. Elders, I'll leave the remaining troll to you. Investigate as much information about their race and the location of their base as possible. At the same time, do a toxicology test. Let's see if this monster has any poison and spiritual qi attributes that it's especially afraid of. Jiang Li put away the dragon imprisoning lock and handed the remaining armored troll to the other higher-ups. Experiments that aliens would do to humans after arriving on Earth were arranged for them. If they could really discover some funny, fatal weakness like in movies and TV dramas, they might be able to put on a show to save the world. However, the continent of the 9 provinces was not a fast-paced movie that would end in 2 hours. There was really no chance of using a song to destroy a high-level civilization. Alliance leader Jiang is astonishingly talented. It has been a while since we last met, and you have actually cultivated such an accurate sword-controlling technique. It really makes us Shu Mountain sword cultivators blush in shame. After Jiang Li handed it over, the Shu Mountain Metal Peak's peak master, Wei Wangxuan, came to Jiang Li's side with a look of surprise. As he looked at the flying sword that was still floating by Jiang Li's side, he sighed endlessly with admiration. Such a sharp weapon was simply extraordinary. If Jiang Li could continue to strengthen it, it was not impossible for this to become a true divine weapon in the future. As for the speed and sharpness of the sword he used earlier, only sword cultivators could understand the purity of it. Due to the sword cultivator buff sword spirit's last gift that Jiang Li had obtained in the Shu Mountain mystic realm back then, even if he did not specially cultivate, his sword heart and sword control technique had always been maintained. Others could not match his speed of improvement. Sword spirit's last gift protects the mind from abnormal mental states and continues to nurture the sword heart. Sword-type skill comprehension speed will increase by 300%, sword heart strength will increase by 100%, sword perception plus 10, duration, infinity, minus plus. Jiang Li's immortal slaying flying sword was so sharp that coupled with his sword heart talent that had almost reached the peak, nothing below the earth rank could obstruct its edge. Jiang Li had not used any of the Shu Mountain sword techniques just now. He had only used his mind to control the immortal slaying flying sword. The advantage of the flying sword that he had displayed had already surpassed all the current Shu Mountain disciples. This made Wei Wangxuan feel even more vexed towards his useless disciple. If not for the unreliable sword heart test, this alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance would have been a disciple of their Shu Mountain. However, because of this accident, Shu Mountain had missed out on Jiang Li. The heavens were really jealous of Shu Mountain. Wei Wangxuan sighed endlessly with admiration towards Jiang Li's natural talent in his heart. However, he did not know that Jiang Li was actually very dissatisfied with the advancement of his sword heart. There was clearly still the next stage of the sword heart talent, but it was as if he was stuck and could not evolve. Before I came out, Sword Head Xianxia asked me to tell you that you can go to the Shu Mountain Sword Pool at any time to choose a suitable flying sword. However, it seems that Alliance leader Jiang doesn't need it anymore. It's very difficult to find a sword in the Shu Mountain Sword Pool that can be compared to that flying sword. However, if Alliance leader Jiang needs it, you can go to Shu Mountain to choose any sword technique. My sect will definitely not hide it. This was clearly another show of goodwill from Shu Mountain. All right, then I'll thank Shu Mountain for your kindness. Jiang Li naturally would not reject their good intentions, although he had the sword cultivator clone as a spy and could easily obtain the secret manuals of Shu Mountain. However, sectarian bias was extremely important in this cultivation world. Although Jiang Li possessed an extraordinary cultivation in the liquor fire sword song, it was not good to display his strength openly in front of them. This time, as long as he made another trip to Shu Mountain, he would obtain the official approval. In the future, if he exposed the Shu Mountain sword technique again, no one would be able to find fault with him. Apart from that, Shu Mountain's goodwill was extremely precious. Without their support, how could Jiang Li sit firmly at the position of the Great Mountain Alliance leader? However, when this scene was seen by the higher-ups of Benevolent Travel Temple, their hearts stirred slightly. Although Jiang Li was the alliance leader, everyone in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region knew that the ones who truly controlled the Great Mountain Alliance were still their three forces. Among them, the Scripture Storage Valley, which had obtained the position of the alliance leader, had the greatest advantage. However, because of the Scripture Storage Valley's act of saving them, Benevolent Travel Temple did not have any objections. But why was Shu Mountain so close to the Scripture Storage Valley now? They had even given away their most precious Shu Mountain sword technique. Could it be that the two of them were going to become even closer? Then wouldn't the Benevolent Travel Temple be isolated? How would they conduct themselves in the future? They were just calculating if they should give something to Alliance leader Jiang when Jiang Li smiled and welcomed them. Dharma Masters, how are Abbot Laku's injuries recently? Has he recovered? Jiang Li went up to show his concern. Thank you for your concern, Alliance leader Jiang Li. However, Abbott's injuries are the result of the meditation technique. If we don't have spirit pills and miraculous medicines, it'll probably be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The few accomplished monks also had helpless expressions. Having their abbot lose a hand and an eye was undoubtedly a mark of humiliation. The limb injuries caused by the sacrificial meditation could not be recovered using conventional methods. It really made them worry until they lost all their hair. I see, Abbot Lecoux has worked hard for the Great Mountain region. It's really admirable. Do you still remember the pill formula that the Great Mountain Alliance fixed? I was fortunate enough to obtain some worm flesh. Now that the pill has been refined, it's here. Dharma Masters, please bring it back to Benevolent Travel Temple and hand it to Abbot Lecoux. Jiang Li took out a jade box from his bosom. After gently opening it, a strong medicinal fragrance that made one's mind tremble leaked out. As soon as they smelled this fragrance, some of the injuries suffered by the higher-ups in the previous battle began to clearly recover faster. Sensing the change in his body, the higher-ups of Benevolent Travel Temple were also surprised and uncertain. What a domineering pill fragrance! This is that body-repairing golden worm pill. This medicinal pill has probably already reached the earth rank. How can our Benevolent Travel Temple accept such a precious treasure? Jiang Li generously threw in the worm blood, flesh, bones, and core of the Raksha black worm. With the combined efforts of the best alchemists of the Great Mountain region, 2 pills were finally formed, reaching the low-grade earth rank. He naturally planned to leave one for himself to consume, and this one was given to Benevolent Travel Temple's Abbot Lecoux. Everyone don't say that. Medicinal pills are meant to be eaten. Otherwise, no matter how precious they are only decorations. Now that Abbot Lecoux's injuries have not recovered, how can I be stingy with a mere medicinal pill? Take it quickly. Treating Abbot's injuries is more important. Jiang Li's generous gesture touched the Benevolent Travel Temple monks who were still thinking earlier. This, on behalf of Benevolent Travel Temple, we thank you, Alliance Leader Jiang. If you need anything in the future, Benevolent Travel Temple will naturally lend a hand. The monks hurriedly expressed their stand. Others would give benefits to Jiang Li, but they took an earth-rank medicinal pill from Jiang Li instead. Coupled with the previous battle of Benevolent Travel Temple's defense, they owed Jiang Li a huge favor. Alliance leader Jiang might have considered their mood and did not want them to feel guilty, so he specially made a request. Actually, I have a presumptuous request. Previously, in Benevolent Travel Temple, I was fortunate enough to see your precious relic. Its pure and sacred Buddhist force seems to be extremely beneficial to my cultivation method, causing me to be unable to forget it every time I think about it. I wonder if I can borrow it for a short time. I will be endlessly grateful. Chapter 291, Fatal Bait. Relic. When they heard Jiang Li's request, the higher-ups of Benevolent Travel Temple fell silent in embarrassment. They looked at each other and could not make a decision. Those few relics were all formed by their Benevolent Travel Temple's deceased senior monks. On the one hand, this was their ultimate treasure, and on the other hand, each relic was the remains of a senior. No matter what, they had to show respect. If they lent the relics to others, it would probably be blasphemy to them. However, Jiang Li was so generous to them. He had already delivered the earth-rank medicinal pills to them, and he was only borrowing the relic for a period of time. It was not like he was asking for them directly. If they rejected this, they would probably offend him. This, Alliance Leader Jiang, please allow us to discuss this. The few of them did not take the medicinal pills in Jiang Li's hand. Instead, they walked to the side and gathered together. They took out the communication spirit stone that directly connected to their hometown and started to communicate via voice transmission. Jiang Li did not mind and ran to walk around the beach. He casually scattered some sea tree seeds. After this battle, there were many sea beast corpses left behind. It could be used as fertilizer to grow the seedlings and trees. If he planted a field of great sea floating wood nearby to strengthen the defense, with the deterrent force of this plant, it could greatly reduce the harassment of the enemy sea beasts. He walked around and returned. The people from Benevolent Travel Temple were waiting for him. Clearly, they had already discussed the outcome. Alliance leader Jiang, we have already discussed with the abbot. We monks should do all that we can to help in this situation. The relic will be transported over with the next batch of the Great Mountain Alliance's fleet. In addition, my Benevolent Travel Temple will give you a secret Buddhist scripture. I hope Alliance leader Jiang can chant it with the relic 3 times a day during this period. The Benevolent Travel Temple finally agreed to Jiang Li's request. After all, they owed Jiang Li a huge favor. In a certain sense, Alliance leader Jiang could be considered a person with deep Buddhist affinity. With the gift of Shu Mountain earlier, they naturally could not be too stingy. In addition, Alliance leader Jiang was a genius. What if his comprehension of the Buddhist scripture was also excellent? Then the 3 major forces might be connected through this medium. Thus, Jiang Li had finally achieved a small goal. Using the relic, it could accelerate the refinement of Ananda's blood tears. After the Great Mountain Alliance's mechanism city obtained the city's core, the speed of repair was more than 10 times faster than usual. Jiang Li also arranged for some cultivators who were skilled in movement techniques to scout the nearby environment and prepare for the long-term war in the future. As for himself, he left this place alone. Ever since he became the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, he had always had guardians and elders by his side. Although he had some additional safety assurance, it was very inconvenient for him. Right now, there were many things to do in Mechanism City, and it could not be defended without experts. Jiang Li used this as an excuse to let all the higher-ups stay in the city while he rode on the wood dragon Rayquaza and flew in a certain direction. Netherworld Illusion, Fengdu City. Jiang Li's sword cultivator clone was sitting in a simple room and reading a few books under the guidance of a male ghost. This was the thing that Jiang Li had obtained from the husband of the Ghost King bride, Yang Riwaji. It was called the Mystic Technique Manual from the Du family. Burning Incense Tao. This was a manual that used the secret technique of absorbing the faith in incense offerings. There were 4 parts: plucking incense, eating candles, listening to sounds, and reading prayers. It was probably the kind of thing that everyone knew in ancient times. In terms of the popularization of ancient inheritances, it was even more widespread than Jiang Li's demon awakening technique. Of course, being common did not mean that it was not good. The Tao techniques mentioned were profound, and every word was precious. Jiang Li had learned many ancient cultivation methods and had his own judgment about the good and bad of these things in the past. The so-called burning incense Tao was actually extremely common in ancient times. From the golden immortals to the small ghosts in the mountains, they would at least absorb 2 mouthfuls of faith. However, the difference was not small. The range of absorbing incense offerings was divided into several levels. Some were so small that there could only be 1 house, 1 village, 1 field, or 1 city. It could also be as large as a country, 1 region, 1 continent, or an entire world. Apart from quantity and range, the speed at which they absorbed incense offerings, the conversion rate and safety were all of the utmost importance. In fact, the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra itself could be used to absorb the power of incense offerings, but Jiang Li was unwilling to do so. He wanted to let the statue clone cultivate through this path, but the clone was a parallel mind formed from the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, so it could not cultivate the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra itself. This new burning incense Tao could make up for this. In fact, to him, the cultivation method of the burning incense Tao was secondary. The most important thing was the ancient text he had learned from Du Xianju. As he learned those words, Jiang Li gradually interpreted a portion of the monolith inscriptions he obtained from the environment of the 1,000 mechanism sphere. The contents of the monument were not complete, or rather, The complete content was carved on several different stone monuments. After reading this portion of the monolith inscriptions, he could only know that these were the last words of despair before death and promises of some things. My Tao will perish. My Tao will perish. Sage, neither man nor God, is undying and indestructible. Return to the palace and fall into the void, gather the treasures of the world. Primordial beginning, heavenly venerable, in the clear profound sky, in the seven treasures mystic garden, the Jade Emperor Palace, on the Ascension Throne, with countless others, speaks of spiritual treasures. It's really a unique method. The true sages, limitless divine kings, spiritual children, jade maidens, and 90 million people raise 6 sacred forces and illuminate the heavens. There is no separation between the 10 directions of the infinite Brahma Shakti. The multitudes from 10 directions come as the Kilin dance and the phoenix sing. Golden immortals of the Brahma heaven, Mahayana Bodhisattva, the 4 factions and 8 great sects, attend the azure rainbow 4 summit, circling in front of the Tao. The rain of profundity flowers will fall like clouds, and under the candle will be the everlasting limitless world, the profound capital realm. With a sigh, the mass will not inherit the Tao, and the heavens will be destroyed. With mortals and saints colliding, the darkness breaks the light and the world shakes. There is no peace. All the chi in the living world will become turbid, the sky will shake and the earth will crack and bones will grow. Corpses will be buried, souls will fly away, and Fengdu City will be surrounded by iron. The 9 nether of eternal night will collapse and be destroyed. The souls suffering in hell have no hope of reaching the heavens. The cycle of reincarnation has collapsed. In the immortal tomb and Buddhist cemetery, all sin is abandoned and virtue is eliminated. The 3 evils speak of suffering, and there will never be relief. At this time, how can the sinners of the world live with their meager strength? My Tao is about to perish, and so will the other Tao. Even though the content had already been translated from ancient texts into the current language, it was not so easy to understand. However, in general, this monument seemed to depict the extremely glorious generation of immortals and Buddhas of ancient times. In simpler words, there were more golden immortals than dogs, zenith heavens were everywhere, and sages would show their faces every few days and hold banquets. It was a scene that no one could imagine in this era. There were also some jealousy and dissatisfaction mixed in, as if he was complaining about the sages, zenith heavens, and the other pioneers who were pursuing the Tao. They kept all the good things in the world for themselves and did not give these people, who came later, a chance. He actually dared to write and criticize the sages. From this aspect, the situation at that time should have indeed been terrible to a certain extent. It was probably because the sages could no longer protect themselves that he dared to vent like this. Then, in the middle, something seemed to have suddenly happened to the heavenly Tao they were chasing. The person who left behind the monolith inscriptions used the words, "The mass will not inherit the Tao, and the heavens will be destroyed," to express his helplessness. What followed was the second half of the tragic story. From the 9 heavens divine Buddha to the 9 nether ghosts below, none of them had a good ending. If Jiang Li did not guess wrong, this monument should have been left behind by a certain immortal before the ancient cultivation world collapsed and was about to enter the cultivationless age. The cultivationless age was such a terrifying term for cultivators. Who could imagine what would happen if the spiritual chi in the world suddenly dried up? It was as if the oxygen in the air suddenly disappeared, and there was almost no way to survive. Jiang Li looked at those words and could roughly understand the despair he felt at that time. If he threw himself into the environment, wait, he did not seem to be afraid of the cultivationless age. Jiang Li looked at his spiritual chi infusion status and suddenly felt as if he had been born in the wrong era. That immortal recorded some tragic scenes at that time, and some countermeasures of the immortals, Buddhas, and gods. It also mentioned that the 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to have been split up by someone. At that time, the ancestors and gods had set up a certain agreement, but the details of the agreement were not recorded in this monument. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. A. Immortal Tomb and Buddhist Cemetery. Jiang Li's interest arose when he saw these 4 words, and he started to yearn for the other stone monuments. It was because, according to the words on the monument here, one of the methods they used to deal with the cultivationless age was to build a tomb to pass through this difficulty by hibernation. Among the other stone monuments, it was very likely that the exact location of the immortal tomb and Buddhist cemetery was recorded. If he could go to those places to take out some things, Jiang Li might be able to make up for the gap between him and those pioneers and achieve a breakthrough. Immortal pills, divine weapons, immortal medicines, heavenly palaces, jade wine, and fairies. Did he want it? Right there where they buried everything in the world. Go and find it, an ancient secret treasure. As long as he found those buried legacies, everything that immortal cultivators wanted could be easily obtained. This was a huge secret. As long as fewer people knew, no one would compete with him. Thinking up to here, even with Jiang Li's temperament, he could not help but laugh when his expression failed to be maintained. However, his laughter did not last long before it was interrupted by a knock on the door. It's time to set off. The cultivator who had invited Jiang Li to join the group came to remind him. Since he was unwilling to reveal his name, Jiang Li would call him Old Ghost for the time being. Jiang Li looked out the window. The thick fog above the city was slowly dissipating, and in its place was a night sky without sun or stars. Only the moonlight could shine on the land of the dead. This meant that someone had used the 3 lifetime stone to summon the netherworld illusion in a specific area in the outside world. This situation had already happened several times in the past 10 days. A large number of human cultivators had secretly crossed over from the Ghost King desolate ground through the illusion realm. Among them were even some famous cultivators in the cultivation world of the eastern region. As for their goal, it was obvious. In the past few days, even the pressure in Fengdu City was slightly heavier than before. Clearly, an extraordinary event was brewing. Old Ghost had not been idle these few days. The number of people he had secretly organized had already reached 50. It was obvious that he could not think of bringing these 50 people to make a fortune. Most of the people, including Jiang Li, were cannon fodder that he had specially prepared for the plan. Jiang Li knew this, but he did not expose it. He also wanted to see the treasure underground palace in Fengdu City. A group of people dressed plainly moved on the streets of Fengdu City. These people were all experienced. As they moved, no one could tell that they were together. The ghost market in Fengdu City was thousands of times more prosperous than Qin Shuman's 7 Roads Ghost City. They similarly charged yin-yang lifespan as remuneration, and the goods here were only things that one could not think of and could not be bought here. It was said that there were a few large forces that were constantly transporting mortals and rogue cultivators into the city. As long as they accumulated enough lifespan, they could even purchase Earth-rank artifacts. Right at this moment, all the ghosts on the street paused, and then they turned their heads in the same direction with stunned expressions. There, a talisman exploded in the air, and a few wisps of aura spread out. The wisps of aura were half pure yin and half pure yang. Although they did not seem to have any cultivation level, their purity was shocking even to Jiang Li. Old Ghost, who stood not far away from Jiang Li, noticed something, and his expression instantly changed. 9 yang boy, 9 yin girl, there really are such physiques in this world. Damn it, this place is about to fall into chaos. Stop the disguise, follow me. As soon as the old ghost finished speaking, he did not even pretend anymore and directly used his spiritual qi to expose the aura of a living person. He used his movement technique and ran far away. However, as he had said, not a single ghost cared about him. All the ghosts in the city stared in the direction of the aura, and their eyes turned red. To these ghosts, children with that physique were no different from immortal pills and Tao fruits. As long as he absorbed it, even the Ghost King could advance on the spot and transform into an existence of a higher level. It could be imagined how tempting the aura of the boy and girl was to these ghosts. For a time, tens of thousands of ghosts roared crazily. Countless ghosts darted into the sky. Apart from some earth-binding spirits that were tied up by Fengdu City, all the other free ghosts surged in the direction of the aura. From the looks of it, even if a soul formation cultivator stood in front of him, he would be torn to pieces in less than half an hour. Outside the city, there were still people who continuously threw aura talismans into the air, drawing them further away. This was a very good method. However, the duration of the aura talisman was less than 4 hours. This meant that the boy and girl had definitely been brought into the illusion. Once it was absorbed by a certain ghost king, no one present would be able to endure the consequences. After he thought through all of this, Jiang Li cursed in his heart, but he was helpless and could only execute his movement technique to follow closely behind Old Ghost. Chapter 292, Ghost Prison. Brother Ghost, you're back quick, put me away. I can't control myself. The old ghost brought Jiang Li and the others into a residence. Inside, a woman was lying on the ground, her body trembling. This woman was also affected by the aura of the yin-yang children, so she should be a ghost without a doubt. However, it was already very rare for her to still maintain her rationality. Old Ghost stepped forward to reveal a red string on his wrist. With a wave of his hand, the woman transformed into a phantom and was put into the red string. Why did this red rope look so familiar? Wasn't this the method of the ghost marriage? Jiang Li understood in his heart when he saw this. This fellow was a ruthless person. Ghosts could be nurtured with a simple method that was more cost-effective. Many cultivators would attempt to raise ghosts to control them. Jiang Li himself had millions of ghosts. However, this guy really got married to a female ghost in Fengdu City. It was no wonder he could survive in Fengdu City for so long and even know about the underground palace and secretly prepare a secret passage. It turned out that he had slept with a local resident. Impressive. However, this small matter was not worth wasting their time. Old Ghost brought them to the inner room. The yin qi inside was clearly much richer than outside. In just a few dozen steps, he had used layers of illusion techniques. Old Ghost raised a flag. They passed through layers of obstructions and saw a hole that was clearly forcefully dug. Unlike the cold above, what came from below was scorching steam, the kind that could steam steamed buns with a few trays. Feeling the hot air surging up from below, everyone's expressions were ugly. It was fine if it was just this kind of steam. As long as they used spiritual qi to protect their bodies, they could isolate this temperature that could not be considered very high. However, the air inside was too polluted, and normal spiritual qi was sparse to the point of almost undetectable under this pollution. This meant that after they went down, they could no longer adjust their breathing and recover through the spiritual qi of the environment. In this damned place, it was impossible to open the storage bag. Even if they still had 1 or 2 bottles of qi recovery pills on them, they could not help them recover much spiritual qi. One had to know that this was not a trip. The danger level below would be even more severe than they imagined. However, under such circumstances, they still had to be careful when using spiritual qi. Once their spiritual qi was exhausted and there were unfamiliar cultivators around them, the outcome that awaited them would probably be death. The place we're going down is a dungeon. You can't fly in it. Be prepared. If there are ghosts haunting us, we have to be fiercer and more ruthless than them before they give way. With that, he jumped down the hole. The hole was bottomless. The other cultivators hesitated for a moment before jumping down. Rewards came from danger. He could not back down because of this problem. Jiang Li was not afraid of this. He controlled his clone to jump into the hole. The scorching air kept surging, and their bodies kept falling. The depth of this underground palace was far more exaggerated than imagined. After more than 10 breaths, they saw a flickering light. It was like the stars in the sky. However, this light was below them. Jiang Li controlled his clone to circulate his spiritual qi, and his descent immediately slowed down. However, just as Old Ghost had said, It was indeed impossible to fly here. He could only slow down and continue to fall. After leaving the hole, he fell into a scorching steam. He lowered his head and saw that the flickering starlight below was actually a large sharp sword. On those sharp blades, there were some corpses that had already turned into bones. If he were to fall into it, even if he did not die, he would inevitably be pierced by dozens of holes. He hurriedly took out a clay ball and used his spiritual chi to activate it before throwing it down. The clay ball exploded in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it became a puppet more than 3 meters tall, becoming the foothold of the sword cultivator clone. These were the remaining puppets that he had not had the time to enlighten when he was in Ink Sect. They were all of high quality at the Golden Core realm. These puppets that had not been enlightened in time did not participate in the battle at that time, so they survived inside the 1,000 Civ Earth treasury. After the puppet landed and caught Jiang Li, it nimbly moved a few steps to the side to avoid being collided by the cultivators behind. Not all the cultivators behind had such good reaction speed. Some of them used their methods to stop themselves on the blade. Some did not dodge in time and were unlucky enough to be knocked down by the people behind. Some did not even have time to slow down and plunged into the mountain of blades. The sound of blades sinking into flesh continuously sounded, making one's scalp go numb. As soon as he entered, there were already casualties. Jiang Li looked at the blood that flowed to his feet, lowered his head, and observed carefully. The swords that grew out of the ground were all weapons that had been refined. The quality was not bad, and their hardness and sharpness could reach the level of artifacts. He controlled the puppet and broke a few sword spikes on the ground. He held the sword spikes in his hand and waved them twice. Now that his flying sword was not in his hand, he could temporarily use these broken sword blades as replacements. By tying the broken sword to the soles of his shoes, he could also step on the edge of the blade and move directly. "Old ghost, I've never heard you say that there's a saber array under the cave. What do you mean by this?" After the 50 people landed, some people could not help but attack Old Ghost. He did not even say such information. It was obvious that he was doing it on purpose. If they can't even deal with this bit of saber array, there's no point in keeping them. It's better to stay here and help us resolve a lot of trouble. Old Ghost did not care at all. He could not even name these people. What did their lives have to do with him? In addition, if I were you, I wouldn't stand around them. Old Ghost meant something as he said this. Not long after he finished speaking, dense rustling sounds sounded around him. From the surrounding pathways, a large number of thumb-sized black dots were quickly surging over. Everyone's expression immediately changed, and they hurriedly ran to Old Ghost's side. Old Ghost scattered a large amount of yellow powder around everyone. The black dots did not seem to approach the powder. Under the attraction of the smell of blood, they surged towards the few corpses on the ground. Corpse insects. Someone could not help but cry out in alarm. The dense number of black beetles climbed onto a corpse. In just 2 breaths, the flesh and blood on the corpse had already disappeared, leaving only bones covered in clothes. When some cultivators saw the swarm of insects, they wanted to burn them with fire attribute spell techniques, but they were hurriedly stopped by others. "Are you crazy? The smell of blood will only attract the insects within 1,000 feet, but if we kill the insects, all the insects within 1,000 feet will surge over. Let's go. After they finish eating, they'll start chasing us." Old Ghost was also a ruthless person. Previously, he deliberately did not tell everyone the situation below. He had the intention of deliberately killing a few and using their corpses to attract these troublesome corpse insects. Everyone circled around the small mountain of black beetles in the middle and walked towards one of the pathways. The place they landed was a dungeon. Inside were a large number of ghosts who were thought to be guilty when they were alive. For example, people who took advantage of public funds, bribed, cheated, robbed, stole money, committed murder, hired prostitutes, bullied the weak, kidnapped women and children, falsely accused others, and plotted to seize other people's property and wife. All of these criminals would be sent here to receive punishment. The ghosts here had to endure the torture every day. Not to mention ghosts with only souls and no physical protection. Even the cultivators with spiritual chi felt uncomfortable in this environment. Soon, a series of ugly ghosts sounded ahead. Ugly ghosts were wandering everywhere on the roadside. As they wailed, they crawled on the ground covered in blades. It looked like they were in pain and were about to die in the next second, but these ghosts in the dungeon would not die easily. It was the same even if they were attacked by spell techniques. When they saw Jiang Li and the others arrive, their eyes that had long lost their rationality looked over uniformly. There was no need to misunderstand. Having been tortured all year round, they simply wanted to eat these living people alive. Countless ghosts surrounded them. Jiang Li and the others' originally loose formation was squeezed tighter and tighter. This was probably an important reason why that old ghost had spent so much effort to rope in rogue cultivators to form a team. If he was the only cultivator present, no matter how fierce he would have long been swallowed up without even bones left. However, even such a group of cultivators could not intimidate these ghosts. Slam! A python whip that emitted crackling lightning shot out and struck two ghosts. One of them fell to the ground and wailed, and the other turned to ash on the spot. Everyone take turns. One ghost was sucked to death, causing the other ghosts to visibly tremble. They temporarily stopped approaching, but they did not have the slightest intention of dissipating. Everyone knew that this could not continue. They took out their artifacts and took turns to attack the surrounding ghosts. However, due to the environment, they were unable to recover on their own. Every time they used it, the spiritual chi would decrease. Therefore, no one dared to use powerful spell techniques. They only focused on scaring and attacked at the lowest possible level. At first, there were fewer ghosts and they were more timid. After being attacked, they retreated a distance. However, as more and more ghosts surrounded them, their courage increased. The attacks of the cultivators were no longer enough to scare them away. The speed at which they advanced became slower and slower. They finally could not walk anymore. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding monsters, they would probably rush up if they relaxed slightly. Don't hold back anymore. If this continues, we'll all die here, a cultivator shouted, urging the others to take action. However, who would do something that benefited others? Then quickly attack. What are you waiting for? I can't use my spell technique to deal with too many ghosts at once. Otherwise, I would have attacked long ago. You can say whatever you want now. If we attack and exhaust our spiritual chi, we'll die. Under such circumstances, having more spiritual chi meant more confidence. No one was willing to suffer a loss. As they were arguing, a few black hands suddenly stretched out and dragged a cultivator into the ghost crowd. They began to bite crazily. I can help open up a path for everyone, but you must first give me a profound rank flying sword and a bottle of chi recovery pills from each person. The sword cultivator clone suddenly spoke in the crowd, causing everyone who was about to start an internal conflict to fall silent. You want a profound rank flying sword and a bottle of medicinal pills to make a move. Are you crazy? Some people sneered at Jiang Li's words. Although profound rank artifacts were nothing in Jiang Li's eyes, profound rank artifacts were not common to rogue cultivators. Then I'll give you a profound rank artifact. Go and make a move. Hearing this, the person fell silent. Brother, there's no way to use storage artifacts in this place. No one has any extra artifacts. It's impossible to give you too many medicinal pills. Everyone will give you a chi recovery pill. Other than that, change the conditions. When Old Ghost saw that someone was willing to attack, he hurriedly advised. Then, if there's any loot later, I want to choose first. Jiang Li did not insist and directly changed the condition. When the surrounding cultivators saw that it was an empty promise, they did not have to pay too much. The current situation was very critical, so they all took out their worst chi recovery pills and agreed. Jiang Li did not have much expectations for this mob. If he did not make a move, Even he would feel very troubled if the ghost army really came. After obtaining a bottle of useless medicinal pills, he walked to the front of the group and used his sword control technique to control the 3 broken swords to float in front of him. Then, 3 balls of black and white flames floated out from between his brows and landed on the flying swords. Go! 3 broken swords that carried the ghost lantern cold flame flew forward. All the ghosts that were touched were wrapped in cold flames. In a moment, they all turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. Recently, the power of the ghost lantern cold flame had increased with each passing day. Ordinary ghosts would have no ability to resist when touched by it. Go! The group did not have time to feel threatened by the might of Jiang Li's cold flames. When they saw that the path ahead had already been opened, they immediately urged their movement techniques to run forward. At first, the group of ghosts were terrified by Jiang Li's cold flames, but when they saw everyone run, they roared and surged forward again. The few cultivators who were the slowest were unlucky and were surrounded again. Helpless, they could only use their full strength to cast spell techniques to save themselves, wanting to open a path like Jiang Li. However, the ghosts had already arrived. It was already too late to attack. The screams of cultivators continuously sounded from behind. The characteristics of the ghosts here were that they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They did not dare to attack a group with many people. Instead, they were all attracted by the screams of the cultivators and surged in one direction. Under the sacrifice of those few people, Jiang Li and the others had a much better journey ahead. They maintained a high speed and did not give the ghosts any chance to gather. Soon, they saw a bronze door ahead. If we leave from there, we can enter the underground palace. Chapter 293. The Prison Warden's Soul Dissolution Liquor. Sinners, state your names, if you have not served your sentence and dare to appear in front of the prison warden. You'll know the consequences. Jiang Li and the others arrived before the bronze door and were about to break out and enter the underground palace. A burly figure who was 10 feet long, had a leopard head, round eyes and tiger whiskers stood in front of them and spoke in a thunderous voice. He was sitting behind a long table, wearing a red official uniform that did not suit his style. He held a wine jar in one hand and could not bear to part with it. Seeing that someone was coming, the prison warden of Fengdu City came over and reluctantly picked up a vermilion wolf hair brush on the table and pretended to be working in front of a heavy book. Jiang Li was not a person who judged a book by its cover, but just looking at him, being able to recognize more than 10 common words was considered impressive. Quickly come forward. If you're disturbing me for nothing, don't blame me for using you to brew wine. The warden slapped the mud seal on the wine jar, then raised it and poured it into his mouth. However, everyone clearly saw that several wailing faces appeared in the clear liquid. It seemed that this warden really knew how to brew wine using humans. Due to the fact that there was an evil ghost blocking the way in this dungeon, Old Ghost had never really come here. He had only obtained general information through some methods. He did not know the background of this warden who had suddenly appeared. His gaze turned, and he took a step back. His hand reached behind a cultivator beside him and pushed forward. The cultivator took 2 steps forward, his expression immediately becoming furious and terrified. He was furious because Old Ghost had betrayed him without a word, but he was terrified because, after he was pushed out of the crowd, his figure was fixed on the spot by an unknown force. "Oh, you first. Tell me your name, your birthplace, what crime did you commit? How long have you been in prison? Do you regret it?" The warden casually tapped the pen in his hand on the table and stared at the cultivator below. My name is Li Yu. I didn't do anything wrong. It's others who are falsely accusing me. Warden, please investigate." This person's reaction was not slow. When he saw that he was unable to move, it was impossible for his so-called companions behind him to save him. He followed the words of the warden and replied, "Oh, you're innocent." The warden casually flipped through the booklet in his hand, without any intention of searching according to the name. This made Li Yu, who had been pushed out to probe the danger, heave a sigh of relief. The names of these outsiders clearly could not appear on the list. Yes, 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 Lord, I'm innocent. The prison warden seemed to be as stupid as he looked. He nodded and believed the other party. Since you're innocent, I should let you go. How about this? Drink this bowl of wine and think of it as me sending you off. The warden took out a clay bowl from somewhere and poured a full bowl of transparent wine before pushing it in front of Li Yu. The strong fragrance of wine spread out. Those who knew wine would know that this was a top-grade brew that was hard to come by in 100 years. Chen Yu's hands also relaxed, and he recovered his mobility. Looking at the ghost face churning in the bowl from time to time, Li Yu naturally did not want to drink it. This, Lord Warden, I can't handle alcohol, so I shouldn't waste your good wine. He tried to refuse, but the other party was clearly not so easygoing. How dare you not drink the wine that I poured? HMPH, coward, I'll lock you up for another 100 years. If he did not drink it, he would suffer. Li Yu's expression turned bitter, but he recalled that the person in front of him had also drunk this kind of wine. This should not be a poisonous thing, right? After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and picked up the wine bowl. Lord, I'll drink, I'll drink. As he spoke, he tentatively took a small sip. However, as soon as his lips touched the bowl, the wine in the bowl seemed to come alive and instantly surged into his mouth. The person immediately began to sway. More than 10 completely different faces strangely appeared on his face. After a few breaths, he collapsed. Then more liquid flowed out from his 7 orifices. In the liquid, there was a ghost face that was identical to his own. When the warden saw this, he happily took out another jar and stored the liquid that flowed out. Your sins have yet to be cleansed, yet you still dare to drink my soul dissolution liquor. You really don't know what death feels like. Ha ha ha, I am blessed to have a new drink. Who's next? Come up quickly. It turned out that this burly and seemingly unintelligent prison warden also had his own methods. He did not need to identify good and evil himself, nor did he care to check the booklet in his hand. He only had one criteria for judging. Those who could drink the soul dissolution liquor and remain fine were either good people or ghosts. Those who died after drinking the wine could be used to brew more wine for him. At this moment, the cultivators standing at the side finally understood that if they wanted to pass through this warden, they had to drink the bowl of wine of unknown origin. According to the warden, as long as he had sinned and his sin had not dissipated, the soul dissolution liquor would be a terrifying poison that could melt souls. Even Jiang Li did not dare to say that he had not done anything wrong since he started cultivating. What were the other rogue cultivators like? Letting them drink, this was no different from courting death. They exchanged glances. With Old Ghost leading the way, they suddenly attacked. 10 spell rays shot towards the burly man in front of them. Pew, 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 pew. It was as if someone had secretly farted here. The 10 rays of light did not cause any effect and disappeared in the air. Jiang Li knew that the reason for this situation was probably the Fengdu prison they were in. This was because his yin burial coffin also had the effect of obliterating attacks. The warden was not angry. He waved his hand and brought the 10 people who attacked to the front of the table. He casually placed 10 more wine bowls on the table, indicating that they could start eating. Don't even think about escaping or snatching it. Today, each of you has a bowl of wine to drink. What, you don't want to drink? You can get someone to replace you. The warden sneered. In his hands, not many could escape unscathed. Prison warden, I enjoy fine wine myself. Why don't you give me a bowl too? At this moment, Jiang Li took the initiative to walk forward with a smile and asked the warden for the soul dissolution liquor. Jiang Li's actions surprised the other party. After being here for so many years, there were very few people who could drink the soul dissolution liquor without collapsing, and there were even fewer who took the initiative to ask him for it. However, he was merely surprised. It was the same for everyone as long as they drank the soul dissolution liquor. What a pretentious kid. He had no reason to refuse. He took out another bowl and filled it for the sword cultivator clone. "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Enjoy this good wine." Jiang Li smiled, and then he controlled his clone to pick up the bowl of wine and drink it all. As the fragrant wine entered his stomach, the sword cultivator clone first frowned and smacked his lips. After a moment, he sighed and exhaled. "Good wine, give me another bowl." Prison warden. The cultivators were speechless. This guy was not following the script. "You actually didn't fall." The warden looked at Jiang Li in surprise and bewilderment. This person could actually drink his soul dissolution liquor. "No, you must have cheated. Kid, do you dare to drink another bowl?" Ever since he died, he had been working here. He had been working for hundreds of years, and there were only 10 people and ghosts who could be open and unafraid of the soul dissolution liquor. Such a thing had not happened in decades. This burly warden was clearly suspicious. He was more willing to believe that Jiang Li had used some method to cheat. Again, he had to watch this guy swallow the wine. However, Jiang Li only smiled and decisively pushed his wine bowl forward. "It's rare to see such good wine. I can't ask for more." The wine bowl was filled again. After Jiang Li controlled his clone to pick it up, he poured it into his mouth again without any hesitation. The hot wine flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was already burning like a ball of fire. When the clone's liquor fire sword song was stimulated by the spiritual wine, it circulated at high speed as if it had gone crazy. To be honest, he had never tasted a spiritual wine of this level. His cultivation level, which had only just reached the void core realm, rose at an exaggerated speed. The void core in his body also became more and more condensed. To cultivators of the liquor fire sword song, high-grade spiritual wine was much more useful than spirit pills. He had a feeling that as long as he drank another 2 bowls of wine, his clone would be able to refine the true core on the spot. However, the main characteristic of the soul dissolution liquor was naturally soul dissolution. As the smell of alcohol rose, more than 10 wailing ghost faces appeared and followed the smell to the clone's consciousness. The dozen or so evil spirits would shock the soul. Once a cultivator had any evil thoughts, they would take advantage of the situation and enter from the inside. It was enough to kill a cultivator's soul. Not to mention core formation cultivators. Even nascent soul cultivators did not dare to rashly attempt it. However, when these dozen evil spirits entered the clone's consciousness, what greeted them were 9 black and white ghost lantern cold flames. Jiang Li had never seen anything that was formed from souls that was not countered by the ghost lantern cold flame. 9 cold flames swept out a flaming tornado, burning away the evil ghosts in moments. After the evil spirits were burned away, they turned into ashes that fell. That was the end of the sinful life of countless ferocious ghosts in this prison. The ashes of sin fluttered and landed in the clone's consciousness. Not only did they not pollute it, but they were absorbed and sent to the main body, turning into nutrients for the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. This bowl of soul dissolution liquor could actually benefit both the clone and the main body at the same time. Wasn't it worthy of the word good wine? Jiang Li opened his eyes reluctantly and pushed the bowl forward. "Prison warden, for a good friend 1,000 toasts are too few. How about another bowl?" The warden's large eyes widened, but he actually did not dare look Jiang Li in the eye. He hugged the wine jar and hid it behind him. "There's no more, there's no more. Even if you drink this soul dissolution liquor normally, you'll still be drunk for 3 days. Kid, your alcohol tolerance is actually not inferior to mine. Go out, don't come back. There's also you guys, hurry up and drink." What, he was actually so stingy? The reason why the warden was willing to let the prisoners drink was because they could not withstand it. After drinking it and shattering their souls, the liquor would flow back and increase in volume. However, when it came to Jiang Li, there would not even be a drop left. How could he be willing to waste it? He waved his hand and opened the bronze door behind him a crack, gesturing for Jiang Li to leave quickly. However, Jiang Li looked at the remaining 10 bowls of soul dissolution liquor on the table and was unwilling to leave just like that. I see. Lord Warden is also a sentimental person. I believe you won't lower yourself to my level. I'll drink their wine in their place. Everyone, do any of you want me to drink on your behalf? The warden had just said that he could drink on their behalf, so he naturally placed his gaze on the wine bowls. Although he spoke politely, he rubbed his thumb and index finger together repeatedly. It was obvious that he needed some compensation. Brother, you seem to like drinking this soul dissolution liquor. I happen to not be able to hold my liquor well. We're all in this together. Why don't I give you this bowl of wine? A cultivator spoke up to test him. He wanted to use the fact that everyone was together to make Jiang Li sacrifice himself and help them. However, Jiang Li acted as if he did not hear it and completely ignored him. Then, friend, I'll give you 3 high-grade yellow-rank chi recovery pills. That person still did not give up, and the others spoke out in succession. It was as if they had the advantage in numbers, and Jiang Li would be committing a heinous crime if he did not listen to them. You all think so, then I have to thank everyone. Jiang Li suddenly smiled and looked at the so-called group. Unfortunately, I'm a little selfish. Since you all think so, let's meet again if we're fated to in the future. Compared to taking advantage of others, Jiang Li hated it when others took advantage of him. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the bronze door. The warden was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Jiang Li would help them drink all the wine, because according to the rules of the dungeon, it was really not easy for him to stop them. Wait, brother, I have a profound rank flying sword here. If you don't mind, please take it first. In the end, it was Old Ghost who was rich and imposing, and he directly took out a flying sword and threw it to Jiang Li, causing him to barely stop in his tracks. After checking, the ownership mark had already been removed. The quality was not bad too. Jiang Li was very straightforward. After casually placing his mark on the flying sword, he stepped forward and drank the wine in front of the other party. After the wine in the bowl was emptied, the binding on Old Ghost was also removed. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally passed the warden's test. Everyone, if you still want my help, you have 3 choices. 1. Give me a thank you gift that's not inferior to this flying sword. 2. Hand over your storage artifacts. 3. Eat this pill and obey me in the future. When they were surrounded by the ghosts earlier, Jiang Li had already selflessly sacrificed himself once. It could be said that he had done his part. Now this group of ingrates wanted him to help for nothing. Impossible. Chapter 294, Tomb. The conditions Jiang Li gave made the remaining 33 rogue cultivators' expressions turn ugly. He wanted a profound rank artifact as soon as he spoke. If they handed over the only 2 artifacts they had, their combat strength would at least decrease by more than half. If they were unwilling to give or could not, then they would have to hand their storage bags to Jiang Li. In this illusion, the storage bag could not be opened. Inside was their savings of many years. No one wanted it to be emptied like this. The third choice was clearly not a good choice. That black pill was definitely a poison used to threaten them. If they ate it, heaven knew what they would be threatened to do. In fact, the so-called poisonous pill was only a spiritual root seed wrapped in a layer of pill shell. It was harmless and safe. HMPH, don't be too ruthless when taking advantage of others. I won't agree. Brothers, don't believe him. Perhaps that fool fell to the ground in 1 bowl because he was useless. He can drink 3 bowls in a row. This wine should not be so poisonous. The cultivator who had wanted to freeload on Jiang Li was a typical example of someone who valued money more than his life, and was even more shameless on top of that. He picked up the wine bowl, gritted his teeth, and drank the soul dissolution liquor. However, the result proved that he was even worse than the previous fool. The person who had been drinking with Jiang Li earlier at least swayed a little. However, as soon as he drank it, his entire body directly lashed out. The wine in his 7 orifices flowed out with his soul. He was already beyond saving. Everyone, you should think about it quickly. I'm only waiting here for 15 minutes. There are only 20 spots. I won't wait for you." Another cultivator fell, causing their mood to become abnormally heavy. Coupled with Jiang Li's words, it caused their hearts to feel even more anxious. The situation was already very clear. Drinking the soul dissolution liquor meant death. If they did not drink it, the warden would not let them off. Only Jiang Li could save their lives. Although the price was high, it was still the only way to save their lives. If they were to slowly consider it, it would probably be difficult for them to make up their minds for the entire day. However, now that the quota was limited and there was competition, the situation was different. "Brother, this is my storage bag. Please keep it well. I'll have to trouble you with this bowl of wine." A cultivator immediately handed over his storage bag. Presumably, his storage bag had fewer belongings. If he gave the main combat artifact in his hand, the journey ahead would be even more dangerous. Therefore, he quickly made a decision. When the other cultivators saw that one spot was gone, they also became anxious. Friend, there's mine too. This profound rank saber has accompanied me for more than 50 years. You must treat it well in the future." "Big brother, can I ask what your medicinal pill is called?" More and more cultivators fought to hand their gifts to Jiang Li. Jiang Li counted the 20 people first, and then he really did not care about the cultivators after that. He really did not fancy the artifacts and storage bags of a mere group of rogue cultivators. Soon, he paid no further attention to them, and he turned to look at the remaining 9 bowls of soul dissolution liquor on the table. He picked up the bowls and gulped the liquor down. A moment later, the sword cultivator clone's aura fluctuated, and he really used this to advance to the true core realm. This kind of spiritual wine was really surprisingly wonderful. Even the private collection of a warden could have such an effect. Perhaps there really was a legendary immortal pill in this underground palace. The sword cultivator clone did not stop at all. He drank the remaining 8 bowls of soul dissolution liquor like a dragon sucking a river dry. The evil spirit could not do anything in front of the ghost lantern cold flame. But the dense alcohol smell made the sword cultivator clone who practiced the liquor fire sword song blush. After drinking the remaining wine, his cultivation was already approaching the golden core realm. At this rate, his clone might be able to break through 2 realms in a day. "Lord Prison Warden, this wine is the best I've ever seen in my life. Please fill the other 11 bowls. I can still hold on." Jiang Li's face flushed red, but opposite him, the prison warden's expression became even uglier. When he saw Jiang Li drink another 9 bowls of soul dissolution liquor, his heart bled. However, in fact, although he was indeed the warden of Fengdu's dungeon, and could use this ancient building to do many things, there were indeed rules that one could drink the soul dissolution liquor on behalf of others. Since Jiang Li had already drunk it, he was already free. He had no reason to attack Jiang Li. If he did something that went against his duty, it was very likely that the sin would make him unable to drink the soul dissolution liquor anymore. If he could no longer drink this soul dissolution liquor, he might as well die. No. If you continue drinking like this, I won't have any more wine to drink. There are 11 left, right? Your sentence is up. Go out directly. I don't need you to drink anymore. The warden hugged the wine jar and retreated. Even if he let the remaining people leave directly, he was unwilling to pour more wine for Jiang Li. However, after probing him a few times, Jiang Li already understood that the other party could not be restricted by extremely strict rules in this prison. This gave him some room to bargain. "Lord Warden, please don't break the rules because of me. I can still endure it," Jiang Li said shamelessly. The surrounding people were all a little speechless. He had just broken through a realm while drinking. Wasn't it obvious what he was after? "No, leave quickly." "No, I want to drink." Jiang Li actually started to argue with the warden here. For a time, no one could convince anyone. In the end, Jiang Li made a compromise. "How about this, Lord Prison Warden? I really like this wine too much. I have a small wine gourd here. As long as you fill 2 bowls of soul dissolution liquor inside, I'll just smell it from time to time after I leave the dungeon." Jiang Li finally proposed such a condition. Regarding this, the warden could only grit his teeth and agree. Jiang Li naturally wanted this gourd of soul dissolution liquor for his main body. This soul dissolution liquor was only a one-time consumable item with his clone, but its effects on the main body could last indefinitely. The liquor fire sword song was fine, but the fact that this wine could increase the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra tempted him greatly. After receiving the wine pot and hanging it on his waist, Jiang Li and the 22 people, including the old ghost, walked out of the Fengdu dungeon openly. On the spot, there were only 10 or so cultivators with despair on their faces. They wailed and wanted Jiang Li to bring them along. However, this angered the warden. With a wave of his hand, a few black shadows appeared and pressed the remaining cultivators to the ground. "Wait, fellow Taoist, big brother, I'll give you my artifacts and storage bag. Drink another bowl." "Yes, yes, fellow Taoist, if you save me this time, I'll definitely do my best to repay you." Facing death, they anxiously shouted out everything they had, but Jiang Li did not waver at all. He, old ghost, and the other 20 people walked out of the bronze door. Among these 20 people, 3 of them gave out profound rank artifacts, and 10 handed over their storage bags. The other 7 people had the intention of relying on luck to consume Jiang Li's spiritual root seed. In the beginning, they were very conflicted, but the desperate screams of those cultivators who did not manage to snatch a spot made them feel fortunate. If they were a step slower, they might be the ones pressed to the ground. People had to compare in order to feel the difference. After passing this round, it was time to obtain the treasures. Upon stepping out of the bronze door of the dungeon, an ancient palace building instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, intense vibrations came from above. Clearly, after successfully luring the tiger out of the mountain, those large forces also began to violently attack the Fengdu underground palace. In the Ghost King desolate ground, Jiang Li's main body finally arrived here after speeding all the way. In terms of the underground palace, it was still considered calm. Fengdu City was in chaos. In the Paramita plains of the netherworld illusion, they had already fought until their brains were mush. Countless powerful ghosts tore and killed crazily under the temptation of the aura of the 9 Yang child and the 9 Yin child. It could really be said that the world collapsed and the sun and moon dimmed. As the main characters in the scene, there was a young man and woman tied to a stone pillar. Their faces were young and handsome. There were not many traces of cultivation methods on their bodies, but it was obvious that their bodies contained the cultivation of the peak of qi refinement. This was because their physiques were special and their talent was too good. Even if they did not cultivate any cultivation methods, the spiritual qi would automatically enter their bodies. However, such a genius was not snatched away by others to take in a disciple. Instead, he was captured here as bait. There was probably no hope of leaving here today. When Jiang Li entered through the entrance of the illusion realm, he was fiercely shocked. The scene of a huge crack being torn open in the sky was truly terrifying. Then he was blown dozens of kilometers away by the ghost qi. Fortunately, there was an inner armor transformed from the 9 nether clone attached to his body. Otherwise, this shock wave would have injured him quite badly. Remember that ink sect nascent soul cultivator who ambushed Jiang Li in Thousand Civ City and was ultimately defeated by him in the coffin. No matter what, he was a nascent soul cultivator. How could Jiang Li forget him? In the coffin space, after tidying up, he planted the 9 nether branches spiritual root seed in his body. After taking root and growing for a period of time, the 9 nether clone finally obtained all his cultivation base, reaching the nascent soul realm. After he wore the 9 nether clone, Jiang Li's peak combat strength had finally broken through. This was also the reason why he dared to come here alone. Borrowing the momentum of the aftershock, Jiang Li took the initiative to leave the battlefield. It was a chaotic battle between more than 10 ghost kings. Even if he had 10 more layers of the 9 nether clone, he would be unable to interfere in their battle. It was already very lucky to be able to escape from the aftershock. He only took a glance at the young man and girl tied to the stone pillar from afar before ignoring them. There were too many powerful figures involved, so Jiang Li could not afford to interfere. He stuck to the ground and left the center of the battlefield. Jiang Li circulated the 9 nether spiritual qi around his body and covered most of the aura before speeding towards Fengdu Ghost City. While flying, he tried the yin burial coffin in his hand, and the result made him overjoyed. This earth-rank artifact lived up to its name. It could actually be opened normally in this concrete illusion. This was much more convenient. Even those large factions could only use carriages to send supplies here. However, if he could find any treasures, he could directly stuff them all into the coffin and take them away. If he was lucky, he might be able to pick up a huge opportunity this time. On the way to Fengdu, Jiang Li unexpectedly met another familiar face. Alliance leader Jiang, why are you here? Are you alone? It was none other than the rogue cultivator Zhao Tiangang, who Jiang Li had met twice. The first time they met was at the Myriad Sun Building's aerial auction. The second time was at the gathering place of the mortals affiliated with Ink Sect. He was not from Ink Sect. At that time, he had only rushed to help in order to repay Ink Sect's kindness. After the matter was resolved, he naturally left on his own. Now, they had encountered it again in this dangerous netherworld illusion. Firstly, it was indeed a coincidence. Secondly, it was probably the characteristics of rogue cultivators. They would always come over to see if there was a chance to take advantage of such a huge event. Brother Zhao, we meet again. I was just joining in the fun. However, Fengdu City should still be ahead. Are you leaving? Jiang Li also greeted him. However, when he saw that the other party and his companions were flying in the opposite direction, he could not help but feel a little strange. That's right. I can't open the storage artifact in this damned place. I was lucky and obtained a little something. It's time to leave. Zhao Tiangang patted the bulging bags on his body. Clearly, he had gained a lot. To most rogue cultivators, their greatest goal was to seize the opportunity of the chaos in Fengdu City to leave. The goods there were all of considerable value. If one was lucky, they could really snatch some quite good medicinal pills and artifacts. The chaos in Fengdu City should have just begun. It was quite rational for them to stop and retreat in time. I see. However, the entrance to the illusion is very dangerous now. It's best not to go out from there. Perhaps you can find a safe place to wait for a while. It might be safer to return to the Ghost King desolate ground after the illusion collapsed on its own. Jiang Li shared the terrifying scene he saw when he arrived. If ordinary cultivators approached that place, the only fortunate thing was that they would die extremely quickly there. Zhao Tiangang was stunned when he heard this and thanked Jiang Li repeatedly. With their cultivation levels, if they entered the battlefield of those ghost kings, they might not even know how they died. When Jiang Li wanted to separate from them and continue forward, Zhao Tiangang returned the favor and told Jiang Li a piece of news. Alliance leader Jiang, wait, Fengdu City is actually very dangerous now. There are various large factions controlling it. The fights between the rogue cultivators are also very intense. Battles are happening everywhere. If Alliance leader Jiang trusts me, there's actually a hidden tomb outside Fengdu City. Not many people know about it, so it's relatively safer. To be honest, our gains were also obtained from that tomb. In any case, Zhao Tiangang and the others had already obtained enough and were prepared to leave, so they did not mind telling Jiang Li the news. They rummaged through the bag in their chests and pulled out a fluffy white tail. Chapter 295. Green Mountain has a beast. This is. Jiang Li smelled the tail, but he was still a little uncertain. I caught it in that tomb. Who would have thought that in this netherworld illusion, there would be such a ghost fox cave hidden near Fengdu City? The ghost foxes inside are weak and don't even have the strength to transform. However, there are really many good things in the tomb. Alliance leader Jiang, look. This is a necklace made of jade essence beads. This is a porcelain bowl refined from crystal soil. There are still many such things inside. As long as you refine it again, you can create quite a number of artifacts. Even if you smash it and sell it for money, you can still make a huge profit. It was hard to imagine that these materials were not used to refine artifacts. Instead, they were made into the most ordinary decorations and furniture with the simplest methods of mortals. This kind of action was 100 times more exaggerated than holding a golden rice bowl. It was a typical waste of natural resources. The fox tail that Zhao Tiangang took out was also covered in spiritual light. One look and one could tell that it was an excellent weapon refinement material. However, what made Jiang Li slightly concerned was that there was not one tail on this fox, but two. Jiang Li suddenly recalled the flag that the sword cultivator clone had seen in the underground palace. Originally, he thought that it was just a coincidence that the names were the same. Now, it seemed that it might really be the burial mound of those two. Thank you for your information. You've helped me greatly. When you have time in the future, you must come to the Great Mountain Alliance to visit. This was not a place to stay for long. After Jiang Li obtained the exact location of the ghost fox cave from Zhao Tiangang, he thanked him with small talk before parting ways and continuing to rush over. In just a few minutes, with Jiang Li's current flying speed that had already reached the nascent Soul Realm, he could already see the outline of Fengdu City from afar. However, before he could approach, a blood-colored saber light slashed at him. Jiang Li frowned as he stretched out his hand to grab the bloody glow. The ferocious and sharp blade Qi pushed forward with all its might. That force was indeed extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Jiang Li's defense had always been good, and he forcefully held the blade light in his hand until it was completely shattered. The myriad slaughter sect is handling matters. Those who pass this line will be killed. After Jiang Li shattered the blade light, he looked at a guard of the myriad slaughter sect below. The blood saber cultivator stood on a stone monument and pointed the blade at Jiang Li. Judging from his expression, he probably looked forward to Jiang Li charging forward and fighting him. These sinners from the myriad slaughter sect are crazy. One day I, Jiang Li, will uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. However, it was not time yet. He and the Great Mountain Alliance were still too weak. From afar, he looked at Fengdu City. Just as Zhao Tiangang and the others had said, this ghost city was already in chaos. All kinds of looting and burning could be heard clearly from dozens of miles away. If one entered, it was hard to guarantee that they would not be involved. Not to mention that in the center, there were top cultivators of the various great powers of the eastern region who were digging 1,000 feet underground, intending to forcefully dig out the legendary Fengdu underground palace. Jiang Li was only interested in the ordinary treasures in the ghost market. With his current strength, he was obviously unable to compete with the other top cultivators. Now, he could only cooperate with the sword cultivator clone to see if he could find some opportunities. Jiang Li did not have a conflict with the blood saber cultivator of the myriad slaughter sect. Instead, he turned around and left the ghost city. There were also some rogue cultivators from the eastern region who had rushed to the vicinity of Fengdu City like him. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. This city had already been sealed off by the various large sects. They were circling the entire city, trying to find a way to enter from other directions. However, nearly 50 kilometers around Fengdu City were divided into several areas guarded by different large forces. With the combat strength invested by the various large sects this time, the defensive net was absolutely firm to an unimaginable extent. Ordinary rogue cultivators could not withstand it at all. They could only wait there for the opportunity. If the Ghost Kings returned, they might have a chance in the chaos. At this moment, Jiang Li had found a desolate desert according to what Zhao Tiangang had said. There was not a single blade of grass here and there were no resources, so practically no cultivators would come here. Supposedly, There was a fox demon that could be called a fat sheep hidden beneath this desert. Then let me see what this Fengdu ghost city is made of. With a wave of his hand, he released a large number of soul burial ghost soldiers and let them search this desert. He felt that the Twilight Cave was very closely related to Fengdu City. In the legends of his previous life, the location of this Fengdu ghost city was actually not very clear. The mythological stories that Jiang Li and most of the ordinary people in his previous life were familiar with should be the various gods of the heavenly court, as well as the constellations and celestials in the sky. As for the ancient legends that controlled the underworld, they should be a series of law enforcement agencies like the Yama Hall, Gates of Hell, Yin-Yang Realm, and 18 Levels of Hell. Ghost Judge, Bullhead and Horseface, and the black and white deities were the most familiar names to everyone. However, this Fengdu city was said to be located beside the Six Heavenly River. It had 3 palaces and 9 mansions, and the imperial palace was like the heavenly court. The ghost emperor presided here and commanded a myriad of ghosts and gods. It was the home of the human ghosts. It sounded like its authority overlapped with Yama Hall's, and its status was even higher. However, the division of labor between the two was quite unclear. They were both organizations that controlled all the ghosts in the world. Could there be a situation where one person died and 2 waves of envoys came to capture the souls? Furthermore, he had never heard of rumors like the heavenly court governing Fengdu City. The 10 kings of hell were also directly under the heavenly court. There was no such thing as Fengdu Ghost City interfering. Now that he thought about it, perhaps they were not part of the mythology of the central heavenly court. Because he had already obtained a rough location from Zhao Tiangang and the others, under the large-scale search of the ghost soldiers, Jiang Li quickly discovered a pile of rocks that had been overturned not long ago. This rock pile looked ordinary. If not for Zhao Tianggang's information, Jiang Li would not have been so free to dig it up and take a look. After approaching, he focused his mind and carefully sensed. Soon, he smelled a familiar smell from the gaps of the rock pile. It was a stench similar to that of a high-grade fox demon. Compared to the smell of the fox girls he had encountered in the Red Lantern Street, the aura here was clearly more high-grade and noble, mixed with a faint and soul-stirring fragrance. Jiang Li looked around and did not see any other cultivators. With a thought, his figure was enveloped by green light. Then, his entire body transformed into a slender tree root. He twisted nimbly on the soil twice and entered through the gap in the rock pile in the blink of an eye. This was an escape technique of the 9 Nether Clones Foundation and 9 Nether Dao Scripture. It had been used in Nightless City, and after a long time it could already bring Jiang Li along with it. He transformed into the roots of the 9 Nether Wood, splitting open rocks and soil, crossing mountains and valleys. It was as simple as a fish swaying its tail in the water. Its speed was fast and hard to detect. It was the best choice to kill and seize treasures. When cultivated to the limit, one could even rely on such an escape technique to casually return to the 9 Nether Spring. He followed the gap in the rock pile all the way down. After breaking through another layer of soil, he finally arrived at a relatively spacious underground space. The shattered rocks here had probably been specially blown up by Zhao Tiangang and the others before they left. They probably wanted to avoid being discovered by other cultivators and planned to come back a few times in the future. However, because of some relationship between Ink Sect and Jiang Li, they still told him this news. What surprised Jiang Li was that the underground tomb actually did not seem dark. Rows of night pearls, the size of heads, were embedded in the stone wall, illuminating everything clearly. Jiang Li shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. This was a rare treasure embedded in the wall. This kind of luminous pearl actually did not glow. Its ability was to automatically absorb the energy in the earth vein. The effect of this glow was actually a phenomenon where the earth vein spiritual chi gathered and overflowed. As a rune array master, a luminous pearl of this level was an important material for the perpetual motion array formation. To a spiritual plant master, if they embedded a few night pearls on the spiritual plant shed, the growth speed of the spiritual plant would also increase. Zhao Tiangang and the other rogue cultivators had no experience staying in a large sect. They actually took a wrong look here and did not even take away such a treasure. Woo woo woo. Jiang Li tore open the luminous pearls as he walked forward. After walking for a distance, a few canine-like whimpers sounded from behind a corner. He turned the corner and looked in the direction of the voice. There were a few fox corpses that had been skinned lying on the ground. Beside them, a few white foxes and black foxes were lying on the side, wiping their tears very humanely. From the looks of it, it was clearly mourning the death of his companion. Sure enough, they were all demon foxes and looked to have considerable intelligence. Boo-hoo, wait, sisters, be careful. There's a strange smell again. Oh no, it's a human cultivator, run. One of the three-tailed that had been lying on the ground suddenly raised its head and sniffed left and right, and then it turned around to look at Jiang Li. Jiang Li's body had multiple statuses like the immaculate body that could not emit a smell. The smell on his body should have already been concealed to an extremely low level. He did not expect to be discovered by a few foxes so easily. Run! Those ghost foxes were not strong and could not even transform. However, their speed based on their racial talent was really not slow. The white and black collided, directly fusing into a phantom that flew into the distance. However, Jiang Li's speed was obviously faster. With a wave of his hand, a large number of vines grew from the seeds that he struck out, and they directly weaved into a large net in the air and enveloped all the ghost foxes. He did not know the principles behind their black and white spell technique, but it clearly could not last long. After being interrupted, the net was divided into black and white foxes. Boo-hoo, damned humans! You killed my brothers and sisters and actually dare to come to the Empress's tomb. I, third sister Hu, will fight you to the death. Inside, a snow-white fox with three tails used its claws to support the vine net and bared its teeth at Jiang Li. Unfortunately, if it wanted to injure Jiang Li, it would have to cultivate for at least a few hundred years. Alliance leader Jiang pulled out their tails from the cracks of the vines and pulled on them forcefully. Yes, it was true, they were not stuck together by glue. Everyone knew that the auspicious beast, 9 tails, was the limit of the fox demon's evolution. However, no matter how ordinary fox demons cultivated, it was impossible for them to grow a second tail. This was because, according to the records in the mysterious book in his previous life, the classic of mountains and seas, the original text wrote, 300 miles east, there is a mountain called the Green Mountain. There is a demon beast. It is like a fox with 9 tails, and when the demon appears, it is an auspicious sign. Its voice is like a baby. It can eat humans, and those who eat it will not be dazed. What it meant was that there was a type of beast called 9 tails on this mountain that looked like a fox. Its characteristics were that it had 9 tails, and its voice was as crisp as a baby's, and it ate humans as food. After eating its flesh, the human mind would not be confused. It would only appear when the world was peaceful. It was an auspicious beast. Therefore, this green-tailed beast only looked like a fox. There was no necessary blood relationship between the two. Only the beasts of the Green Mountain could gradually grow and produce 9 tails under the circumstances that their cultivation level, opportunities, and fate had arrived. Their official name should be 1-tailed, 2-tailed, 3-tailed, and 9-tailed. It was only because the appearance was too similar to the Fox clan that the two were often mixed together. Later on, people directly called them the Fox clan. The origins of the 2 black and white ghost foxes here were very obvious. You've misunderstood. I've just arrived here. Your companions did not die by my hands. In addition, you said this is the Empress's tomb. May I know which Empress is buried here? Jiang Li picked up the vine net and asked the foxes. Treacherous human, I won't believe you. Let my sisters out. If you want to capture one of us, take me instead. The ghost fox tomb that had just encountered a calamity was now very vigilant. It was clearly unable to convince them with just talk. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. There are some spiritual fruits here as a token of my appreciation. I believe you'll understand that I'm a good person after eating them." Jiang Li smiled as he took out a few small nether earth fruits and sent them to their mouths. He was generous with the spiritual fruits. He believed that such a precious gift would definitely be very effective in increasing his favorability. "Sisters, don't eat what humans give you. He must be up to no good." The three-tailed fox that called itself Third Sister, who was still baring its teeth and speaking in human language. Jiang Li ignored it and handed a few nether fruits to the mouths of the two, and three. The strong smell of the earth fruit instantly filled their noses. Even if they had just encountered a calamity, even if they were actually carnivores, they could not resist the instincts of their bodies. Saliva dripped down. Even Jiang Li himself found it difficult to resist the temptation of the nether spirit fruit, let alone these wild and untamed demons. The saliva at the corner of its mouth flowed all over the ground. In the end, a fox was unable to endure it and bit the earth fruit in Jiang Li's hand before sending it into its mouth. Without chewing, it swallowed the earth fruit in one go. The two-tailed fox immediately narrowed its eyes in bliss and cried softly in Jiang Li's direction. Its tail moved to its mouth and shook gently. Its furry face was filled with the enjoyment of eating the spiritual fruit. When the other foxes saw their companions' expressions, they could not endure it anymore. Ignoring Third Sister, whose obstruction, they crawled out from the cracks of the vine net and took the earth fruit from Jiang Li's hand. "Your companions have all eaten. If you don't eat one, you won't fit in." In the end, only Third Sister who was left. Jiang Li opened its mouth and squeezed the last nether earth fruit into its mouth. A few minutes later, Jiang Li released the vine net. 6 foxes who were looking up at him with adoration had already appeared on the ground. 3 of them were black and 3 were white. 2 pairs were two-tailed, and the other 2 were three-tailed. "Tell me who your fox immortal queen is." The 6 little foxes brought Jiang Li deeper into the tomb. Although the size of this tomb was not large, there were many funerals. Countless natural treasures were scattered on the ground like rocks and sand. After walking through a maze-like graveyard, he finally walked into a luxurious bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a beautiful female statue. The 6 fox demons stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Empress Daji." Jiang Li finally confirmed his thoughts when he saw this. What was buried in this tomb was the empress of the last emperor of his dynasty, the 9-tailed heavenly fox, Su Daji. Since Daji was here, there was no need to guess who was under the Fengdu underground palace. Chapter 296, The Last Human Emperor. The sword cultivator clone stimulated his spiritual qi and gently blew a gust of cold wind forward. In the ancient palace in front of him, some naturally drooping flags were slowly unfolded on the flagpoles by the cold wind. After a long time, the ancient words on the flag revealed an infinite aura of vicissitude. With Jiang Li's current level of ancient literature, it was not difficult for him to recognize the words on it. The country's name was Shang, and the king's name was Zhou. The owner of this palace was the failure at the end of the divine investiture tribulation. He was an unlucky person who had been schemed against by many sages. It was led by the disciples of the Chan school under the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who instigated the 800 vassals of the human race to rebel, resulting in the end of the last generation's human emperor. He was also the emperor who had been cursed the most in the history of his previous life, Dai Xin, also known as King Zhou of Shang. It turned out that the underground palace under Fengdu City belonged to him. It was no wonder that there was such a legend in Fengdu Ghost City. Through the eyes of his clone, Jiang Li looked at this ancient building that had existed for an unknown period of time, and the shock in his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. On the other hand, the other cultivators with him were far inferior to him in terms of knowledge. They did not know what the word Shang on the flags meant. Their thoughts were not on the palace in front of them. Of the cultivators who entered with Jiang Li, 14 of them approached and stood together. They did not say a word and only exchanged glances before understanding what everyone wanted to do. They tacitly stepped forward and surrounded Jiang Li's clone in the middle. All of their hands were even pressed on the talisman papers and artifacts. Obviously, they had ill intentions. "Fellow Taoist, we are naturally very grateful that you drank the wine for us in the dungeon. However, the danger hasn't been resolved yet. There might be danger ahead. It's really inconvenient for us to defend ourselves without artifacts. How about this? Return the artifact to us first. This way we can stick together and protect you right. When we find better treasures in this palace, we'll make it up to you. How about this?" When they spoke, they emphasized the word protect. Their meaning was obvious. If they did not do as they said, the safety of the sword cultivator clone could not be guaranteed now. The 14 of them surrounded Jiang Li's clone covetously. As soon as they left the dungeon, they intended to attack their savior. Therefore, it was indeed not a good action to take advantage of others. If he offended them too much when they recovered, it would be very easy for them to take revenge. Even Old Ghost, leading the group, who originally was not well liked, stood together against a common enemy and unanimously dealt with Jiang Li. "Fellow Taoist, you should return the items to everyone. We've only met by chance, so everyone should take a step back. I, Old Ghost, guarantee that they definitely won't attack you." He had already spoken and was threatening Jiang Li. Surrounded by more than 10 cultivators of the same level, and without the intrinsic flying sword in hand, the sword cultivator clone's strength was less than 10%. He looked to be in danger. However, he was not flustered and could not be bothered to argue with them. Without needing him to say anything, the remaining 7 cultivators who had consumed the 9 nether earth fruit secretly circled behind the 14 people and formed a second layer of encirclement. Spiritual chi fluctuation suddenly erupted, and they attacked first. Human cultivators had high attack and low defense to begin with. When they were suddenly ambushed from behind, those cultivators who had placed all their attention on Jiang Li and utterly did not notice the cultivators behind him instantly suffered heavy injuries. Even Old Ghost was no exception. The sword directly pierced through his heart from behind. They were all core formation cultivators. With their inner cores in their stomach, it was naturally not so easy to die. However, the result of being heavily injured and the invasion of the foreign spiritual chi could not be avoided. "What are you doing? He just fed you poisonous pills. Instead of taking back the antidote, you actually helped him." In just a moment, their ability to resist collapsed, and they lay weakly on the ground that was covered in thick dust. Old Ghost roared at the 7 cultivators who had ambushed him. He could not understand why this group of people had been tricked by Jiang Li and had to give him money. However, they were actually Jiang Li's good friends. The mouths of the 14 cultivators, including Old Ghost, were covered in talismans. Their limbs were tied up by special ropes, and the weapons and artifacts on their bodies were all put away. They were like huge dumplings and were held in their hands from both sides. "Bring them along, let's go in and take a look." The 7 good friends each carried 2 captives and followed Jiang Li inside. Jiang Li was still very interested in the palace of the last human emperor. In the past, if there was no such thing as the Battle of Mui, the greatest traitorous incident of humanity in history, perhaps the life of the human race would have been much better than now. Be it in history or mythology, it was recorded that this was a righteous incident. However, why did Jiang Li call King Wu of Zhou the greatest traitor in history? In fact, if one jumped out of subjectivity and used the simple values of an ordinary human to evaluate objectively, the day when the Shang dynasty's flag was broken and King Zhou self-destructed the Star Tower was definitely the darkest day in the history of the human race. Because after that day, there would only be the Son of Heaven in the world, and there would be no human emperor. The gods of the heavenly court also looked down on the world from high above, treating them as grass. King Wu of Zhou had personally ended the human emperor era with the support of the immortals of Chan school and the heavenly court. He even shamelessly called himself the son of heaven. Wasn't this son of the heavenly emperor a traitor to the human race, who knew how the ancestors of the human race would treat him after he died? As for the distorted history, what was the credibility of a usurper's records of history? In order to make his usurpation legitimate, the usurper would naturally use all his knowledge to defile the former ruler. As for whether they had done those things, how could the future generations know? For example, Yang Guang, who was also a tyrant, was an incompetent and lecherous ruler. Historically, he was an old lecher. In order to pamper the beauties of Yangzhou and Jiangnan, he built the canals wantonly and made the people suffer. However, Jiang Li had a friend who could prove that an old pervert would not delay going to Jiangnan for a few years just to make a river. This did not make sense. Jiang Li approached the palace. There were no guards or traps on the outside. It seemed that this underground palace, which was the core, was far inferior to the Fengdu city above. He tentatively pushed the door, and then the two doors creaked and slowly opened. Not only was there no guard here, but even the door was not locked. They first threw two captives in. The captives fell to the ground and rolled for more than 20 meters. Apart from stirring up dust on the ground, nothing abnormal happened. Jiang Li walked into the hall and observed carefully, but he only saw two skeletons standing straight behind the door holding spears. He stepped forward and poked them tentatively. To his surprise, the two skulls shattered and the two spears fell. Jiang Li instinctively reached out to receive it, wanting to see what material this spear was made of. Perhaps he could refine it again. However, not only did he not stabilize the spear, but this spear that did not seem to have any traces of refinement and looked like a mortal weapon almost brought him down. The two spears ruthlessly smashed into the ground, shattering the unknown hard black stone slab. He frowned in disbelief. How heavy was this thing? The reason why he did not grab it earlier was indeed because he could not predict its weight. However, even if the clone was not a body cultivator, he was still a core formation cultivator, right? How could he not grab an ordinary spear? The clone stepped forward and grabbed the spear again. He wanted to raise it, but he discovered that if he only used his physical strength, he really would not be able to grab the spear. He could only barely do so with the enhancement of his spiritual qi. However, grabbing and using were two different concepts. This situation overturned his understanding. It was no wonder that the human emperor at that time could stand on equal footing with the heavenly emperor in terms of status. Even a small soldier guarding the door could hold such a weapon to fight. Weren't those famous generals super ferocious people who could suppress the disciples of the Chan school and beat them up? If these two spears were refined and could make them shoot at the enemy like flying swords, it would probably be very terrifying. Unfortunately, he could not use the storage bag now. It was really not convenient to carry these two things around. He could only temporarily leave this spear on the spot and take it away when he had the chance. Continuing to move forward cautiously, in this palace, swords, axes, and ravines were slashed everywhere. Traces of tragic battle were everywhere. When he entered the square, he could still see two special buildings. One was a vertical and towering all-metal pipe. There were traces of flames burning inside, and there were a few layers of brown filth stuck to the surface. The other was a square stone pit that was like a swimming pool. There was a thick layer of floating ash at the bottom. Under the floating ash, a few human figures could be vaguely seen. However, they were also ordinary buildings. Perhaps due to the passage of time, Jiang Li did not discover anything special about them. Then there was the Central Jade Hall, Eastern Azure Hall, Southern Flame Hall, Western White Hall, and Northern Profound Hall. He carefully explored them one after another, but his caution was like a wink to a blind person. The entire underground palace was empty. There were no traps or treasures here. Apart from the two skeletons at the entrance, there was really no one else. Not to mention anything else. It should be true that King Zhou had been betrayed by everyone. The dignified imperial palace hall was actually so poor, and Jiang Li even wanted to leave something behind to make it look good for him. After he was defeated and died, King Zhou was assigned to be in charge of marriage in the mortal world. However, the god of matchmaking had already done those things, so there was actually no need for him. This person had moved his former palace to the netherworld and built Fengdu City on it. Perhaps he wanted to get closer to the Empress tomb outside the city. However, Daizin, oh Daizin, where did you hide all the treasures? Could it be that you really only brought an empty palace over? Jiang Li could not help but be slightly anxious. The vibrations on the ceiling of the underground palace were already becoming more and more obvious. Large cracks had already appeared in many places, and large rocks were starting to fall. The demolition ability of those large sects in the eastern region was extraordinary. Even if this underground palace was really buried thousands of feet underground, it could not withstand their digging. He had to find the treasures in the underground palace as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too late when those large factions arrived. Wait, Jiang Li's footsteps paused as he suddenly thought of something. Central Jade, Eastern Azure, Southern Flame, Western White, and Northern Profound. There was probably something wrong with the names of these 5 halls. He, King Zhou, was the human emperor. Jiang Li could understand why he had built the 4 halls. However, it was not an exaggeration to say that there was a deep hatred between him and the Central Jade Hall. What reason did he have to build such a palace? From ancient times, according to legend, there had always been 5 heavenly palaces and even the heavenly emperors in the 5 locations of North, South, East, West, and Central. East Heavenly Emperor, Green Emperor Teihao Fuxi. West Heavenly Emperor, White Emperor Xianxia. South Heavenly Emperor, Flame Emperor Shenang. North Heavenly Emperor, Black Emperor Xianxia, grandson of the Yellow Emperor. As well as the Central Heavenly Emperor, Jade Emperor Hao Tian. Apart from the Central Heavenly Emperor, the Jade Emperor, the other 4 were all past human emperors. Although the East Heavenly Emperor, Green Heavenly Emperor Teihao, was originally from the primordial demon race and was not a human, everyone knew the name of the human emperor, Fuxi. Without a doubt, he was also truly part of the human faction. As for the most famous and powerful Central Heavenly Emperor, he was not very friendly with the human race. That was because this Hao Tian was an unknown connate being of the primordial world. He was very noble and looked down on humans. In the ancient myths and legends of his previous life, this Jade Emperor was called Hao Tian. He was once a servant of the Tao ancestor. He could be considered the junior brother of the 6 sages of the East and West. Later on, the Tao ancestor did not forget this boy who served him. He casually arranged a decent job for him. That was the Jade Emperor of the Central Heavenly Court, who was said to control everything in the 3 realms and 6 paths. As for the gods and immortals in the Central Heavenly Court, including the Jade Emperor, most of them were connate spirits of the primordial world. It was naturally not the same as the other 4 heavenly emperors. Previously, he had wondered why the description of Fengdu City in the legends was that it was as precious as the heavenly court. The Ghost Emperor presided here and ruled over billions of ghosts and gods. It was the home of the legendary human souls, but it had nothing to do with the heavenly court. That was because the owner of Fengdu was also a human emperor. Although King Zhou had been humiliated and placed on the divine investiture board after his death, he had built another netherworld city and did not need to be responsible for the heavenly court. The problem now was that King Zhou had been separated from his family by the heavenly court and Chan school. His family had been destroyed, and the bloodline of the human emperor had been severed. Why would he build a central palace here? Jiang Li led the others to run back to the Central Jade Hall. He thought for a moment before suddenly brandishing a sword light that shot directly towards the plaque on the Jade Hall. With a crisp bang, the signboard was shattered by the sword light. Then, a golden light flew out. Jiang Li hurriedly flew forward and grabbed the golden light in his hand. In the next moment, His entire body was enveloped by the golden light and vanished on the spot. After Jiang Li disappeared, the ceiling of the underground palace completely shattered. Several terrifying auras that were enough to destroy an area surged into the underground palace. He scattered his spiritual sense towards the palace below. The 7 good friends who were still in the palace had already passed through the bronze door and returned to the Fengdu dungeon. After tossing the captives to the warden, they carried the spears and returned the same way. On the 9-tailed tomb side, Jiang Li was staring blankly at the beautiful statue in front of him, as if he had completely lost his mind. From his feet, his body was petrifying bit by bit. Affected by the residue of the fox's temptation, added status, dream of spring. Multiple mental resistances of the main body are in effect. Immunity is in progress. Immunity failed. The influence of the residue of the fox's temptation is weakened. The spring fragrance stone dream is used on the body. Spring fragrance stone dream. All attributes reduced by 80%, body stiff and petrified, rational mind weakened. Invasion of the fox seductive illusion. Duration, 200 years, minus plus. Jiang Li's main body stood in front of the stone statue in Daji's tomb. Just like that, he was completely pulled into the illusion by the fox aura without him noticing. In his mental world, a pink 9-tailed fox crawled in. The little fox ran towards the core of the sea of consciousness, turning everything it passed into a pink world. The dark clouds of heavenly tribulation in Jiang Li's mental world, the 5 elements sword peak, the blood-colored 100 beasts, and the 9 nether tree were all trying to resist the corrosion of the pink 9-tail. But had anyone ever seen pink tribulation clouds? After all, this was the power of the Green Mountain's 9 tails. Even with his mental cultivation, it was completely insufficient to resist it. Fortunately, Jiang Li had enough trump cards. At this moment, the dragon blood in his body surged madly, and the blood-red mark on his palms was scorching hot. 3 drops of dragon blood were burned away, and the Usura Lord's blood in his palms faded away. In Jiang Li's consciousness, a few streaks of blood suddenly appeared, tearing apart the bewitching air. Only then did Jiang Li's consciousness suddenly become clear. He did not have the time to be surprised that he had fallen for it unknowingly. He hurriedly took out his status panel and pressed the minus button behind the spring fragrant stone dream. Status. 1 second, 2 seconds, Jiang Li's consciousness started to become dull again. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, the little fox demon transformed into a beautiful woman with 9 tails on her back. Jiang Li's consciousness could not help but enter the gentle dream again. 5 seconds later, all the illusions suddenly disappeared. Jiang Li's entire body shook and he gasped for breath as he woke up. You have passed the spring fragrant stone dream. Skill Iron Will passive has been obtained. Chapter 297, Star Tower Fire. Jiang Li only roughly recovered after a long time. In fact, he had only been affected by the residue of the 9-tailed fox's charm for a few seconds. However, the feeling of his mind being bewitched still made him break out in a cold sweat. If the dragon blood and blood of madness in his body could not awaken his consciousness, he could only rely on his other parallel minds to think of a way to awaken himself. He did not expect that his clone would not cause any trouble when he entered the underground palace of Fengdu City. He had only come here to explore the Fox Immortal Queen's tomb and had almost fallen for it. If he was really charmed by this stone statue for 200 years, he would probably be too ashamed to go out and see people in the future. After mentally preparing himself, he raised his head again and checked the stone statue. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's charming aura was still present. He could still be bewitched at any time. However, after obtaining the passive skill, Iron Will, even if the foxy residue invaded again, he could still maintain consciousness for a period of time. In theory, this was a passive skill that he could only obtain after being in a charmed environment for 200 years. Although the name sounded ordinary, ordinary straight men could not compare to him in terms of mental strength now. As long as he removed the negative status in time while awake, the problem would not be much. However, this nine-tailed heavenly fox was really powerful. It was indeed worthy of being a top-notch prehistoric variant. Logically speaking, it had already been killed long before the cultivationless age, and it had experienced the baptism of countless years and the ruthless destruction of its spiritual chi. Up until now, only a little residue remained, and it was actually able to directly cause Jiang Li to be struck without him noticing. If not for his cheat, he might have already died here. The immortals and gods of the ancient times were far stronger than the imaginative limit of this era. If they could still live until today, any immortal would probably be able to easily overturn the current cultivation world of the 9 provinces. Jiang Li had been paying attention to his interface status, ready to eliminate the influence of the fox demon at any time. Only then did he slowly approach the stone statue and carefully inspect it. With the charming aura, he discovered that there was a circle of cracks around the entire neck of the stone statue. It looked as if it had been cut off and placed there. The ancient immortals and their statues had an inexplicable connection. In the end, Daji was beheaded by the immortal slaying flying saber and died. If the owner's head could not be connected, the neck of the stone statue would naturally be the same. Unfortunately, once 9 Tails died, the green mountain lineage withered away. Now, besides the 2 or 3 large foxes he saw earlier, he did not know if any other branches had survived. There was a coffin behind the statue. After carefully opening it, it was empty. The corpse of the 9-tailed fox was not here. Inside was a heart that had already turned to stone. He threw the appraisal skill. Name: unknown heart fossil. Type: trash. Formation: mining erosion. Elementary element: unknown. Secondary element: unknown. Description: can be embedded in a specific grove. That stone heart was very similar to a human's, but also slightly different from a normal heart. Ordinary people's hearts had 2 atria and 2 ventricles. To put it bluntly, they had 4 orifices. Judging from the appearance of this stone heart, it clearly had 3 atria, 3 ventricles, and an unknown aperture in the center. This heart might have come from some large beast of heaven and earth, or one with multiple limbs. The heart might need to provide more precise and powerful blood circulation. It was very normal for the heart to grow differently from humans. However, seeing a heart with 7 orifices that was hidden in Daji's tomb, Jiang Li could not help but to recall another myth. Was this the 7 orifices exquisite heart? Legend had it that the 7 orifices exquisite heart could communicate with everything in the world and destroy all illusions. Eating this heart could even heal all injuries. What level was the 9-tailed demon fox's illusion technique at? After tens of thousands of years, even a little residue could knock down Jiang Li, who had multiple mental resistance. At its peak, even the golden immortals of the 2 sects would not dare to say that they could firmly withstand it. However, relying on the 7 orifices exquisite heart, it was easier to break through the illusion technique than relying on a mortal's body. Its effects were even greater than divine abilities. Unfortunately, this heart had already turned to stone. He did not know if it was still useful. Jiang Li reached out and picked up the 7 orifices stone heart, pouring spiritual chi into it as an attempt. In the end, he discovered that the structure of the 7 orifices inside the stone heart seemed to be very special. When spiritual chi poured into it, it was as if it had walked into a maze. It circled around the 7 orifices of the stone heart, but it could only enter and not leave. Just this 7 orifices structure was very useful to an array master. Under normal circumstances, he should bring it home and study it slowly. However, in the description of appraisal, the heart seemed to be able to embed itself in some groove, so where should it be placed? Jiang Li turned around and looked at the stone statue of Daji. Jiang Li suddenly thought of something, and he called 2 ghost fox demons forward to move the beautiful head away. Forgive me, Queen Mother Fox Immortal. After the 2 fox demons ate the 9 nether earth fruit, Jiang Li had already become their only master. With their master's orders, they even dared to go and remove the head of the nine-tailed goddess statue that was revered as their deity. Jiang Li went forward to take a look. The stone statue was indeed empty. The stone heart from before was placed into the hole on his neck and filled perfectly. After taking back the stone statue's head and putting it on, a magical scene occurred. The gap between the completely broken stone statue actually seemed to have a life of its own. It healed before Jiang Li's eyes and became a complete body. The healing ability of this 7 orifices exquisite heart was a little too powerful. It could even reattach the stone statue's head. If it was fresh, just a piece of meat might really be able to save a true immortal. Before Jiang Li could sigh with emotion, right when the crack on the stone statue's neck had completely vanished, a golden light shot out from between its brows. He did not have the time to react before he was immediately enveloped by the golden light, and in the next moment, he had already vanished on the spot. Jiang Li felt weightlessness and pressure. It was as if he had been thrown into a turbo-fueled aircraft engine. Then, a moment later, golden light enveloped his vision. He and the sword cultivator clone were thrown onto a lake that was as calm as a mirror. Jiang Li's head was a little dizzy as he lay on the surface of the lake. His body did not sink, and the dizziness from the sudden teleportation disappeared. The dreamlike scene before his eyes gradually became clear. Above was a resplendent river of stars, and below was a river of stars reflected in the mirror lake. In this space, it was as if he was in the universe, surrounded by endless stars. It was beautiful and breathtaking. Cultivating a star-type cultivation method here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. If he interacted with female cultivators here, he would definitely obtain an astonishing effect. Unfortunately, under such circumstances, only Jiang Li and his sword cultivator clone were staring at each other. He had nothing to say to himself. The clone handed the golden light that he had caught in the underground palace to the main body. Then he brought the carefree grass and the soul dissolution liquor into the coffin. He could not wait to plant the carefree grass. With this spiritual grass, his yin burial space would become even more netherworld than the netherworld. Fortunately, he had his clone keep a few carefree plants in advance. The battle between the Ghost Kings was really too terrifying. They plowed through the entire plains. When he arrived, he did not even see a single grass left. He believed that in the following period of time, the price of the spider lily and carefree grass would rise exponentially. He could still rely on these 2 spiritual materials to make a huge profit. Ignoring these things for the time being, the golden light in Jiang Li's hand had already gradually dispersed, and it revealed its original appearance. What appeared in Jiang Li's hand was an extremely ancient map. On it was the terrain of ancient times, and it was marked with an address. However, the map did not explain in detail, and Jiang Li could only guess that it was related to the human emperor. He was unable to see through anything else for the time being, so he put it away. The gains from before were still satisfactory, but the most important thing now was to figure out where he was. So what's going on with this space? Jiang Li stood in the 2 brilliant galaxies, not knowing where to go. The underground palace and the 9-tailed tomb had both set up triggerable teleportation golden lights. He believed that the last human emperor would not be bored enough to invite a person tens of thousands of years later to come here to see the stars. There should be some goal. However, perhaps because it had been too long and some of the settings had failed, he did not receive any notifications. Helpless, Jiang Li could only walk in one direction. His luck was not bad, so he could only try his luck now. Jiang Li had tried before, but he was still unable to fly in this star space, and the height of his sword was not much higher than a skateboard. This kind of flying restriction effect was quite powerful. If he could learn how to set up a flying restriction array formation, this trip would not have been in vain. However, now, he could only walk in one direction with his legs. When a person was in pitch-black darkness or did not have a fixed physical object to determine their exact location, they would think that they were walking in a straight line. But in fact, They would often walk in the shape of a vortex that was spiraling inward. Jiang Li naturally knew this, so he raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky as he walked forward. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours passed. Jiang Li could not determine how much he had walked because he looked around. It was almost identical to the place he had entered at the beginning. Just like when ordinary people walked at night, they would feel as if the stars and moon in the sky were following them. Although Jiang Li could move forward like a perpetual motion machine, after this kind of hard work, the effects and feelings still dealt a considerable blow to his confidence. Could it be that King Zhou had a bad taste and deliberately tricked the people behind him? With that unruly personality, it was really not impossible. Jiang Li, who was a little discouraged, simply lay down for a while. However, he lay on the surface of the lake and looked at the stars in the sky. With his greatly improved memory after cultivating his mind, he completely copied this heart disk in his mind. After lying there for a long time, no other cultivators intruded. It seemed that this honor was really his only. He got up and continued forward. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Li suddenly noticed a red star in the sky that seemed to have moved its location. It was good that there was a change. Jiang Li immediately became excited. He increased his speed and ran forward. The other distant stars did not move, but this red star. It felt like the stars under his feet were the reflection of the sky, and the red star seemed to be reflecting the light on the ground. In other words, there was a light source in that direction. Jiang Li summoned the immortal slaying flying sword and flashed towards the red star. After flying for half a day, the positions of the other stars did not change drastically. The red star began to get closer and closer. Soon, as he thought, the reflected light entered his vision. In the distance, Jiang Li saw a towering pagoda-like building. It was a red light, emitted from the ashes of the charcoal, that had yet to be extinguished after the wood was burned by the flames. It was actually a torch that had yet to be completely extinguished. After approaching, Jiang Li saw its name on a stone monument by the side of the pagoda. Star Tower. Was this the Star Tower that King Zhou had built for Daji? Star Tower, oh Star Tower. Did King Zhou really pluck a lot of stars and bring them to this space for her? In ancient times, as the human emperor, he could really do whatever he wanted. This entire Star Tower was built from exquisite wood and stone, towering into the starry sky. However, the current Star Tower was quite dangerous. This was because the wood on it was completely carbonized. It looked like it could not withstand weight at all. However, why did these charcoal not extinguish? How did a huge fire burn from the divine investiture battle to today? Jiang Li thought about it. Even if this building collapsed, he would most likely not die from the fall. Under the current situation, he would probably not be able to leave if he did not go up this building. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to move. Jiang Li had just stepped onto the steps when the red charcoal immediately ignited. The temperature of the flames was extremely high. Even Jiang Li's fire resistance could not withstand it. He only lasted for a few breaths before hurriedly retreating. If it continued any longer, his cloud-treading boots would probably be ruined. He retracted his foot, and the flames slowly extinguished. Then, a few carbon-red words appeared on the carbonized steps. Step on the platform barefooted. Use the blood of a human to extinguish the fire. Human blood fire. Was the pagoda furnace burning with fire? No wonder it was so powerful. After Jiang Li understood the ancient text, he opened his palm. The immortal slaying flying sword transformed into a black light and flew over, cutting a hole in his palm. With the sharpness of the immortal slaying flying sword, he did not even notice the pain before the wound appeared. He reached out and placed his hand on the steps. He shook it, but no blood flowed out. Jiang Li flipped his palm to take a look. The wound from before had completely healed in just a moment. This self-healing ability was too powerful, and it was sometimes troublesome. He could only reach out and grab the immortal slaying flying sword. The blade cut deeply through the flesh of his palm and embedded itself in it to prevent healing. He grabbed the flying sword and placed it on the steps. Droplets of fresh red blood landed on the first step. The carbon wood that was originally emitting a slight red light immediately extinguished. Moreover, it seemed to have turned back time and returned to its original intact red paint. It was really possible. It seemed that the humans of the ancient era and their current human race had not changed much. This star tower was the last place where King Zhou burned himself. Under the fire, the flesh and blood of the last human emperor completely fused into this building. Perhaps it was precisely because of the flesh and blood of the human emperor that, as long as the human race was not destroyed in the continent of the 9 provinces, the flames of the Star Tower would not be extinguished. Only the blood of humans could be acknowledged and be allowed to pass through. Now there was a way to pass through. However, Jiang Li looked at the tower that was almost impossible to see the top of and could not help but feel a little depressed. Was this using him as a tap? How many of him would be sucked dry if he went up step by step? If not for the fact that he had the blood nourishment status, he would definitely turn around and leave to find another way out. The last human emperor's Star Tower. I, Jiang Li, am going up there to have a look. He took off his cloud-treading boots and stood on the steps barefooted. Then he held the flying sword and dripped blood in front of him. After the fire on the steps was extinguished, he climbed up step by step. As Jiang Li's blood dripped, his footsteps continued to rise. The entire Star Tower seemed to have started to turn back time, slowly recovering its original appearance. After fusing into the pagoda, the blood of the human emperor, which had been silent for countless years, sensed the aura of a human and slowly became active in the fire. Chapter 298. Emperor's Blood Aperture Refinement, Obtaining Earth-Rank Treasure. Jiang Li could sense that, with every step he took, a trace of warm current would surge up from the center of his feet. After the warm current entered his body, it circulated once before vanishing without a trace between Jiang Li's brows. At first he was still wary, but after waiting for a while, he did not find anything abnormal. The status that popped up on the interface dispelled his doubts. Human Emperor's blood qi has entered the body. Added status: Emperor's Blood Aperture Refinement, Shen Ting. Emperor's Blood Aperture Refinement, Shen Ting. Human Emperor's blood qi will strengthen the Shen Ting aperture. Duration: 30 seconds minus plus. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and pressed on his Shen Ting aperture. He felt it again. A warm current was slowly spinning inside, strengthening and expanding his aperture. However, this warm current was also quickly consuming and shrinking. This aura of the human emperor should have been infused into the Star Tower when King Zhou died. After tens of thousands of years, this blood qi was already only a little weak. Although it could be felt that the quality was extremely high, because of the small amount, the speed at which it strengthened the aperture was not fast, and it could only last for 30 seconds. If Jiang Li did not care about him, it would be very difficult for him to sense how much his blood qi had strengthened after 30 seconds. However, as a human, Jiang Li did not want human emperor's qi and blood to dissipate just like that, so he pulled out the status bar and changed the new status above to infinite duration. Jiang Li walked up another step, and another warm current entered his body. This time, after the warm current circled around, it entered the Yang Bai aperture at the side and vanished. Human Emperor's blood qi has entered the body. Added status: Emperor's Blood Aperture Refinement, Yang Bai. Emperor's Blood Aperture Refinement, Yang Bai. Human Emperor's blood qi will strengthen the Yang Bai aperture. Duration: 30 seconds minus plus. Sure enough, every step had a strand of blood qi. Jiang Li looked at the steps that were so tall that they could not see the top. He was probably going to make a killing this time. Refining the aperture and expanding the acupuncture point was originally a body cultivation path abandoned by the modern cultivation world because the difficulty and danger were too high. He did not expect that on the steps of Star Tower, he would still be able to encounter an automatic refinement of the aperture. Moreover, this used the very high-grade human emperor's qi. These two apertures might have an average amplification effect on cultivators, but according to what he knew, human cultivators had 1085 apertures. If he could use the human emperor's blood qi to refine his aperture until it was completely opened, then he might be able to obtain some of the power of that human emperor from back then. This star tower was really a good place. Apart from testing, it was more like a gift in tempering. Jiang Li continued to walk up the wooden steps. As he bled, he modified the status bar until he reached the 1000th step. A golden rice grain appeared in front of him. Name: golden rice. Type: seed. Grade: medium grade earth rank. Note: grows by a season every day. Every harvest gives 1 bushel. Strengthens the body when eaten as food. Medium grade earth rank spiritual plant. After Jiang Li used appraisal to scan it, he was dumbfounded. This thing was actually a medium grade earth rank spiritual plant. It had 0 value on its own, and its value was lower than medicinal pills and artifacts. This was the second time Jiang Li had seen an earth-rank spiritual plant. The last time he had seen it was when he had obtained the Tao essence fruit. He did not expect to find it in vain after walking 1000 steps on the Star Tower. This happiness came too suddenly. Grows by a season every day. Every harvest gives 1 bushel. Strengthens the body when eaten as food. It seemed that this was a spiritual plant used by humans to maintain the livelihood of the people back then. However, it was still an earth-rank treasure after all. Jiang Li believed that it would not be simple no matter what. He put it into the coffin and continued to look at the steps above. If he continued, would something better appear? The 1001st wooden step in front of him had already begun to change. On every step above, there was a jar placed on it. Judging from the size, it should not be a problem to stuff 1 person in. After Jiang Li scattered his blood on the steps, 2 lines of red words appeared on the steps in front of him. Gather the army and make a blood oath to defend the Lord. With the courage of the human race, there is no retreat. It seemed that Star Tower used every 1000 steps as a stage. As long as the humans offered some blood, they could step onto the first 1000 steps. It seemed that the path ahead required more tests. What did it mean to advance without retreating? As long as he took a step forward, he would have no way out. So, what was tested next was courage. Jiang Li turned around to look at the ground below. A golden door had appeared out of nowhere. That golden light was exactly the same as the golden light that sent Jiang Li over. It seemed that as long as he returned the same way and touched that golden light, he could leave this place. The 2 lines of blood in front of him were telling him that if he did not have enough courage, he should return obediently. However, Jiang Li had yet to completely collect the human emperor's aperture refinement status. The golden rice grain had also piqued his interest. Under such circumstances, how could he easily give up? He took a step forward. He really wanted to see what kind of reward was waiting for him on the next 1000 steps. After he stepped on the 1001st step in front of him, the jar on the step immediately exploded. A tattered ghost soldier appeared before Jiang Li, and it held a spear as it stabbed towards Jiang Li. The space on the steps was small, and there was nowhere to dodge. He instinctively wanted to take a step back. At this moment, there was a series of collapsing sounds behind him. From the corner of his eye, he saw that all the steps he had just walked on had collapsed, leaving him with no way out. Jiang Li stabilized his footsteps and stopped retreating. Clang! At this moment, the sharp spearhead had already stabbed into his chest. A huge force poured down the spearhead, almost pushing him back. Fortunately, Jiang Li's strength was very strong to begin with. After he obtained the blood qi of the first 1000 steps, his strength had practically doubled in a short period of time. Coupled with the status effect of the peerless overlord body, he only relied on his chest to forcefully receive the other party's spear tip. The strength of this ghost soldier was not weak. This time, it definitely surpassed the level of a golden core cultivator. Jiang Li was just about to counterattack, but after stabbing this spear, this ghost soldier immediately dissipated. Even the spear in his hand turned to ash. All right, this was something from so many years ago after all. It was already very rare to be able to preserve such a strike. He could not expect it to persist in fighting for 300 rounds, right? However, when his fist landed on empty air, he was still a little unhappy. He had been ambushed out of nowhere, but he did not have any way to retaliate, making him feel inexplicably aggrieved. With this first experience, Jiang Li became wary. When he stepped on the steps again, he prepared the altar for the steps. After stepping on the steps again, this time, a ghost soldier holding a saber jumped out. Jiang Li was long prepared. He immediately reacted and smashed his fist over. The fragile ghost body had no ability to resist as a large hole was smashed open by Jiang Li. However, the other party's saber did not move at all. It slashed onto Jiang Li's body, and only then did it exhaust the last bit of energy and dissipate. In the beginning, Jiang Li did not care much. An attack of this level was still unable to cause him any losses. Continuing forward, weapons appeared one after another. However, gradually, Jiang Li realized that something was wrong. Why were these ghost soldiers able to hit him every time? Regardless of whether he dodged or blocked, the weapons of the ghost soldiers landed on him every time. Once or twice was a coincidence, 3 or 4 times was an accident. However, there had to be a reason for this. Soon, he realized that the problem was the bravery of these ghost soldiers. They brandished the weapons in their hands. They were different from the rogue cultivators Jiang Li had encountered back then. They always thought about how to hit their enemies, not protect themselves. Even if they were about to die in the next second, the weapon in their hand had to land on Jiang Li's body. It seemed that the words just now described these former human soldiers. The bravery of humans meant that there was no retreat. 100, 200, 300. Jiang Li also began to comprehend some of the ghost soldiers' tactics. As the saying went, when faced with adversity, the braver one would win. Jiang Li was not afraid of being injured, and his injuries would recover quickly. This kind of brave warrior tactic of trading injuries for lives was quite suitable for him. Gradually, the strength of these ghost soldiers increased. From the 1,700th step, Jiang Li had already started to get injured. Then his injuries became worse and worse. Every time, he would need to recover for a long time before continuing upwards. He took a deep breath. After stepping onto the 2,000th step, a sword instantly pierced through his chest and slashed diagonally from his shoulder, splitting half of his body. Fortunately, after one strike, these ghost soldiers would disappear. Otherwise, Jiang Li would be in trouble. Lying on the ground, a metal armor appeared beside him. Blood poured out from Jiang Li's body and flowed onto the armor. The metal piece on this armor immediately moved like a mecha suit, taking the initiative to cover Jiang Li's body. They wrapped him tightly from head to toe. With a thought from Jiang Li, these metal pieces automatically gathered on his right hand, transforming into an armband. This armor's name was rather ordinary, and it was called Black Scale. Its current grade could also reach the Earth rank, and it could protect Jiang Li like a tortoise shell. The first condition for a brave person's battle technique was to stack sufficiently thick armor. However, other than the most basic protective function, like the dragon imprisoning lock, under the cleansing of time, this artifact also lost most of its power. It was also because its preservation methods were more complete that this set of black scales could retain its Earth rank status after tens of thousands of years. He wondered what it would have looked like in ancient times. The injury on his chest had yet to heal when Jiang Li had already started laughing. As expected of the human emperor ruins, he had obtained another Earth rank artifact. As a result, he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, had 2 Earth rank artifacts in his possession at the same time. If outsiders knew about this, they would go crazy with jealousy. After resting for a short while, Jiang Li stood up again. The great mountain-embroidered robe on his body had already been damaged. After he tore it off, he used the roots of the 9 nether wood to knit another one before continuing to look up. There must be something better waiting for him up there. Just as he had expected, the steps above changed again. The first 1,000 steps were targeted at the human commoners. As long as the blood of the human race flowed in their veins, they could step up step by step. The second 1,000 steps should be targeted at human soldiers. One needed to have courage, an indomitable spirit, and an indestructible body to step on it. What would he have to face on the third stage of 1,000 steps? With the talisman and token in hand, the lords of the human race lead the people ashore. On the 2001st step, after dripping blood, this sentence appeared. It was obvious that the third stage tested the lords of the people. It tested the weight of human lives. But what was the specific way to test it? Jiang Li did not hesitate much. After his body recovered to its optimal state, he once again stepped on the next step. Then, in the next moment, a pressure from somewhere enveloped his entire body. It was as if someone had moved a small mountain and pressed it on his body. The bones in his entire body creaked, and his muscles that were tougher than steel were stretched to the limit. The sudden pressure almost made Jiang Li kneel on the steps. The difference between the trials of ordinary citizens or the common soldiers compared to the lords was really a little exaggerated. He had already received the human emperor's blood qi from the first 2,000 steps, 1,085 known acupuncture points, and the enhancement of 915 unknown acupuncture points. At this moment, he also felt a huge pressure. Under such a state of full support from his statuses, his stamina was also quickly depleting. Even if Jiang Li had multiple statuses, he could only basically maintain his balance at this moment. If the pressure continued to increase, he took a deep breath. After adapting for a moment, he raised his foot and continued upwards. With every step he took, the pressure on his body increased. He felt every inch of his skin, every muscle, and even his internal organs and blood falling. It was as if, as long as a hole was opened in his head, all the flesh and blood in his body would leave his bones and fall to the ground, turning into a pile of mush. With just 100 steps, as a body cultivator, Jiang Li actually felt deep exhaustion. To Jiang Li, this kind of exhaustion was already a feeling from countless years ago. If it was another core formation cultivator here, they would probably be crushed to death before they could even reach the 10th step. Jiang Li already needed to erupt his spiritual qi every time and could still place his feet on the next step. He could continue to advance slowly and with difficulty. After the 500th step, Jiang Li's legs seemed to have been firmly welded to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to raise his feet from the step at all. Could this be the limit? Seeing that he had only walked halfway up the stairs, Jiang Li was a little depressed. However, the exhaustion and pressure that were everywhere tortured his body, and his entire body was telling him to lie down. His eyeballs seemed to have changed shape under this pressure. At this moment, a force that even he could not sense suddenly surged out from his body. The spiritual qi in the environment spontaneously gathered towards him. For some reason, Jiang Li suddenly felt his body become much more relaxed. That energy gathered at Jiang Li's feet, causing his heavy legs to loosen. His right foot slowly raised and landed on the next step. Where did this energy come from? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Li looked at a status on his interface. This seemed to be the power of merit blessing. The power of merit usually did not have a specific performance, but it could affect all aspects of him. It seemed that people with good character were not unlucky, no matter where they went. Chapter 299, The Last Words of the Human Emperor. After this power of merit appeared, the pressure on him from Star Tower suddenly decreased. Perhaps the Star Tower also thought that Jiang Li, who had such merits, would have been an outstanding lord in the past. The merit blessing on Jiang Li could not be considered a lot. Under normal circumstances, the merits on him could only support him to step onto the 11th or 12th step before it was exhausted. However, because the status was infinite, the merit power in Jiang Li's body was actually endless. No matter how it was extracted, it would not disappear from his body. The higher he went, the more merit was consumed per step. Jiang Li's speed also became slower. However, correspondingly, with every step he took, more and more warmth came from beneath his feet. It was not until the end of the third stage that a flag appeared before Jiang Li. Ground control flag. As long as it was stabbed into the ground, the area of 1,000 miles would be considered the territory given by the human emperor. As long as he had this flag, Jiang Li would be able to draw out a territory and obtain authority similar to the feudal lords of the ancient times. Jiang Li had never tried the exact effect, and it was hard to say now. However, it should at least not be weaker than ordinary mountain deities. In short, it was definitely something good. After putting away this flag, new ancient words appeared on the next step. There are 9 heavens in the sky and 9 continents on the earth. I am the emperor of humans. I ride the clouds and rule over the continents. I am not inferior to gods and not afraid of the heavens. This was what appeared on the next stage. Pride. From this, it could be seen that the King Zhou of Shang, Daizhen, was such a very proud human emperor. During his reign, in many ways, he was actually a very outstanding human emperor. There was a description of Daizhen when he was a child that he had immense strength. After growing up, his own bravery had already reached an astonishing level. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the number 1 in the human race. At that time, during the final period of the divine investiture battle, the enemy's army arrived at the foot of the city. It was destroyed, and many third-generation disciples of the Chan school, including Yang Jian, Nezha, and Li Jiang, surrounded and attacked King Zhou. After fighting for a long time, even when they used all their methods, they could not take him down. In terms of contributions, he consolidated his authority and freed the slaves to personally lead the army to defeat the Dongyi army. Daizhen was also the first ruler in history to defeat the deities. Under his rule, the humans only knew the human emperor and did not pray to the immortal gods. The last was also the biggest reason for the divine investiture tribulation and his eventual demise. After the war between the Magi and demons, the rise of the human race attracted the attention of countless big shots. The supreme pure heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had established the Ren school, and Mother Earth, Nuwa, had nourished the heavens and created humans. There were a total of 2 sages who had relied on the merit of the human race to advance successfully. The incense offerings of humans were things that even gods and Buddhas would fight for. It did not matter if Daizhen was a human emperor or not. If he obstructed the immortal way, it would be even worse than killing one's parents. Such contempt for ghosts and gods led to the collective attack of various immortals and deities. Sometimes, instead of becoming a threat to others, it was better to do badly. After the people, soldiers, and lords, was it the path to becoming the human emperor? Did this mean that, as long as one stepped up from here, they would be qualified to become the human emperor? It was unknown what kind of person in Daizhen's eyes was qualified to become the human emperor. Moreover, the line of the human emperor had long been severed. Even if he was qualified, what meaning was there? After Jiang Li stepped onto the staircase, he immediately understood. A careful dark cloud appeared above his head. Then, a bolt of lightning landed on his head without any warning. Having no fear towards the gods and heavens, the best test method was a lightning tribulation. His scalp went numb and his entire body shook, but he did not feel much pain. Under the enhancement of multiple statuses, Jiang Li's various resistances were very strong, and among them, his lightning resistance was the strongest. Not only did he have his clone's yin-yang heavenly lightning indestructible zombie core in his stomach, but he had also established his Tao foundation under the lightning tribulation. His merit blessing could also greatly reduce the power of the lightning. It could be said that as long as the strength did not exceed a certain extent, when the fatal lightning tribulation that everyone feared landed on Jiang Li's body, not only would it not cause much damage, It could even strengthen his body and extend his lifespan. He did not expect that this final round looked the simplest to him. With every step he took, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Jiang Li's body. Sparks flickered before gradually vanishing into his body. The lightning clouds in Jiang Li's consciousness churned excitedly, constantly absorbing the lightning bolts and gradually strengthening himself. Unfortunately, Jiang Li was not a lightning attribute cultivator, so the Heavenly Tribulation Tao Foundation could not unleash greater power. Jiang Li basically did not feel any pressure on the first 500 steps. After reaching the 500th step, the starlight in the sky suddenly began to fall. A stream of starlight landed on Jiang Li's body, causing his eyes to immediately go blind. Jiang Li was shocked in his heart, but the lightning tribulation above did not wait for him. Taking advantage of his blindness, it directly struck him who was unprepared. Jiang Li was almost sent flying by this strike. He hurriedly sank and barely stabilized his body. He opened the status panel and saw a negative status called Lunar Star Fiend hanging on it. Duration, 365 days. Below Jiang Li's feet, a few words appeared. As a human emperor, I fear nothing. It turned out that the stars in the sky were not only for decoration, they were also waiting for him here. Fortunately, he pulled out the status bar and did not need vision to read it. Otherwise, if he went blind for a year, it would be troublesome. After removing the demonic star status, Jiang Li continued to cautiously climb up. As expected, the second star shot at him. This time, Jiang Li's hands went numb. These heavenly stars could originally bless the world with their brilliance, but when they turned into star fiends and landed in the human world, it was also terrifying. Under the weakening of these negative statuses, the lightning that struck down from the sky immediately became much harder to deal with. This was under the condition that Jiang Li only needed 5 seconds to eliminate a negative status with every step he took. It was really hard to imagine how anyone else who was carrying the suppression of hundreds of star fiends could reach the top. His senses were blinded, his flesh and blood were lost, and his imagination ran wild. He was experiencing the 5 degenerations of heaven and man. Under the illumination of this starlight, Jiang Li could be said to have experienced 1,000 calamities and tribulations. He had been tortured to the point of being unbearable. 3,998, 3,999, 4,000. In the end, Jiang Li still stepped onto the highest point of Star Tower. He collapsed to the ground, and then all the phenomena in the surroundings suddenly shattered. What entered his eyes was a scene that was like a river of stars. The stars that had almost taken his life were all floating near the platform, shining brightly. These mere 4,000 steps actually made a powerful body cultivator climb so exhausted, who knew what he had experienced during this period of time. Fortunately, with Jiang Li's persistence and cheat, he finally stood at the top of Star Tower. Outside, a group of ghost kings fought to the death, and several large forces joined forces to attack the city. A huge battle almost completely changed the terrain of this netherworld illusion. If they knew that the place they had painstakingly taken down was only an empty city, and the true treasure ruin was obtained by a nameless foundation establishment cultivator, who knew what they would feel. Thinking of this, Jiang Li became energetic again. Although his journey had been tough, the joy of gaining rewards could not be hidden. He bounced up from the ground. The reward for the 1,000 steps of the human commoners was an Earth-rank spiritual material. The reward for the human soldiers was an Earth-rank artifact, and the reward for the human lords was the territorial flag. After stepping past the 1,000 steps of the human emperor, what would the last human emperor leave behind for him? After Jiang Li stood up, the first thing he saw was a large rock with ancient words engraved on it. From the special burning patterns on the rock, it should be a meteorite descending from the sky. Only when meteors collided with the spiritual chi atmosphere of the continent of the 9 provinces at high speed, with a high temperature and air combustion, produce such special patterns. After Jiang Li became the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, he had seen a similar meteorite in the treasure vault of the Great Mountain Alliance, but at that time, it was only the size of a thumb. Unlike this super-large meteorite that was more than 10 meters tall, just this stone alone could be described as priceless. On this meteorite, there was a huge halberd that was covered in blood under the grinding of time. Jiang Li looked at the halberd and then at the words engraved on the meteorite. From the width and the tip of the pen, the words on the meteorite were clearly carved with this halberd. The words, "this king" and "this king" were commonly used. This was the way historical emperors referred to themselves. Clearly, they were carved by the last human emperor. In that case, wasn't this halberd King Zhou's weapon? A weapon that could beat up a group of third-generation disciples of the Chan school was definitely a top-notch weapon back then. Even after so many years, it had already lost its former power. However, under the protection of the human emperor's star tower, that could even allow an armor given to human soldiers to retain its earth-rank status, perhaps this halberd could remain as an heaven-rank artifact. Jiang Li could not wait to use the appraisal skill. However, it seemed that because the outer layer was too thick, the appraisal skill only found 10,000 years rust. He did not care about this. He stepped forward, grabbed the pole and pulled. The muscles on his body swelled, and the beast tattoo appeared. An unbelievable amount of strength continuously acted on the halberd. However, after 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths, Jiang Li forcefully held his breath and released his full strength for more than 30 breaths. The halberd actually did not move at all. Jiang Li removed it in one go and almost spat out blood. The explosion of his full strength caused some damage to his internal organs. After resting for a while, he slowly caught his breath. Jiang Li's strength had always been his confidence, and he rarely suffered defeat. Now, he was actually unable to pull out a weapon that was stabbed into a rock. This was too embarrassing. The dragon imprisoning lock wrapped around his right fist, and the immortal slaying flying sword floated beside him. The aura on his body rose once more, and he gathered all his strength in his right fist. Since he was unable to pull out the halberd, Jiang Li intended to smash this stone bit by bit. After accumulating strength to the limit, Alliance leader Jiang threw a punch that was enough to blow up a mountaintop and landed on the meteorite without holding back. The immortal slaying flying sword also immediately moved, turning into a pitch-black sword net that could not be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, it slashed out more than 1,000 times on this meteor. However, when Jiang Li moved his fist away and the immortal slaying flying sword returned to his side, he could only see some extremely fine and insignificant traces on this meteor. This thing was too hard. The human emperor's weapon was right in front of him. He could see and feel it, but he could not pull it out. Jiang Li really did not know whether to be happy or depressed. However, his attempt was fruitless. He could only continue to look at the words on the meteorite. I've held this throne for more than 30 years. I've killed all the bandits and defeated all the heroes. I'm invincible in this world. I rose up alone to promote the human race, trample through the 100 desolates, remain undefeated against heaven, and never bow to the ground. I'm not inferior to anyone in my life. Unfortunately, the hearts of men are unpredictable. The gods are strange, the sages are high above, and their sickles cut apart the heaven and earth. I have already lost, so I naturally have to mark my presence and die in peace. There's no need for the human emperor. As he recovered his strength, he read the ancient words. He felt endless heroism and sorrow when he left it. Especially the last few words. Under the circumstances of everyone betraying him, King Zhou even sighed that there was no need for a human emperor. As the human emperor, he originally wanted to lead the human race on a path that did not fear the heavens, the earth, or the gods. He wanted to do something that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not done. However, although the human emperor's providence could protect him from the harm of the gods and Buddhas, what defeated him was an internal betrayal. Jiang Li did not know if those betrayals were because of Dai Xin's immorality, or because of the heavenly god's secret deals. Perhaps only the two kings who attacked him would know the truth. Jiang Li struck out the yin burial coffin, causing it to continuously enlarge until it was large enough to completely envelop this meteorite. Even the stone and halberd were locked in the coffin. The stone was so heavy that even the coffin felt a little strained. Fortunately, there were no restrictions placed on the meteorite. The yin burial coffin shrunk bit by bit, and when it returned to Jiang Li's hand, he had already moved the meteorite into the coffin's space. Even if he could not pull out this halberd now, he had to take it away first. Otherwise, he would not be able to stop thinking about it. After carefully preserving the human emperor's inheritance, Jiang Li looked around. The rock and halberd from before did not seem to be a reward for him. It was probably just that King Zhou had purely wanted to leave a few words before he died. Moving away this stone, Jiang Li only wanted to admire the carvings of his ancestors from time to time. There was a high chance that it would not affect him from obtaining what he deserved. Sure enough, not far behind the original meteorite, there was a long bronze table. On the long table was an exquisite dragon vein jade box. After a long time, another human finally opened it. Chapter 300, Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Li approached the dragon vein jade box. It was not locked. He easily opened the lid. However, there were no legendary ancient immortal pills inside. This was because, compared to the immortals and gods, the humans at that time were actually not good at alchemy. Although King Zhou was very strong, this kind of technical thing could not be used just because he was strong. Furthermore, after he was given the position as the heavenly blessing god, he had always been alone. There was still a huge gap between him and the four heavenly emperors of the north, south, east, and west. There was no subordinate who could help him refine pills. There were no immortal pills or divine artifacts inside. There were only two clean finger bones and a yellow piece of paper quietly placed inside. The two joints, one big and one small, were golden and white respectively. They looked bright and shiny. As soon as the lid was opened, the surrounding spiritual chi spontaneously gathered, forming a medium-sized cyclone above the box. The starlight floating around the star tower also shone over, as if they were worshipping these two joints. Even Jiang Li's hair could not help but stand on end. He felt two auras that completely suppressed him on the finger bone. This was especially true for the golden finger bone. It gave him a feeling of intimidation, as if an emperor had descended. Just looking at the finger bone would cause his eyes to hurt and tears to flow. If Jiang Li was not wrong, the original owner of these two finger joints should be the last human emperor and his empress. The two joints were surprisingly well preserved. However, King Zhou did not try to leave more things behind. It should be impossible with the Star Tower's ability. Jiang Li gulped and did not move the two joints. He had a feeling that these two items would definitely be useful, but not now. Instead, he reached out and pulled out the folded yellow piece of paper beside him. He placed the leather piece of paper on the long table and flattened it. On it, ink threads were used to outline the mountains and lakes that Jiang Li had never seen before. The terrain was strange and varied, far from what the current continent of the 9 provinces could compare to. This was also a map from ancient times. The map was extremely large, and it seemed to describe all the territories from the historical era. Compared to it, the current human countries were simply inferior and insignificant. As he looked at this map, Jiang Li suddenly thought of something and took out the map he had obtained from the plaque behind the central Jade Hall. Jiang Li had seen the map that was taken out from behind the signboard. It was also a map. However, the range of its description was too small, and the terrain changes in the current continent of the 9 provinces were too huge. It was almost impossible to rely on the information on it to find the corresponding place. However, if he had the huge map from back then as a comparison, using the huge map to correspond with the current map of the 9 provinces, he might be able to find the exact location drawn on the map. However, as soon as the map was pasted on the map, It had yet to be compared when it directly burned in Jiang Li's hand. The scroll with flames landed on the map. It did not ignite the remaining Shang dynasty map. Instead, a few ancient flames appeared above as words. If humanity is in trouble, you can find the Holy Land Fire Cloud Cave. The original address on the map had already been marked on the large map. This address was the Fire Cloud Cave, the Fire Cloud Cave where the three sovereigns cultivated in seclusion. Jiang Li looked at the newly appeared mark and felt a little excited. The Fire Cloud Cave was a human holy land. Even in ancient times, its status was not inferior to the sage's palace. If he could really find the Fire Cloud Cave and casually obtain something inside, it would probably make Jiang Li the happiest man in the world. At the top of the Star Tower, King Zhou did not leave behind any divine weapons, immortal pills, or secret manuals, but he had left an assurance for the humans. This was probably the last bit of responsibility as the human emperor. Jiang Li folded the map and put it into the coffin with the dragon vein jade box. Then he was not in a hurry to leave. Now Jiang Li finally understood why those treasure hunts in the stories would always have some inexplicable self-destruction mechanisms. This was because, if they did not do this, the explorers might very well dig 3 feet into the ground here. Everything here was left behind from ancient times. After tens of thousands of years, just maintaining its appearance was enough to prove that its material was high-grade. First of all, this long table was not bad. The workmanship was exquisite and the material was special. It was moved away. There was also fire on the steps. It contained the legendary flames of heaven and earth of the human race. Jiang Li happened to have 2 lampstands to take away and preserve the fire. These nails also looked promising. The metal material was still shiny and sharp. Even if more than 10 were drawn, it should not affect the stability of the structure. King Zhou had stepped on this tile to burn himself back then, right? The top was soaked in the blood of the human emperor. If it slapped him, his head would have been split open on the spot. If Dai Xin knew that an outstanding junior who could climb up the 4,000 steps of his star tower would actually be such a person, he would definitely set the automatic teleportation that would be triggered immediately after taking something. He would not place the golden teleportation light at the bottom of the building. Jiang Li happily obtained the human emperor's inheritance. The Netherworld Illusion and Fengdu Ghost City above were still in an intense fight. The few forces that attacked Fengdu City in groups had no intention of really letting those ghosts obtain the 9 Yang boy and the 9 Yin girl. If a certain ghost really absorbed the bait and successfully advanced to an even more terrifying existence, it would be a calamity for everyone in Fengdu City. Therefore, after more than 10 ghost kings fought for a long time, finally, one of them defeated all the others. The cultivators who had been lying in ambush nearby immediately detonated the platform where the children were. They had long set up a dangerous trap below. After a huge explosion, the flesh, blood, and bones of the children were instantly burned away, not even their souls left. The opportunity to advance was wasted in front of them. The dozen or so ghost kings were not fools. They had been toyed by the human cultivators to the point of death, and in the end, they had even blown up the children. This made the ghost king's anger surpass any previous moment. Ignoring the injuries caused by the internal conflict, they carried the ghost chi that filled the sky and pounced towards the Fengdu Ghost City. They collided with the human cultivators who were crazily searching for treasures and had yet to leave. A great battle between humans and ghosts inevitably erupted. A large number of cultivators who were dreaming of a better life, after snatching the treasure, suddenly faced a calamity. In the energy tide caused by the collision of the ghost kings and cultivators of the same level, the cultivators who could not retreat in time died in large numbers. Perhaps before they died, they did not know what had happened. Several days later, a golden light flashed, and Jiang Li appeared in the Fox Immortal tomb outside Fengdu City again. This was probably specially arranged by King Zhou. Entering the underground palace and leaving through the fox tomb could ensure the safety of the inheritor to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if he plunged into the furious ghost kings, he would probably not even have a corpse left. In front of the statue, the fox demons were still guarding it. When they saw Jiang Li return safely, they seemed to be very excited. They were originally descendants of the Green Mountain's 9 tails. After the divine investiture battle back then, they were hated by everyone in the entire continent. Only these few bloodlines were still preserved in the tomb. They ate the flesh mushrooms that grew in the tomb all year round. After they were slightly larger, they swallowed and cultivated yin qi. Over the years, they had become the current ghost fox. Jiang Li opened the coffin and placed these foxes inside. After all, they were famous variant spirit beasts from ancient times. If he nurtured them well, perhaps they could regain some of their former power. He looked at the statue again, but in the end, he did not choose to move it. Firstly, it was not very useful. Secondly, King Zhou might have done something to this tomb. From the situation of Star Tower previously, if the other party really wanted to harm Jiang Li, he could actually leave behind some methods. Turning around, he returned the way he came. In the passageway of this tomb, there were still some precious artifacts scattered everywhere, which were the ones that Zhao Tiangang and the others had brought with them previously. He also packed everything away. Although this kind of thing was not a necessity for Jiang Li, there was no harm in having more to trade and give away. To be able to open a space in such a place, the yin burial coffin really gave him too much convenience. When he returned to the entrance of the tomb, the outside was already enveloped by a dense fog. In the space of Star Tower, Jiang Li had already climbed and plundered for several days. The illusionary realm that was opened with the 3 lifetime stone naturally collapsed on its own. As long as Jiang Li exited this cave, he would be directly bounced back to the Ghost King desolate ground by the fog. However, as for where he would appear and whether he would bump into a Ghost King, that depended on luck. Every time this happened, it was the Sword Cultivator clone's turn. The Sword Cultivator clone was the first clone formed by Jiang Li's parallel mind. Among the 4 clones, his strength was not strong, his health was not thick, and he did not have many special abilities. However, his life was unexpectedly tough. Long ago, in the underground ruins of the Black Lotus Divine Sect, Jiang Li had originally thought that this clone was going to be ruined. He did not expect things to take a turn for the worse. Not only did his clone benefit from a disaster, but he also opened a door to the power of the Usura world. Later on, there were several risks, and all of them turned out well. This time, the important mission to scout the way naturally landed on him. Jiang Li transformed into the 9 nether tree root again, and nimbly swam up along the gap between the rocks. At the exit, he released the clone in the coffin. When the Sword Cultivator clone fell into the range of the fog, it was like a person who could not swim fell into the water and drowned. The surrounding illusion space collapsed and threw the Sword Cultivator clone out. As soon as he left the netherworld illusion, he fell from the sky. Fortunately, after leaving that damned place, he could use his storage artifact again. The flying sword, Burning Rainbow, was unsheathed as it steadily landed on the ground with the Sword Cultivator clone. Fortunately, there were no powerful ghosts or cultivators fighting around. Jiang Li specially stayed in the Star Tower for a few more days, because he wanted to wait for the situation outside to stabilize first. Otherwise, if someone discovered that he had a precious treasure, then there would probably be no place for him in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. Or he might accidentally bump into a battle between big shots. He did not want to test how far he could live. Although the battle had already ended, the situation here was clearly much more tense than before the battle in Fengdu City. On the ground of the Ghost King desolate ground, the corpses of human cultivators were scattered everywhere. A group of ghosts were cooking meat in a large pot. In the pot floated several rotting human heads. This group of ghosts was cooking and distributing food. It was actually the corpses of cultivators. Around them, there were several ghost soldiers patrolling nearby. Clearly, the actions of the few large factions had completely angered the Ghost King Desolate Ground. The war stretched all the way out of the netherworld illusion realm. Now, the entire Ghost King Desolate Ground treated living people as their mortal enemies. Once they met, not only would they fight to the death, they would also eat meat and drink blood. It was simply vicious. This group of ghosts had originally happily distributed the meat soup. They hung a female cultivator's corpse on a wooden frame and planned to separate it bit by bit before cooking a pot. At this moment, they suddenly felt the spiritual chi emitted by the sword cultivator clone's flying sword. A few teams of ghost soldiers immediately revealed their ferocity and swarmed over. The few ghost soldier leaders were all at the ghost core realm, and were not inferior to Jiang Li's 7 Roads Ghost City's Xianxia. If the clone erupted with strength, it was not that he could not defeat it. However, if the clone used the fire attribute sword technique wantonly, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the ghosts in a larger area. The gains would not make up for the losses. At this moment, another person descended from the sky. He waved his hand and shot out 9 black and white cold flames that directly descended from the sky and landed on the heads of these ghost soldiers. When the ghost lantern cold flame touched them, it burned these ghosts to ashes in just a few breaths of time. Some white bone artifacts and a few bone whistles fell from their bodies. Those bone artifacts were fine. These bone whistles were artifacts that formed a large-scale ghost faction and communicated with each other. With a whistle, thousands of soldiers and horses would come to meet. If they did not see that only the sword cultivator clone was present and thought that they could defeat him, Jiang Li would have encountered a huge problem here when they used the whistle. It seemed that even if he could win, he had to reduce the number of battles as much as possible and quietly leave. Otherwise, if they really called the Ghost King over, he might have to join the other party's camp. He came to the pot that was cooking the human cultivators and pushed it down with a wave of his hand. Then, he dug a huge hole and buried them together. Seeing his own kind being eaten made Jiang Li feel very uncomfortable. Doing this would probably reduce their suffering after death. However, there were so many corpses in the wilderness that he could not afford to be bothered with. Right when Jiang Li turned around to leave, an extremely fine voice sounded from behind him. "Save me." If not for Jiang Li's astonishing hearing, he would not have heard the mosquito-like cry for help. Jiang Li turned around, and the one who cried out for help was actually the female corpse that was hung on the wooden frame. Her entire body was cut, and a large amount of pale bones were exposed. She was actually still alive. The chest of the female corpse, which did not have any signs of life, actually began to heave slightly. "Wait, I've seen this person before." Jiang Li took a closer look and suddenly recalled that this was the female cultivator from the 1,000-crane tower that he had seen when he entered the city. She had been captured by the Fengdu ghost soldiers because she could not pay for 30 years of lifespan and was hung on the city gate to cut away 15 kilograms of flesh. At that time, the storage bag that she had dropped was picked up by the sword cultivator clone and given to Old Ghost as a reward for secretly entering the city. After Old Ghost fell into his hands, the storage bag returned to Jiang Li's hands. However, after so many days, the people from the 1,000-crane tower did not save her. Jiang Li felt a chill in his heart for the other party. It was possible that the people from the 1,000-crane tower did not know that she had been captured by the ghost city. Another possibility was that the 1,000-crane tower was afraid of alerting the enemy and destroying the operation, so they directly sacrificed this disciple and did not take any action to save her. Jiang Li could roughly guess what happened to this female disciple later on. She used some kind of secret technique to last for 10 days under that situation. After the battle erupted, 1,000-crane tower and the other large forces retreated from Fengdu City, and she fell into the hands of the ghosts again. Then, as the target to vent their anger, she was hung here by those ghost soldiers, treated like food and used as they pleased. This was a truly despairing experience.